Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Sidebird-splaining the interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today, an in-studio guest, as always.
Is
Drexel.
I'm back. What's up?
Not much, man. What's up with you?
We'll get into that.
Oh, will we? Wait a minute. So this is a new development. So you brought something to surprise me for the show?
I did. Okay, so with everything going on with the quarantine and everything, right?
Yeah.
I have a story of pure idiocy and hypocrisy to tell you. Just happened to me. True life story.
When?
What day is it today? Thursday?
I don't even know. I think so.
I can't remember myself. So this would have been Sunday.
Okay. Hey, hand me that.
Grape?
Yeah. Thank you.
So, true life story. I'm up in Portland for my sub's surprise party, which I couldn't be a part of the surprise party. Let's start there, right?
You couldn't be a part of the surprise party? I couldn't
be a part of the surprise party.
Because of the whole incident with the mom?
The mom was on a Zoom call. You can't. So,
what's happening? Nothing.
So no one could say so I had to literally go in the other room. So yeah. I essentially got like cucked by Zoom.
What is happening out there? Is someone out there? Hold on.
Maybe.
Just a second. I gotta make sure that I see something happening in this other room.
All right. While Nick is getting stuff with the kitties in the other room, let's get that sound of a. Oh God, that's gratifying. So, damn, that's not as cold as I need it to be. Yeah. First and foremost, hello everybody in the chat. Hopefully everybody has not gone completely insane from the quarantine. And if you're in a state that is at least opening up something, push one in the chat. Because out here, we don't have much going on. I don't think much of anything is going to open. Oh, look. Smooth. Very smooth. So why are you wearing a white hat?
What's wrong? What are you trying to say?
It looks like a cis white hat.
It is a cis white hat. Actually, my hat is oppressing your hat as we speak.
It is. I did leave that here last night. Oh yeah, I see some states opening up. That's good to hear, man.
Yeah, you left this in my car. So. Oh
yeah.
Anyway, Lady Raggis just handed it to me. I don't know why. Maybe she thought you didn't have your.
Oh yeah, nice.
Your trusty hat, but here you go.
Yeah, good deal. Oh, so back to the story. So I'm in Portland. I had to deal with that nonsense with the mom situation, right?
Yeah.
So fast forward to Sunday. Due to some airline flight fuckery, couldn't get on the plane, and they're like, okay, so there's only one more flight leaving out of the airport, right? Out of PDX, so my flight was at roughly 2:00. The last flight of the day, due to the whole COVID thing, was 4:30 going to LA. And I'm like, okay, I can, I'll roll with it.
Fly to LA and
then get back to MSP, right?
Sure.
So knowing this, I said, okay, hold up. Let me hit up my cousin, who's weak wrist. My weak wrist cousin.
Weak wristed.
He's very.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm sure.
Because sometimes I hear that maybe there's some good wrist exercise going on.
Nope.
No?
Nope. Just weak wrist.
Okay.
So I text my weak wristed cousin, and I'm like, yo, due to some fuckery, I got to spend roughly 12 hours in LA, right? Because the flight out to MSP would have been 6:15 a.m. Monday morning, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, look, dude, I just, let's go out, have something to eat, chill a little bit, I'll go ahead and sleep for, probably get like 4 hours of sleep.
Right.
Hit an Uber back to the airport, right?
Okay.
Everything was cool. He's like, wait, so why are you in Portland? I was like, oh, well, yeah, it was someone's surprise birthday party. Dude ends up doing the whole, I don't know who you were exposed to. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? So he starts hitting me with the social distancing. Then he goes into this spiel about, COVID-19 is really just killing black males and blah blah blah. I'm just looking like he's texting me this. I'm like, are you serious? Are you fucking serious? So he starts going on and on and on. I'm like, look, dude, you're talking very few people, very small portion of the population is being affected, right? In terms of, actually, very few people are actually dying, right? Mm-hmm. So I end up basically just calling him out that this is all bullshit. And then what do you think he went to? What was his, what's all, well, I shouldn't say all left-leaning black people's go to, like insult.
Well, the government says you can't.
You must be a Trump supporter.
Oh, that's...
It's like, oh, here we go. It's the go-to, right?
Yeah,
It's just like the whole, with NBA with something, the whole, you're a coon. You're not gonna. If you say anything that is not on the script, they all do it, right? Sure. So I'm just like, dude, whatever, man. So long story short, he ends up saying that he can't house me because, he's just so scared about, what could happen. In any other circumstance, though, I mean, hey, he'd go ahead and have me, no problem, right?
Right.
Do you know the hypocrisy and irony of all of this?
Who do you have over at his house?
I don't think he had anyone over there.
Oh, okay. I thought, because that would be a hypocrisy.
Of course, right? Of course.
He's like,
well, he's in L.A. where the bubonic plague has been unleashed yet again, right?
Yeah.
The fucking bubonic plague. Mm-hmm. Rampant homelessness, rampant disease. L.A. is just a shithole. Period. Right. That's not what bothered me. I'll tell you what bothered me. Let me get this straight. You are concerned about COVID-19 and its the higher death rates among blacks, and particularly black males, yet you are a gay male out here bunker busting or getting bunker busted by other dudes. So you avoid COVID, but yet you're risking HIV.
You don't know if he's a top or a bottom?
Look, man.
You haven't gotten into this? This is a critical piece of information. You haven't.
Well, here's all I know.
You haven't delved into the depths.
I like how that was a good word choice. The depths. So here's all I know. There was something that was going on. It was in Vegas because I think they were all visiting my parents, and I guess I think they were visiting him. But whoever his boyfriend is or whatever, this dude is if you think my cousin is weak-wristed, this dude, I mean, jelly, right? Yeah. So I guess according to my other cousin, he's the top, right? My cousin is the top.
Sure.
And I'm just kind of like, well, I mean, it doesn't really matter what side of the dick you're on. I mean, you're gay, man. I mean,
well, yeah. I mean, that's established.
Because there are people out there like, you ain't gay if you're the top. Like, no,
well,
it's still gay.
It's cool that's what you're into.
It's cool that's you're into, but don't try to pretend that you're not. It's still gay, man.
Yeah.
The problem I had was this.
Not because I can't see the balls.
well, here's what made it so ridiculous. You're worried about me, and so Nick, because I wasn't like part of the party until after the Zoom call was over, and then she's like, her friend's like, okay, now you can come out. Total people I was exposed to in Portland, other than going to the grocery store, I say 8 to 10 total. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure that his number was probably similar, right?
8 to 10,000. You also were on a plane.
You were on a plane.
Those things have never been cleaned.
Never. But I feel perfectly fine.
Licking the seats.
I was.
What about I'm not going to ask. I was going to ask the flight attendant.
I knew the flight attendant.
Was his name Ryan?
No. When you fly enough, you start to see me like, hey, and yeah, one of those. Have you ever gotten the same flight attendant before?
This is gonna sound so horrible, but I don't remember. Dude, by the time I get on a plane, I have sat in an airport for 2 to 3 hours with 5 children. And all I've tried to do for the past 2 to 3 hours is find somebody with chocolate milk.
Yep.
Because for some reason, chocolate milk is hard to find at MSP Airport. Depending on what what terminal you're in. Yeah. And then the other thing...
They got strawberry, though.
The littlest one likes those applesauce pouch things, right? They don't sell those in the airport. Anywhere. You know how I know this? Because I have checked every single shop. I checked the bookstores. I checked everywhere. Just like, please somebody have a cooler with some sort of pouched applesauce.
Yep.
that my youngest child can eat. No.
But can't you guys just bring those?
Yeah, not easily. Not through TSA, because it's a liquid.
Oh, yeah, they count. Yeah,
thing.
you're right. They count as liquid. Yeah.
And so and food in general is a mess. Plus, by the time, what we tend to do is if we're going to fly, we stay at the airport hotel the night before.
Yep.
And then you can take the Skyway TSA is empty. There's no one there. You don't need to have priority. You don't need anything. You go from the hotel, but they close it at like 10 a.m.
Okay, so as long as you got an early morning flight, you're good.
Yeah, so you go through the Skyway TSA, and it's great because we can tap. All the kids have backpacks. They all have a Switch and a DS and an iPad. So you got to take all of that out and set it down. But there's nobody on either side of you, so there's no like pressure or time crunch. You just take your time and go through. So that's what we like to do. But because of that, by the time you get there are no pouches left. Right?
Gone.
So you just can't have them. So then it's always like, oh, well, maybe she won't notice until we get to our destination. Immediately. Only thing she wants to eat.
Oh.
So, yeah.
That's shitty.
But so by the time I get on the plane, I'm in narcolepsy mode. I'm like, all I'm going to do is sit down and wake up when we land.
Yep.
That's it. So no, I don't remember most of the flight attendants, but I don't fly anywhere near as often either.
Yeah, like it's only. I think it's only the second time it's happened to me where I was like, "Oh my god, I know this person." Yeah, it does happen, but man, it left a bitter taste in my mouth with that cousin of mine though, Nick. That shit actually pissed me off because I'm like, let me get this straight. You're a gay black man out here doing gay shit in Los Angeles, where when do you remember when HIV first hit? We were in the 80s, Nick. Remember, like, do you remember what was the hotbed? It was like the Northern Cal, San Francisco area, right?
Yeah.
They were like the hotbed for it. I actually know a nurse who worked out there during that time. She's in her, I believe, 60s now, early 60s.
She's not dead from HIV.
She's not. That's but good. She was around that scene and she saw she was seeing all that as it was unfolding, and like the whole that was like the very the homophobic stuff kind of started where people were like, it's a gay disease, and that was that whole kind of era. Right. And I look at my cousin, I'm like, let me get this straight. You're concerned about me giving you COVID because I was exposed to, like I said, maybe 10 people other than me on the airplane. But you can say about anybody, right? If you went to a grocery store, you're around 50 some odd people, right? To 200. But I'm like, so discounting, the airplane and just going to a grocery store like everyone else does, especially the grocery store, you're concerned about me while you're doing gay shit? Like
maybe he was just worried you were going to catch Portland. That's a disease in and of itself.
Become an SJW. Yeah.
like you show up with little circle glasses and like a scarf on or whatever.
Right. It really bothered me because I'm like,
neckerchief.
A neckerchief. But Nick, you get to that point where you just kind of look at somebody, right? Like you see the hypocrisy. Like, let me get this straight. The highest rate of HIV infections comes from like high risk lifestyles, right? Yeah. So drug addicts, gay, the trans community, no knock on them. We're just talking statistically, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like,
I don't think anyone reasonable can have a discussion about the statistical impact of HIV and say it doesn't disproportionately affect.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, disproportionately affect. Something like so he lives the highest risk lifestyle, yet he's worried about me coming to visit him for a matter of hours.
Yeah, but he's not worried. I mean, I think that you're going to give him HIV though, just because you're cousins. Not for any other reason.
Hey, look, man, you don't want to end up in the Borat situation. Oh, yeah, sexy time with the sister. It's like, no. But it really bothered me because I'm like, dude, are you fucking serious? Like,
yeah, we're family.
So we're family. You're out there doing whatever the hell you're doing with other men, putting yourself at all kinds of risk. Because most of these gay dudes are barebacking, man. I mean, to be fair, in the straight community, people are just barebacking too. It's a total shitstorm out there, Nick.
The gay community, the guys can go get abortion on demand. It's not even they don't have to worry about that problem anymore because there's a Planned Parenthood on every corner, especially in LA. So gay dudes can just go into the Planned Parenthood and get use their
abort that baby.
Use the Obamacare to get the
Plan B
after pill.
Yep.
Yeah,
get Plan B. They're good.
It's exactly.
And you abort through the ass.
Yeah.
You just Pop that baby out. Get rid of it. But you see how insane that sounds? You're like, are you serious? Nick, I just remember like okay, you know when you get like that last text, like, next time you're down here, because I'm just like looking like, did that just fucking happen?
Yeah.
So I had to sit in LAX
and depending on, I've only been to LAX a couple times, but depending on the terminal you were in, that is a terrible airport to be stuck in.
Terrible.
There's nothing to do.
Nothing. Oh, and here's the other problem. Because of COVID, everything closes early, right?
Oh, yeah.
If it's open at all.
Right.
So...
Yeah, I haven't flown during this.
Oh. Well, so Nick, but imagine the situation I'm in, right?
Yeah.
If I go, because I went on like Hotline, or not Hotline, Hotwire. So I'm on Hotwire, and it's like, yeah, I have the money to just go get a hotel, but it's like, but you know how that is, Nick. Especially if you were solo, right? If you and the kids weren't there.
Yeah.
You'd be like, so I'm gonna rent $100 something hotel to Uber myself there.
You're gonna pay $30 for an Uber,
right? To be gone for what? I'm gonna be in a hotel room for how long? Not even 10 hours.
Yeah.
Like 8 hours, because you got to wake up, turn around, get back to the airport in time to go catch a flight in the morning.
Yeah.
It's like, so now I'm just like, are you fucking serious? So and the worst part, before I left Portland, as I'm checking the bag, I had my my heavy coat, right? Because, in Minnesota, like when I left, it was still kind of cold.
Yeah.
I'm holding it. I'm like, God, I'm sick of holding this fucking coat. Put the coat in the check bag. Take a guess who was freezing their balls off in LAX airport.
You.
Nick. I was like this. Never went to sleep. Stayed up the whole. When you have that chill on you, because if you're cold, you can if you're cold with something warm, you can kind of fall asleep, right? Like, oh my God, I'm so cold. And eventually, as long as something can cover you, you're like, oh fuck, I'm so cold, I can sleep.
Yeah.
But if you just are chilled.
She got some newspapers.
Right, and everything's closed, right? I couldn't go. I couldn't go buy a sweatshirt. No. That was it. So I just literally sat there with short sleeves on, because when I left Portland, it was 70 degrees.
Why was it cold in the airport?
Because so in LA, they always want to blast the AC, right?
Yeah. Even
though it wasn't warm outside. It was when I hit my my Google weather, it was 67 degrees. But I swear to God, like when that door opened, it felt like fucking, I don't know, 55.
Yeah.
It was a chill. And they got me. Yeah. So, I love my cousin, but fuck him.
You couldn't get good sleep at the airport somewhere? You love how, what I love? There is no bench to be found at an airport. They've always got to have the little, like...
No, this one had flat. This one had flats.
You had a flat... Okay.
So now
you're already living a life of luxury in my...
No, I know what you're talking about. Like they usually have seats, individual seats, right?
Yeah, and they're like... or a bar between each one.
Yeah, bar, yep.
Immovable armrest between most of them. Lady Rackets and I got stuck last year in Houston. It was like 14 hours. And overnight.
Shitty.
So we were sitting there, and she had some nighttime medication that she needed to take. It was in our check bag, which you're not supposed to do, right?
Yep.
Don't ever check your meds.
Never.
Well, we didn't expect our plane to be canceled. No, never mind. We didn't expect our plane to be canceled. It was a mess. And then we asked them to get our bag. Because we're like, we know it's not on a plane.
Yep.
Because the flight didn't go. They couldn't find it.
Of course it could.
They just couldn't find they're like, well, where is it? I'm like, well, guess who doesn't work here? And that's me.
Right.
But I'll tell you where it is. It's with all of the other bags for our flight. It's just in that pile. Here's what it looks like. Here's the thing. We don't know where it is. We'll look for it. Like 5 hours later, yeah, we couldn't find it. I'm like, how much effort did you put? All the flights are canceled, by the way. It wasn't just ours. Houston had a nasty rainstorm, and it was like knocking out everybody's flights.
Yep.
So it's not like they were doing anything. But anyway, we couldn't get it. So we had to like lay down on those benches. It was basically like she was leaning here and I was leaning here. It was like, dude, the Vietnam sleep.
Yep. you gotta lean on each other, man. That's true love. That's some true love shit. Would you lean on me, Nick?
No. Someone asked me yesterday if I would have sex with Ron Toye to save you, and I said, I'm sorry, I'll send flowers. It's just
wow.
I'm willing to do a lot. but I won't do that.
That's fucked up as I'm drinking. Oh, you know what makes that bad, man? Here's the problem I hate with when people do the whole, like, would you smash blank?
Yeah.
They always put you in some ridiculous situation. Like that could never happen. Drex, would you smash that tranny and save Nick's man? Like, oh, come on.
That could happen. That could happen. Terrorism is taking all new levels these days.
Well, speaking of terrorism, tell me you saw the Deer Girl.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
Girl?
Deer thing.
I think that dude's name is Michael.
Dude, person, whatever. Identifies as a fucking Warhammer, whatever.
A deerkin.
A deerkin. What'd you think about that?
You know what? I don't have any problem. Like, if you want to be an otherkin or whatever, I'm going to call you a weirdo. But at the end of the day, I don't care. Like,
I don't. As long as you don't push whatever on me, right? Like,
you can wear your antlers and get your weird scratched deergasms. I don't care.
Deergasms.
I'm never gonna go watch Ferociously Steph's Twitch channel. Never. Guess what? Never. It will never happen. But so I'll never be exposed to that aspect. It doesn't bother me. And it doesn't bother me that he, she, whatever, the deer was going to be on the Trust and Safety Council, although I think Trust and Safety Councils are complete bullshit.
They are.
As just a matter of fact. But what bothered me was people need to watch out. I'm coming for them. I've gotten a whole bunch of power from Twitch now, and I'm going and if anybody messes with me, it's like, whoa. That's
not what the position is for.
That's the opposite. Even if they don't effectively have individual banning power, that's the opposite person that I want on any safety council who's going to be determining policy or even influencing policy.
Yep.
Because they'll go, okay, I can't ban this person directly, but I can give feedback about a certain type of channel that this content creator that I don't like fits into. And once I do that, it'll be more likely that what they do will get them banned. And that's get out, get deer hunted.
Correct.
Get, I don't know. What do you do? You bow hunt?
Get shot. Oh, in Minecraft.
Yeah. It's slug.
Get road killed
down here. Go across the Indian Nation Turnpike where it's 85 miles an hour and get hit by one of those semis where you just literally a red mist on the floor on the ground.
Oh, speaking of which, Nick, do you ever just like as you're driving?
Yeah. And
you see that mist, you see like a half ripped apart carcass. You're like, damn, someone's car got fucked up, right? Like, you're like, ooh.
I love when it's a heavily traversed semi area and there's just the red. Like there is no corpse.
No corpse. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, I had that happen to me. I was headed up to the cities, and I'm on 35E, and I saw it. Like just what you described, not a carcass, you didn't see you saw like a little bit like debris, little, maybe that was some innards and something, but for the most part it was just like a red stain for about like I'd say about a 20-foot stretch, right? Yeah. Because you see like, whoa, damn, and as you're driving by, like, oh my god, and then it's back to regular gravel road, right? You're like, damn, like something got fucked up, like gone, as in like you were there, and then like. The things that I miss is the Final Destination deaths, right? Yeah. The Saw deaths, and I think you and I watched Rambo. I was gonna say you and I watched Rambo: Last Blood. For anybody in the chat who watched Rambo: Last Blood, man, put a 1. That shit was real. Yeah. Nick,
I told you. I warned you before watching it. I said there's a scene. Where some dudes fall apart like Lincoln logs.
Oh, man. That Last Blood. I mean, when Claymores go off. I'll say, okay, speaking of Rambo: Last Blood, before we get into all the nitty-gritty stuff, something hit me about Last Blood.
What's that?
I was watching with you. Do you know what part doesn't make any fucking sense?
A lot of it. A
lot of it is kind of like, There was something that really stuck out to me.
What's that?
Do you remember when the drug lord guy is in the shower and Rambo is killing his way up to him.
Yeah.
So when you get to the scene where he's in the shower, you don't see him, but Rambo's waiting.
Right.
Yet in the next scene, the other brother shows up, but the guy is fully dressed.
Yeah.
Right? He's just decapitated. But hold on now. Rambo wouldn't be waiting for him to get dressed. So, or did Rambo?
Rambo's like, miss me with this gay shit. He waits for him to get dressed.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, because if you're in a mission to get in, kill a guy, and get out, you wouldn't you'd either kill him in the shower literally the moment he walks out. You see what I'm saying? Like,
plus, it's the dude's probably not getting dressed. And he's certainly not getting dressed in the shower. Like,
he would have gotten out of the shower naked and then been like, oh, let me, whatever. But that was just one of those things that was kind of like, It
was a weird inconsistency. What they didn't want is a naked Mexican corpse on the screen, right? Like, because that would be weird. But I liked it. I liked that movie a lot, but I felt like it was a completely different Rambo movie. It had a message. The Rambo movies all have their message. Rambo 4 was good. Like, it did. He's talking about affecting change in a place.
Did you bring a gun?
Yeah, did you bring any guns? You're not doing anything.
You ain't doing nothing. And he was right.
Yeah. It's Burma.
Burma. I know someone from Burma, by the way, who survived the Civil War and shit.
Yeah, I'm sure
socialism.
Everything's great. Right?
Hey,
he loves it.
They take gun enthusiasts to the extreme.
Yep.
And he's like, oh, it's a total shithole, man.
Yeah.
You better not even mention socialism to him. He'll just flip on sight.
But so the oh god, do we have an issue already? Anyway, but the movie, the message in Rambo was less it was a closer sphere, right? It was about personal. It was a personal message rather than a social message. So it didn't feel like, because Rambo 1 First Blood is
that was like, okay, let's call it a real movie, right? Like that was a real movie. Everything after the original First Blood was more of like it became an action. It like devolved into.
Do you remember
action movies?
When we were in screenwriting and we talked about the different spheres of influence?
Yep.
And Rambo First Blood, the reason it's such a good movie, beyond just being like an action movie that's actually good, is that it does hit the personal sphere, the interior struggle. Then it's got his struggle with his interpersonal with Brian Dennehy.
Yep.
And then it's got the societal struggle built into that, where he's a guy trying to find his place post-Vietnam, and you've got a lot of angry sentiment towards Vietnam soldiers.
Correct.
And all that. It's hitting all those points, and that was really good. And they move away from that for the next rest of the movies.
All of the sequels, correct.
All of the sequels, 3 being just a catastrophic joke. I love 3. Don't get me wrong.
Don't disrespect part 3, man.
No disrespect.
Hey, here's the thing. How did his body look? Hey, how was that Stallone body in part 3? Nick, I saw that movie that came out in, I believe it was 88.
That was like Rocky 3.
Yeah. Do you remember when he's in there and he ties the thing behind his knee? He goes, and he ties it. Remember, he had the two batons, right?
Yeah.
We were kids. Here's what's funny. Rambo 3 was the one that we remember the most. Now, obviously, because of our ages and all that stuff, but it's
for me, it's Rambo 2.
No,
it should be Rambo 3, but it's Rambo 2
really?
For me. Yeah.
Why is that?
I saw Rambo 2 more than 3. So I just saw Rambo 2 because I always remember, the eyes opening, and then of course the
arrow. Here's the thing. You introduced me to The Raid, which everyone in the chat, if you guys have not seen The Raid Redemption, I'm putting that in my Drex Hall of Fame action movies. Because so good. Well, think about this though, Nick. Think about how hard it is to get into your top action movies, right?
Oh yeah.
So my brother and I were talking about this last night.
It's got to compete with Arena. It's got to compete with every James Caan movie ever made.
Predator. So here's the thing.
Predator 2.
Stop.
I love Predator.
Why?
You don't like Predator 2?
No.
What?
It doesn't have the iconic characters. It doesn't have Jesse the Body.
Okay. Who's next?
Predator 2 wasn't a good movie.
You don't like Danny Glover?
No.
Oh my God. I love Predator 2. Terrible.
Here's the thing. When it comes to action movies, you need action movies to be based on one of two things. Survival, or what else? Revenge, right?
Right.
So like when a movie like Predator, it was about survival, right? You have your commandos who are stranded. They got to fight this beast.
Yeah.
Alien, even though that's more sci-fi, Alien and Aliens is more of a survival movie, right?
Alien 1 is horror movie.
That was more
2,
horror.
yeah.
Aliens was action oriented because that's why they had the Space Marines, right?
What about Alien Resurrection?
Stop. Why don't I ask you about Alien 3?
What? I am a murderer and rapist of women. Like, all right, weird flex, bro. Go get killed by an alien now.
Charles S. Dutton. Rock. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's you watch some of these movies, and especially as a kid, right?
Yeah.
There was something enormously gratifying about the revenge mission, right? Because everyone that's the easiest mission to do, right? Is revenge. The Raid Redemption was survival based. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's always the best action movies go like the original, the first 2 John Wick movies. I wasn't a big fan of the third one because the whole Halle Berry chapter in the center to me weakened that movie. Think about it. The beginning you liked, the ending you liked. The middle with Callie and the dogs.
The beginning of John Wick 3 was great. Yeah, when he takes out the big dude.
What lemon or strawberry?
I'm good for now.
You positive?
I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to eat soggy cake right now. But yeah, the beginning of John Wick 3 had me hooked. The Halle Berry scene was slow.
It was.
And
slow the movie down.
The desert scene.
Horrible.
It was like, okay, now you're taking the power and weirdness of the organization way too far.
They did.
Absolutely. You're now in like mysticism and religious devotion, and that's weird. I don't like that. But
not in that kind of movie.
Oh,
that tastes so artificial.
I still like the movie, but it's just
it's the weak link.
You know what John Wick 1 sold me, right? It's right away. He takes that dude and slams his head into that granite countertop.
Yeah.
And like he's pulling him by the body. It's not that he takes his head and he slams. It's like he takes his body and runs it down past, and his head, the granite countertop gets in the way, and you're like.
There was so think about action movies. The deaths are the money shots, right? Like it's the porn equivalent of the money shot.
Yeah.
So the more outrageous the death scenes, the more as an audience right. That's why I didn't like Hardcore Henry. Good concept. That was a movie that was done in first person.
I liked it for what it was. It's not a good movie, but it's a fun concept. I thought it was about 60 minutes too long.
Absolutely. As a short film, that would have worked, right?
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh man, this is crazy.
But see, I have to support it because that one idiot came out and was like, look at the violence towards women because he kills like 3 hookers or whatever. He kills like 200 dudes.
No one cares if you kill men. No one. Listen, man, kill these females. Kill these dudes. I don't care. Now, obviously, when you start talking about children, they always care about animals, and even certain
Did you hear about the
robots.
Sony apologizing because so GameStop did a video or something.
Oh, you can kill dogs
with The Last of Us where you got to kill dogs, and then Sony's like, "That's not from us. That's from GameStop." We're going to talk about Last of Us in a little
bit. Good deal. Oh, you got super chats though.
Yeah, I got super chats, and then I'm going to tell you a story about a guy named Keemstar and his lawsuit, and there's an update. But I want to catch you up a little bit on the story of the lawsuit so you have context for the update. And there's some laughs, I think, to have in there. And then we're going to talk a little bit because there's an update in the Ahmaud Arbery case. Mm-hmm. You're familiar with this guy?
I'm familiar. In terms of my familiarity, I would say I'm like 20%. So I remember the media said something about he was jogging, and they've changed the story a few times. There's lots of like intrigue with the cops knew the guys who killed. Lots of stuff. So.
I try and stay away from that stuff because those details are kind of hard to suss out. Like some people are saying he's wearing boots, so he's not jogging. And I looked at the video, and they kind of look like running shoes, but it's too grainy to tell. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. But we'll talk about that case a little bit. I had an expert in use of force law come on the show, and we talked through the case as it was. But there's a new development that happened today that changes some of the stuff we were talking about, and it changes the aspects of the case. So I want to talk about that too.
Okay, cool.
And then we'll talk about whatever else with whatever time we want to spend. Oh, and guys, let me preview the rest of the week. Tomorrow, I got a capture card, and we're going to try and get Smash with the stream, where we'll play some Smash matches and try and get people from the stream on to play Smash Bros. And we're going to try that. I don't know how it's going to work. We're going to try and figure that out. And then Saturday, I have a special request for the chat. I don't like to do this, but hear me out. Hear me out. Saturday. Stop. You have to stop. Preston will be coming on, and I have explained to Drexel a little bit. Pocket Jacks Comics will be coming on. As many of you are aware, Preston... Someone said, own it, coward. Sorry. As many of you are aware, some people did a deep dive on Preston and found some old pornographic films that he was in with his wife, and they involve femdom and cuckoldry. Stop. Why are you looking like that? You can't do this to me. And also a little bit of CBT. So come on.
Come on.
It's look. So I have.
You know, it's great. Go ahead, man.
I framed the discussion this way because I want him to come on and talk about this. I really do, and I don't want to. He's not going to come on here and get abused. He's just not going to do it, right?
But he opened himself up for a whole lot of...
He's had a week of people coming at him about this stuff, and I think he's kind of just tired of... So he wants to come in and have a candid discussion. So I'm going to ask people to be as respectful as possible. You know, I can't control what people say, but to assist in facilitating a longer discussion... Mm-hmm. I'll ask people to restrain themselves from being outright abusive. And that is up to y'all, but I want him to stay around for as long as the show as he will. Because I want to talk, I framed it as a discussion about fetish life and what, you know, this was during a marriage. So I want to know like how that happens, what that does, what he thinks about it looking back. That's the kind of stuff I want to get into because there are, as you know, there are people who get a taste of the fetish life and then they choose, they're like, I want more of this. I want to get into this.
Do you remember that American Dad episode where that happened to Stan?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? and fucking thing. So Stan was like, he was very uptight, right? He's so uptight, and Francine was complaining about how uptight Stan was. So I think it was Roger. Roger helps him to see his like. You have to just find your kink, Stan. And then remember, he sees too much. He gets overexposed.
Yeah.
And Roger's like, well, so what part do you like? He goes, all of it. He goes, uh-oh. And it's like because Nick, that's the danger, right?
Yeah.
Because you know, once someone, it truly is a rabbit hole, though, Nick. Once someone goes down that rabbit hole, like, you don't really come back. Like,
right. And so what I want to do is I want to get to a discussion with someone who had, I think there's a wealth of interesting information there.
Someone put Preston in booty cheeks.
And it's stuff that we've talked about. You specifically, right?
Yep.
You talk about once a woman has a dominant position over a man, she'll never respect him again,
never,
for example.
Never.
And so I wanted to get his opinions on stuff like that. And so that's what the discussion is about on Saturday. So if you're interested, come check it out. We will try to make it not a disaster. But it might also just be a disaster. You'll never know.
Speaking of which,
can we get someone live?
I'm glad you brought that up.
Oh.
So everyone in the chat, I've actually been doing a lot. Someone put midgets. I've actually been doing a lot of thinking about what happened, right? About the last time I was here with the dumpster fire.
Oh, okay.
I have a whole different perspective on all of it.
Okay.
I really do.
I'm curious about this.
So, regardless of what Dick or PPP's motivations were for coming on and showing their ass, regardless.
Yeah.
My whole view of like, I'm actually glad I was here for that dumpster fire now, and this is why. In particular with PPP, I genuinely want the dude to get help. Like I don't think guys should be on streams bashing each other. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Because at the end of the day, like, we don't have any allies. You see what I'm saying? There's no allies for men.
Sure.
None. No one gives a fuck about Dick or me or you, or if anything happens, just like you said about in the movies, right? Like 100 men can get killed. No one cares.
For you.
Aw. But here's what I'm saying though. I look at PPP and he makes that video that he's gonna like challenge someone to some like brawl, and he literally showed his asshole on the internet, and it's like, at the end of the day, Nick, and you saw like kind of just his behavior and stuff on the stream. It's like, he's a guy who needs help though. Like he needs uplifting. Like, and that's why I told Dick, like, we should never bash virgins.
You say help. You're not talking like he needs psychological.
No. Just like uplift, like masculine uplifting from other men, saying like, hey, bro, don't get so emotional when people are calling you fat. Work on bettering yourself. You see what I'm saying? Like
sure.
Because here's the thing, like dealing with like, you know, like guys who are incels and all this or whatever. It's like, men should not bash other men for being virgins. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It like whether you're an incel or you just are a virgin because you choose to be, like, we should pride that. You see what I'm saying? Like this idea of like bashing guys because they're fat, bashing them because they're an incel, whatever. For what? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
what if the for what is to get under their skin specifically?
No. That's, like I said, that's what I said. I get it. Yeah, I get what they're doing, right? Like, you know, when people want to just throw these like personal attacks, but it's like, but at the end of the day, it's like, that's what we as men need to do a better job of. It's like uplifting, because like we have no allies, none. We truly don't, man. Can we still
make fun of manlets? No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Manlets. but it really
shame them into being taller.
Yeah, well, of course. You know, stilts. But you see what I'm saying though, Nick?
Grow.
Just grow. Just grow up.
Drink that Miracle Grow. No, I'm kidding.
But,
I of course.
But you know what I'm saying? Like you think back and it's like,
gotcha.
Because so here's the thing, Nick. Look at society at large, right? Do you see anywhere where they're like telling men that like, you know, hey, you're good, you're worthy, you know, you're someone that we pride ourselves, you know, we want you to do better? Like, no one, you don't really hear that, right? Think about it. Women shame male virgins, men shame male virgins, society. To be fair, like, society has gotten so ass backwards because we're in, you know, these Babylon last days. Women get shamed for being virgins now. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you're a woman who's a virgin, you're shamed. Like men don't shame you, women shame you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like where's like the uplifting? You know what I'm saying? Like where's people saying like, hey man, like, Nick, if the dude is 400 pounds, he's sitting there talking about, you know, he's gonna put his gun on somebody and all this stuff. It's like, bro.
I will admit that was kind of a funny line.
It was.
Also, you've done some sparring with some girthy gentlemen.
Yep.
And that is one of the worst things on the planet. Is like you're getting pressed on by a big dude.
Yep.
And you suck in a mouthful of gunt. Like, you're like, oh, that's not air. It's like they're flossing your teeth with belly hair and stuff, and you're like,
you have it happen in basketball when you're playing basketball and it's shirts and skins. And what was that Ben Stiller movie? You remember that? Where the dude, he goes like, Jesus. And you always have the fattest, sweatiest dude, hairiest dude. He's always skins.
Right.
I've never played pickup ball where the fattest, sweatiest, hairiest dude was shirts. He was always skins. And it's like, why did God do this to me?
He's got to put that shirt back on to get on the bus to go home.
Yeah, right? And they just sweat for no reason. And they always have sweatbands, though. They have like headbands, wristbands, but they just can't stop sweating.
Put one around your stomach.
Yeah, right? Just
under your man boobs or whatever. Get the moisture out.
Oh, man, it's bad.
No, it's that whole thing.
Along Came Polly. That was the movie.
That whole thing.
Wait, was it? No, it wasn't Dodgeball. It was Along Came Polly, I think. Yeah, because Ben Stiller was the villain. He was White Goodman in Dodgeball. So yeah, it was Along Came Polly.
But that was, that was Big Country Roy Nelson. You know, that was actually part of his strategy. Was
lean on him.
He kept that big gut, and Roy Nelson was not out of shape.
Nope.
But whatever diet he kept was specifically to keep a bunch of extra weight First of all, it added a ton of weight to his hands.
Yep.
And he would get down on you, and he would put that on you. And
put it on you. Yep.
It's jelly. Like, you get a dude who's in shape, and you push on him, you get breathing room.
Yep.
You push on a stomach, and you get just.
Yep. Well, and the other thing, the thing about big countries, like, do you remember his chin?
Oh,
he had an iron chin. I mean,
well, it's also hidden behind 8 pounds of beard.
Of course.
Yeah.
I think I saw him get like leveled maybe once. I can't remember who actually knocked him out. Like, a dude could take blow. I mean, he was going
was
blows.
it someone weird like Tim Sylvia or something?
I can't remember who did it, but someone did actually. I remember he got hit.
He got rocked.
You saw him like stunned. He kind of swayed. I was like, damn.
Yeah, he was.
He took lots of damage. Like, look at the Diaz brothers. I mean, some of these dudes got iron chins, man.
Yeah. Razor Roddick.
Hey, for real. When he fought Tyson,
he had a busted jaw the entire fight.
Yeah.
Mike broke it in like round 2. And he
kept fighting, man.
Kept going with a smile.
Kept going, man.
But yeah, anyway.
Mark Hunt.
Yeah.
Hey.
Or who was it? I think it's Tim Sylvia's Cabbage, right?
He's no. Who's Bigfoot? Bigfoot is Silva. I forgot his first name, but Bigfoot Silva.
The dude who was, his nickname was Cabbage, which I think was Tim Sylvia. He had been like KO'd once and staggered almost never. Like, they're just like, don't be heavy handed.
Yeah. They take him. You see him taking the blows. You're like, damn, he's still standing. Like
Andrei Arlovsky.
That's Pride days, man.
The Russian
Damn.
contingent of Pride was hilarious. Fyodor Emelianenko.
Like, you know what I miss about Pride is
stomping.
I like the fact that like they kind of have like. UFC has become so. What do we call it?
Let's call KO'd Roy Nelson with a 1-punch uppercut.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. I was gonna say I think it only happened once, and someone who was at Nate says I've rolled with fat dudes. It sucks. It does, man.
Yeah.
It's tough. And my thing is this though, Nick. You look at the difference between like Pride and UFC. Like we're talking about like early 2000s. UFC became like I feel corporate, but it became mainstream. So when it's happening is it became more. Symmetrical to boxing, right?
Yeah.
The defined weight class. Everything was just so structured. So that's what I'm looking for. It got overly structured.
Yeah.
I think you need that sense of WTF. You know what I'm saying? Like you remember the old UFC, Nick? Tournament style, open weight class. Like you could get some matchups. You're like, God damn! Like this is horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, there was that element
versus Emmanuel Yarbrough. Where it's like, look. If I can get behind him, I'm gonna win. If he falls, I'm gonna die.
Hey man,
I'm gonna lose.
imagine someone like Hoist Gracie fighting Emmanuel Yarbrough, right? Because he doesn't have the striking.
That would have been such that's the matchup that I wish
he would have had to literally like do a jumping leg lock on his head, literally, because he doesn't strike.
The second Hoist grabbed onto Manny, if he just fell,
literally, like because the submissions won't work.
That's like a Volkswagen falling on you.
Yeah,
like you could
see 600 pounds. Like so Nick, imagine
he was 7'18".
Yeah. So imagine though. Imagine you're doing groundwork, right? Let's say you do BJJ, whatever. It doesn't matter, Nick. You're on that ground, and someone says like put him in a triangle. Yeah, you practice that on normal sized people.
Yeah.
Could you imagine him doing an armbar? Imagine Hoist trying to do an armbar to Manny. Like
Manny Yarbrough's arm weighs more than Hoist Gracie.
But that's what I'm saying. Like you'd be like he'd be like, I can't. Like you see what I'm saying? Like that would have been amazing to see, man.
Someone says we should check out Street Beefs. I've actually seen Street Beefs. I watch some videos from the
Bob Sapp.
Hey
man, was that David Smith? Bob Sapp. Oh man, yeah. Nick is actually you're the one who introduced me to Bob Sapp. That body. I mean, I remember when he took that kick though, and he went.
Oh no, it was a punch.
It was a punch
From Ernesto Hoost.
He staggered. Remember, he got hit. And
it shattered his cheekbone.
Yeah, man, he went down.
Yeah. I do miss the old days of fighting. I watched.
Well, I was showing some guys I work with, some young guys, Tank Abbott. They some guys they truly didn't know. I'm like, because when guys say they like UFC, I go, look, man, the UFC you guys are watching. Don't get me wrong, it's still entertaining. Don't get me wrong, I like it. There's certain guys I follow.
I kind of wonder how Tank would do, young Tank in a modern UFC world, because if he hits you,
heavy hands.
He's got to be one of the hardest hitters
easily
ever.
Easily, yeah.
Although, you know who Rampage said hit him harder than anybody else ever?
I believe it.
No.
Oh, it wasn't. It wasn't Tank.
No.
But I don't think he fought Tank, did he? I don't remember Rampage fighting Tank.
He said it was Kevin Randleman.
Really?
Kevin Randleman hit Rampage Jackson harder than anybody else. And the fight, like they play. I watched that clip. I'm 99% sure it was Quentin talking about Kevin Randleman, but I mean, he hits him and you're like, ooh.
But was he on the ground? Because Randleman was not a boxer; he was a wrestler. So
it doesn't matter.
Was it ground and pound?
No, he was standing.
Ugh.
We could probably find it. I wonder.
Oh, David Smith is naming out some names, man. Dan the Beast Severin. Fuck, man. That was my
duo. Don Fry and Dan Severin.
Don Fry and Dan Severin. Man.
It's like two Brooklyn cops.
It just... That era, man. If for those of you guys in the chat who don't know, man, go find those old UFC fights. Like when Tank Abbott laid out Steve Nelmark, when he laid out John Matua, and he was convulsing in the ring, and Big John McCarthy was too slow to stop the fight. Like the UFC used to be so brutal, Nick.
Yeah.
Damn. Like the ultimate tournament style fighting is a terrifying prospect. You see what I'm saying? Because Nick, now when you fight in 2020 and beyond, you go into a fight saying, I'm fighting Nick Rekieta on this day. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm training for this one fight. Back then, it was, hey Nick, it's a tournament. This is who you fight. You just had to adjust in real time who you were fighting.
I don't know if I can
that's a big deal.
It was a pride fight. Kevin Randleman fights Quentin Jackson, and gosh, we'll have to find this somewhere, because I remember an interview they were asking Quentin, who hit you harder than anybody else, and he said Kevin Randleman. Like, oh, I wouldn't want to get hit. I love to give punches. Okay, let me read these chats. We got way off track. Kyle Cowden says, it's been a minute since we corresponded. Just want to say thank you for giving me something to listen to while I slog through dealing with the Kung Flu data and settings for the city. Oh yeah, you're late. Hey, thanks, Kyle. Yes, I am late. It has been a minute, man. I hope you're doing well. DOG Beer says, did you hear about Jay Cutler's divorce? No.
I did.
His wife says he is lazy and unmotivated after NFL retirement. Apparently spending time with his kids is lazy. She wants $5 million to buy a mansion. Oh, you told me about this.
I told you about that. Yeah.
Even though she has her own money.
Well, women don't want their own. They don't make their own money. They want to spend the man's money.
Sakaki Onsai says, have you ever heard of a judge getting cucked by the law? Because I think Judge Emmett Sullivan is about to get it from the D.C. Circuit Court for being a moron about Flynn. Rid of man, damn it. Yeah, by the way, Walls is a cock ring. Yeah. Did you hear here in Minnesota they opened up, or they're opening up restaurants and salons and stuff with some restrictions still, but starting June 1st.
Mm-hmm.
So restaurants.
Someone said something about you have to wear a mask or something.
Yeah, you have to wear a mask and gloves at a restaurant. How are you going to eat?
How are you going to eat?
But and you have to make a reservation, and the restaurant is limited to 50 people. Apparently.
They do know none of this is sustainable, right? Like, you will literally put people out of business.
But here's the thing. So that's the restrictions for a restaurant.
Yep.
Churches are still restricted to 10 people. A church, like...
So a restaurant can have 50 though, right?
The church in Lakeville or whatever, where we went to high school.
Yep.
Has a capacity of somewhere like 1,400, 1,500 people.
Correct. It's a big church.
You can easily fit 500 people in there, socially distanced.
Correct.
No problem.
Correct.
No. 10 people. Doesn't matter the size of the church. Nothing. And he banned singing in church.
Wait, what?
Yeah. I'm not even kidding. So
see if that works.
The church is now like a couple of different groups, like the group of Catholic bishops in Minnesota, they're defying the order.
Yep.
Said, nope, we're doing services. Piss off. One of the Lutheran synods is doing the Missouri synod. I don't know how their synod system works, but it's like the archdiocese. But yeah, they're defying the order, and then some other group that supports a bunch of independent churches, they're all defying it. So we're gonna have some lawsuits real soon on it. And
of course,
guess who's probably gonna win that one?
Yep,
Church.
Yeah,
church is gonna win.
Well, think about the cops who try to arrest somebody because aren't they violating?
Can you imagine?
There's 50 people, but you're there. It's like, but now you're part of it, right?
Yeah.
So wow.
It's crazy, and see, this is the problem, right? There's no reason to keep the restrictions as they are now. I've even been reading like opinion pieces in major papers saying the same thing, where it's like, okay, these made sense at the beginning when we didn't know about transmission as much. We didn't know how fast the infection was spreading. They're trying to lock everything down. We're entering our 3rd month of total shutdowns across all these states. And now we're starting to see, okay, some of this stuff doesn't need... People know now. People know how to social distance. They've done it. Now we can start opening things back up. But some of these governors aren't letting go of the power. They have to keep it.
Yeah. Which is what I said would happen.
Of course. Yeah. Because it always happens.
It always that's why I said, listen, man, fuck masks and gloves and all this hand sanitizer. I don't do it. Serious?
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't even wash my hands. I just, I just rub them on someone else's face. That's how I clean them. But, so that's interesting. But yeah, the DOJ, by the way, have you been following the Flynn stuff at all?
I've heard his name mentioned recently. There was some investigation, right?
So he pled guilty to obstruction of justice or something. I don't remember the details.
A felony, but he won't get a felony.
He was gonna get a deal where he had to cooperate with Mueller's team,
of course,
on whatever. But then Mueller's team shut down a while back, and so the judge had suspended sentencing Flynn during the investigation because he said, if I sentence you now before you fully cooperated, you could end up going to jail. Mm-hmm. Whereas if we wait till after you fully cooperate, then I sentence you, you'll get the deal, right? Mm-hmm. So he waited to sentence him, which is, Flynn's like, yeah, that's cool. Well, now a bunch of information has come out, and it turns out that they coerced his cooperation by threatening his kid. That the DOJ threatened Flynn's kid, like, oh, that's a nice kid you have there. Be a shame if, he were to get arrested and a whole bunch of shit happening to him legally, and we can make his life real nasty. And they've done this before.
Correct.
They do this all the time, which is kind of terrifying, but they will, like, if you know someone who needs immigration status,
yeah,
and they want your help, you better come up with that guilty plea.
Yep.
You better cooperate, or else they won't get in.
Absolutely.
They don't need to go after you. So they did this to him. So now he is withdrawing his guilty plea. Mm-hmm. And the Department of Justice says, we're not prosecuting him anymore. Probably because if they try to continue prosecuting after doing what they do, not only will they lose, they'll get creamed on the lawsuit that follows.
Correct.
So then the judge says, no, I'm not going to accept the withdrawal of your guilty plea, and I'm not going to let you guys not continue prosecuting him. So he appoints someone else to do the prosecution. And now they have made a motion to dismiss, and he was ignoring it. So now they... Why
don't they motion to remove the judge then?
They are.
Okay, I was going to say, yeah, that would be, if as a lawyer, that would be my next move. Yeah. Would be to motion to have the judge removed. Because once you remove the judge, then a new judge can say, just dismiss it. Because if this judge is like steadfast saying, I will not, and both sides are basically saying, let's not play ball.
He needs consent.
Yep.
Well, I consent. Well, I don't.
Right.
And he needs that third person. But no, so they've moved to dismiss the case. They moved to remove the judge. And then the circuit court, because they appealed this, because the judge was like, no. And so they appealed it, and the circuit court has given the judge 10 days to explain why he's not dropping the case.
Of course.
So that's pretty interesting developments. Because that Flynn thing was a big negative mark early on in the Trump administration. Yep. And then it turns out it's all for leverage. It's always just for leverage.
It's always been about this, man. It's just a grab for power, nothing more.
So Fran Mataraki says, hey, Drexel, did you go by Leroy back in the day?
No, I actually have an Uncle Leroy, though.
And
Crazy
did you
enough.
mouth rail a chick while her man watches?
What is mouth railing a chick? Is that a thing?
railing a chick in the mouth.
Oh, I thought he meant like my mouth was railing a chick somehow. I'm like, how did the dude do that? Oh, so the question was, have I ever done that with a dude watching? Like her man one? Yep.
Yeah. Also, how many Eiffel Towers do you do with Zulu Zion?
Who the fuck is Zulu Zion?
I'm guessing it's from the movie from the person we're going to talk to on Saturday.
Oh.
Because remember, one of those movies titles is called Cuckolded by Leroy. Come on.
This is the problem I have, man. Why is it that people always do the whole be gentle with me? Like I said, I'm not gonna go at this guy too hard. He might even be watching this show.
Yeah.
But I just don't understand how someone says be gentle to me, but it's like, bro, you kind of set yourself up like you gotta just roll with the punches. So I told a friend of mine the Thad story, right?
Yeah.
San Diego. I go, you can go through shit in life, Nick. All you can do is laugh at yourself. It's like when Charlie Sheen got roasted, all he can do is laugh because he's like, yeah, what do you want me to say? I did it. I deserve to be roasted.
Well, that's what
I don't understand why people say be gentle. It's because there's always shame in being a fucking cuck or being like a woman dominating you. Because you remember when I told you a long time ago, Nick, I said,
but see, this is kind of why I want to talk to him. Because you're saying there's always shame in it, and I think that's part of the kink, right? Is the shame.
I think it is. Here's what I will say. These guys don't want to be in that position. They'll say stuff like oh, I find it erotic or blah, blah, blah. But it's like, Nick, if you found something erotic or you were into something, you would be openly saying that, right?
Yeah.
If you ask any man, hey, do you like sex with your wife? If you're still attracted to your wife, the guy goes, yeah. What red-blooded man doesn't, right?
Yeah.
Well, when you ask a dude, hey, man, you a cuck, man? I heard, no, not me. It's just like, why do you think dudes why do you think they call it the down low? Dudes, it doesn't matter. They always try to hide shit. Like I never had to hide anything. When people ask me a question, I just say, it's like this. Now, if you poke fun at me, I was like this. Yeah, it is what it is, man. What do you want me to say? So when that guy asked me, was I banging a chick or whatever, mouth or wherever other orifice, and there was a dude there, her husband or boyfriend or whatever cuck was there, I didn't care. I was focused on the job at hand.
I'm task oriented. Okay?
I'm task oriented, man.
So,
for real.
So 8-inch or 10-inch dildo, which one do you prefer? I'm just kidding. That's a joke. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. Come on.
Oh man, I can't.
How does that take the story?
Look. When I was in Portland, my sub was telling me about. I got her a present, right? And this was after the Zoom party. So she's like, wait, because we had more. Let's just say more vanilla people there, right? She goes, can I open this? It was all vanilla gifts, right? I'm like, yeah, you can go ahead and open it. It was practical gifts, Bed, Bath, and Beyond, stuff that she actually needed, right?
Right.
And afterwards, we're at her place. She was telling me, this is something I didn't know about. There's dildo panties. Did you know that? I never knew. Never knew.
I don't even know what that is. So it's on the inside. On the inside,
okay. So yeah, they come in leather, different material.
Fruit roll-up material.
Oh, and they got the DP ones too. If she needs to get DP'd, they got it.
So it's just constant.
Yeah. And you can have it activated on your phone, all that stuff. So yeah, dildo panties, man.
Oh,
real talk. Words from the sub.
I know what I'm not buying. I'm not in the market, but if I find someone who is, I'll let you know. Cal Clay says, almost done with Jerry Springer stream with PvP. Sorry, Mad Black threatened your kids, Nick. Oh, it's, it's the internet, man. Drex, have you ever smashed a ginger?
Redhead? I believe so. Fuck.
I
think so.
If no, I won't resist.
I think. I played around with now, here's the thing. The rumors are true, Nick. They are crazy. They are crazy. I've never met just a straight up normal ginger. They always are crazy. It's fuck. But I love redheads. I can't help it. Do you know they're 1% of the population on Earth?
No,
1%.
I don't even know that they exist.
Oh, stop.
They're not even real people.
Maitland Ward is out there getting. She's in blacked raw, getting it. So she went from mainstream.
She was the top.
Boy Meets World.
She was the top OnlyFans creator, I think, and one of the top Patreon creators. making bank.
So here's what's crazy.
How long do you think she's got?
Well, she's already considered like MILF.
She's like 35.
She's older than that, bro.
She's older than
She's
that?
got to be shit.
I'd Google it, but it's dangerous.
No, wait, I'll do it on my phone.
Okay.
It's safe.
You'll take that bullet.
Oh, shit.
Don Gamer Guy says Maitland Ward is trash and her scenes are garbage.
Here's the thing. I wouldn't call her trash. I don't think she's a great performer. Okay, let's put it that way. I don't think she's a great performer.
Sure.
But she's decent. Here's the thing. She's not terrible. You see, because Nick, it's like with regular acting, right? Mm-hmm. Like, watch this. Name a bad actor. Like something you can go like this. Nick, this person is objectively terrible.
Oh God, how do I name that? I don't remember their names. Who do you go with?
Man.
Like Gary Busey's great.
Well, he's camp. Gary Busey's campy, right?
Don't tell him that.
Was he actually playing it straight?
Yeah. Do you want to find out?
Oh,
do you want to risk the tirade of insults that will follow you if you're wrong?
Who is I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of a bad actor.
Steven Seagal's great.
Stop. Godfather 3. Francis Ford Coppola's daughter. Sofia Coppola. Terrible, okay. Right?
Sure.
Now, to be fair, that was not her part for that movie. I think that was supposed to be when, I want to say, was it Winona Ryder was originally for that part? Yeah, I think it was Winona Ryder was going to be for that part. So, you see what I'm saying? Like, now, remember, she turned out to be a decent director. She's decent.
Lost in Translation was good.
Yeah. I liked her. Even the Beguiled, I thought was okay.
Dennis Quaid.
Oh, God, when's the last time I saw Dennis Quaid in a movie, man?
There's a bunch. Brie Larson.
She's terrible.
She's a bad actress, yeah.
Like, here's the thing, though. I've seen her where she's not terrible, like 21 Jump Street.
Was she playing a tree? Or like a stone wall?
Well, no, here's the thing, though. I've seen Brie Larson where she actually has personality, right?
When?
There's been moments, small moments, glimpses. Like, so here's the sad thing about people like Brie Larson. I'm talking about Brie Larson as a guy. Oh God, who was that? Dead Punk Gage. Kristen Stewart. Yep. Kristen Stewart is an objectively bad actress. Amy Schumer is a bad actress. Terrible. Yep. Megan Fox is bad, no doubt. Although she was decent in that one movie. I think it was it This Is 40? I thought she was actually decent. Like she actually works comedically. Like when she's in certain roles, I don't think Megan Fox is that bad. But when you put her in other roles, you're like, ugh.
She was really good in This Is 40. That was a funny movie.
Right? Like I really liked her in that. Like I just wish she would do more of that kind of stuff. Like who am I looking up? Maitland Ward.
Yeah. I'm not done with your chat, Cal Clay. 1 second.
Yeah, 43. Told you.
So the question was, have you ever smashed a ginger?
Yeah, I can't remember if I did or didn't. I know I've been around. I can't remember. Fuck.
And then it says, if not, I won't resist. So you have an offer there. And
I didn't know that was a chick.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I hope that wasn't a dude. Or a tranny.
I don't know who's sending the message. So, lol, Nick, legal advice. 15 years at McDonald's, lost management benefits, and HR ignores me. What can I do? You got to call an employment lawyer. You're in Canada. I don't know anything about Canadian law, but I assume there's some employment protections. Contact an employment lawyer in Canada, in your local province or whatever they are. And you've got to talk to them. If I knew anything about Canadian law, I would help you, but I don't. I don't know how it works. I know it would happen in the state. It would depend what state you're in the U.S. and what the various employment laws were, and if there was some sort of discriminatory aspect to your termination that you could show. All of those things would be steps you'd have to go through. But in Canada, I don't know. DJ Fantasy says, Drex, what did you think about Robert P. not wanting to work out for Batman because it sets a precedent?
I'm very against it. Yeah, I heard about that. Very against it.
So he wants to be like a thin emo Batman.
I.e. Michael Keaton in 1989. Right. Yeah, so here's my thing, Nick. When it comes to a role, the audience, the whole thing is a suspension of disbelief, right? you have to believe that that person is who they say they are, right? That's why. So, Nick, have you ever gone back and rewatched the old Batmans, the Tim Burton ones?
God, no.
Oh, they're better than the Joel Schumacher ones.
I don't like any of them.
Here you go. So
let me clarify. I don't like any of them enough to consciously go back and rewatch them with the limited amount of movie time that I have. How's that?
Well, just go on a YouTube video. Just look up like Michael Keaton arrives as or like any scene from the 1989 Batman. Just look at Michael Keaton. He's not believable.
Batman like 25 times. I know.
But you know what I'm saying? Like now that we're adults.
Yeah.
Like here's the thing. I believed it when I was a kid because I didn't know any better, right? Now when I look at it, I'm like, Michael Keaton's like 5'5", and he's wearing a suit that has fake muscles on it. Like, dude, this is not believable.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So when Christian Bale is Batman, you believe it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
His voice changed. And that was another thing, Nick. How can you play Batman and you have the same voice? Because Bruce Wayne is world famous in the context of the thing.
No.
And
don't even worry about it.
Here he is with the same voice, right? So I liked that. Batman the Animated Series did that also, where Bruce Wayne's voice was Bruce Wayne, but once he put on the cowl, he became the Batman voice. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Like all the other ones, Nick, Batman has the same voice as Bruce Wayne. It's like people would know Bruce Wayne's voice. They'd be like, this is Bruce Wayne. Fuck out of here, man. That stuff is garbage. He's lame for that though. Yeah. Now you're gonna see a frail Batman. You're not gonna believe it. Or think about it. If you go to see the movie,
unless they do it creatively, like they give him some sort, like his
like an armored suit, like a
not just enhanced. He's got some enhanced technology that helps him. Like MD Geist, the gyros and stuff. Whatever. Something.
Well here's the thing.
Something to make you feel like a 140-pound woman named Robin Pattinson can beat up a big burly thug.
I just think they made a huge mistake with casting him, and now it's turning out to be true.
Well, we'll see. Nick, what do you think about Pokimane and her simps going homeless? Look, I mean, I don't know what to say. That was Pokimane's a Twitch streamer, mm-hmm. and one of her simps like gave her a bunch of money, but talked about how he couldn't afford the rent or whatever. He gave her like $3,000, just a massive amount.
You know what? Let me just do a quick address on that. So people get mad at dudes who smash chicks, right? And they go, "Oh, you guys are bad, Chad and Tyrone's and blah blah blah." But Nick, you can't be mad at guys for how they treat women, because women allow men to do things to them. You see what I'm saying? Because they're the gatekeepers of sex. I will never shame a dude for how he engages with women. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when it comes to simps, the simp is opening his wallet. The woman opens her legs for a man. The simp opens his wallet for a woman. So I will never shame women. I won't shame Invader V. I won't shame, what did you say this chick's name was? Something Maine? Pokimane. You can't blame Pokimane, right? Simps are giving her money. Why is that her fault? You see what I'm saying? Who's making that choice though? Who's clicking that button on their phone to say send $3,000?
I don't have a problem with them taking the money.
Yep.
I have a problem with them shaming guys that's the Invader V problem.
Yep.
She was shaming guys who weren't
they weren't giving her enough or whatever. Weren't giving her
anything.
Yeah.
You have to give me $10.
No, but here's the thing though. Even then, remember the problems in society. Like, there's people out there who call me a misogynist. I've said for years now, Nick, the problem is not women. Women were never the problem, ever.
Yeah.
It's the simps, right? These trad cucks. It doesn't matter if you're left leaning or right leaning. The same type of dude. The simp is the problem. The white knight is the core of the problem. If you look at the problems, they're the reason why we have all the problems we have right now. It's the white knights
attempting to not only aggregate simps but create them.
Correct.
That I would say is a problem.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then you do have a problem with it.
With Invader V?
Yeah, with their, not with her generally, just with their attempt to create and aggregate simps.
No. So I will never shame her for that or say anything negative, because I go like this. Belle Delphine was selling Simp's bathwater, right?
Yeah, I think that's hilarious.
I think it's hilarious because it's like this. If you're stupid enough to buy it, if you're stupid enough to buy a fucking Pet Rock, you can't be mad at the owner of, whoever the founder of Pet Rock is. You see what I'm saying?
She didn't shame dudes into it.
Shame dudes into
buying her bathwater.
No. But here's the thing: it doesn't matter if she shames them or not. At the end of the day, the simp has to open his wallet, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So that's why when guys come at me, these cucks in the comments section, there's dudes who have said comments about me. Drex is blah, blah. Women open their legs. Don't blame anything I do. She's the gatekeeper, right?
Right.
The simp is the gatekeeper of his wallet.
But
so once he opens up that wallet,
you should go and shame women into opening their legs.
Nope, never have, never will.
Then no, and other dudes do that.
There are guys who do mind games.
Support that? Do you support guys shaming women into opening?
I would say don't, because the legal system is so heavily favored on her side. I would say just be honest.
Legality.
However, at the end of the day, she's the gatekeeper.
Sure.
So at the end of the day, if a woman winds up suffering the consequences of her poor choices and who she opened her legs for, that's 100% on her. 100%. Because you see what I'm saying? Like, you can't blame, like I said, unless it's rape. Unless it's legitimately rape. You can't. Why are you blaming the dude? If a woman says, you remember that girl in college that said, "I'm just so tired of having sex," or she got ran through, right?
Yeah.
So she can't pair bond anymore. She's a thought.
Right.
So who do we blame for thoughts? Because there's people out there who try to put the blame on the man. Like, well, if you guys weren't out here turning girls into thoughts, it's like, wait a minute. You remember what I said, Nick?
Sure.
If the woman is the gatekeeper of sex, you can't go after the dudes. Likewise, when it comes to simps can't sit around going, "Well, these girls on Instagram and all this and OnlyFans." Yeah, dude. Well, you're stupid enough to give them money. Then don't give them money. If there wasn't $1 on OnlyFans, right, Nick? Mm-hmm. Okay, watch this. Ask me how much money I've given to OnlyFans. Fucking zero.
Yeah, we don't have time for you to talk. The number's too big.
$0, right? So every dude gave zero. Look, same with porn. If every guy just went to a porn, these little sites and watched free porn, the industry would collapse, right? Because if there's no revenue coming in,
I thought it would collapse by now.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah,
I did too. But therein lies the point, Nick. The more these people keep investing in it, the more it perpetuates itself. It just keeps staying afloat. So don't blame women for simps. So if you're a guy who got pimped for dinner dates, blame yourself. Why did you do it then? You see what I'm saying? So I will never blame women for using men for whatever, right? Because ultimately that guy chose to open his wallet. Yeah, I thought I heard something for a second too.
Yeah.
But you see what I'm saying? Right. But they always try to put blame on men for things they do. It's like, why did you do this? It's like, wait a minute. So let me get this straight. Men are hardwired to crave sex with women, right? That we're designed that way. And yet they blame men for being with women because of the sexual revolution. Like,
but it's not blaming men. It's blaming a man for specific actions that you might find distasteful, right? Like, I don't think any guy should shame a woman into having sex with them.
Correct.
And so I similar don't think any woman should shame a man into giving her money.
Absolutely. This thing. Just because I say like what I believe that she shouldn't do, like that, you know, in terms of like an ethical level or moral level,
sure,
all of that is irrelevant because ultimately, who has the power? Whoever's in the driver's seat has that power, right?
Right.
So the simp has the power of the wallet. The woman has the power of the V, right?
Yeah.
So if a woman is out there, you know the kind of girls that we saw in college, Nick. No woman on this earth should ever talk about how their life is messed up because of a man. You go, so what happened? Tell me what happened from the moment you became sexually active. And they start talking about, well, I was with this guy, I was with that guy, then I had a train ran on me, then I got into stripping. It's like, that's all on you. You can't blame the dude. So if a simp comes up to you going, women have used me all my life, and then you go like this. So when did you start opening up your wallet for women? Well, I started buying girls drinks, then taking girls out. Dude, that's on you. Yeah. Don't blame them. If a woman sees free drinks, she's going to say, yes, please. If a woman sees, oh, he'll buy me a car, he'll donate to my OnlyFans. Simps are the reason that things are so fucked up, Nick. That's who it is. It's the simp. It's the white knights and the simps. If they didn't exist, there could be no Lizzo, right? There could be no OnlyFans. If the simps disappeared overnight, everything would change. It would get leveled.
Did you just suggest that Lizzo has simps?
Yep. There's dudes simping for Lizzo. Yeah, facts. All fat ugly chicks. Like, listen, terrible. There are people out there who made comments about me.
That's a damn shame.
That's a damn shame, man. No, there's dudes simping for Lizzo. Absolutely.
So I think that you don't approve of it, but there's nothing you can do about it. It's basically
I just say ultimately it's their decision, right?
Yeah, and of course it is their decision.
It's their decision. Like, okay, the simp's decision to give a woman his hard-earned money, is 100% his fault. A woman who lets random men run through her, that's her fault. Don't ever blame a man for, well, you're a whoremonger. I've heard that term, right? Whoremonger. I go, wait a minute.
That's a weird term.
There can't be a such thing as a whoremonger if there's no hoes, right? Women are the ones opening their legs, so you can't blame the dude. And just like the simp, you can't blame the women for the simp. Think about it, Nick. What if you reversed it? What if you went outside your house, right?
Right.
And I want you to imagine if genders were reversed. You went outside your house and women went up to you going, hey Nick, I saw your show. I want to just give you money. I want to buy you drinks. I want to buy you a Ferrari. If a woman offered to buy you a Ferrari, no strings attached, what would you say? What would you say in a hypothetical world?
See that
giving it to you. Like I just want to give you something.
If a woman wanted to give me a Ferrari, I would turn it down.
I know you have to reverse the genders though, right? Like, so reverse the role. So now, and do you know where you?
Because I'm married, and that's
I'm just saying. Okay, so provide you're a single man, right?
Yeah.
You're a single dude.
Oh, I'm single. Yeah, I'll take the Ferrari. Every time.
Every time. If a woman just walked up to you off the street and was like this, I'm Oprah Winfrey. I'm a billionaire, Nick. I just want to buy you a Ferrari. You'd be like, sure. No strings attached. Sure.
Right.
So that's no different than in the current climate when a man is just living his life and the chick's like, well, hey, I'll open up the legs. The dude's gonna be like, well, sure. There's no difference.
Have you secured your PS5 yet?
You better stop. Did you share the meme on the stream?
I didn't show it on the stream. I showed it in my Discord.
For anybody who saw that, man, that was foul, man. I know there are some people out there, man. Those are facts, Nick.
Yeah.
We call that the game plan. That's the GP. Like when you see especially a black dude, when you see a black dude with some old hag white chick or some fat ugly white chick,
they're beautiful creatures.
That brother needs a place to stay, man. He needs a cell phone bill paid,
a PS5, and some Chick-fil-A.
You know what I'm saying? He's trying to get in before Sunday, man.
No, guys, if you're confused about the question, if you're married and another woman comes up to give you some exorbitant gift and you accept that, even if there's nothing between you and this person, there's an appearance of impropriety that is dishonoring to your spouse.
Yep.
And so if some woman came up today and asked me, here, I'm going to give you a Ferrari, $300,000 Ferrari, no strings attached, and that's ludicrous. If someone came up to give me something much smaller, but still a large amount of money, and it was a woman who was doing it,
yep,
I would say no. If it was a guy, I'd have to ask some questions about what was going on because, there's less of an appearance of impropriety. But no, I wouldn't do anything to dishonor my spouse or to give anyone else a reason to put dishonor upon her in that way. So no.
I agree with that. That's why that whole question of would you be okay with your wife or your girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, having an OnlyFans account? That's why that's such a big deal because it's kind of like, what are you really saying about your relationship?
Right.
Now it's different if she's sitting there like literally going to bed at night with you laughing like, look at these thirsty simps that I just got this money off of. I think that is a different dynamic.
If they want to give her a Ferrari,
then we'll talk. Like, you know what I'm saying? But
let's let me
go ahead with the super
chats. We're getting
chats.
wrapped up. We got to get to the Keemstar thing.
Of course.
Esme Illicit Anime says, you guys talking sci-fi movies made me happy. Love your xenomorphs and Yaojitas, Predator. Thoughts on Jurassic Park? I mean, Jurassic Park's classic, the original. JP.
You know what? I'm not a big Jurassic Park guy. I have nothing against it. It's just like when it came out, the original came out, I want to say it was like 92, 93, 94, somewhere in that like early 90s range.
Yeah.
It just, like the dinosaur thing just isn't really my thing. Like my
favorite part of the movie, though, doesn't have any dinosaurs in it at all.
It's Samuel Jackson, though.
No, it's Sam Neill.
Of course.
It's Sam Neill because Sam Neill at the time is doing all great horror movies.
Yep.
And the two kids are in the Jeep and the one guy runs out and he gets eaten.
Of course.
He gets eaten by the T-Rex. And the kids, like their Jeep falls and Sam Neill gets him out of the Jeep, right? And he's got him, and the girl says, he left us. You know, she's traumatized and she's scared. And Sam Neill turns, and the lighting is like horror movie lighting, and it's on him, and he says, but that's not what I'm gonna do. And you're like, damn, Sam, don't do this. No, kids run. It was my favorite scene in the entire movie because his horror movie Sam Neill came out. And it's on these poor kids, and it's not the intent of the line, but that's how it comes across to me every time. I love it. She says, take banana stand money, Nick. Drex, you're missed. Aw, that's nice.
Oh, thank you.
Nova Zero says, yo, tell me you've seen Dread. Yes.
Yeah. It felt like, remember I told you I said the Raid felt like the grittier, like hardcore foreign version of Dread.
Right, and Dread came out after. And so Dread is often pinned as the American Raid.
Yep.
And I think it's fair. I think
the Raid just does it better, man.
The action, the Raid.
It's so much more visceral.
Fun, though.
Like, I like Dread. Yep.
Yeah. What about The Man from Nowhere? I've seen part of it. What about Old Boy? Did you watch
I remember Old Boy.
The original, not the white guy one.
Yeah. I remember that. I never got a chance to see, but I am aware of it, right?
Yeah.
Just like the Raid. Like I'd heard of the Raid, and then I finally got to see it. Smash on Bryce Dallas Howard, by the way. Ever since The Village. Whoever said that in the chat.
Who's Bryce Dallas Howard?
The redhead chick. That's Ron Howard's daughter.
Oh, okay.
The redhead.
I have no idea.
The Village.
Yeah, I vaguely
Jurassic
remember.
World. I think she was in Jurassic World.
Okay.
The redhead.
I didn't really like Jurassic World.
I didn't even see it.
The Village was good until you realize what he was doing.
Yeah. The first half was good, and after that, it became trash.
Okay, so also Drex, do you know a guy named Preston? Just checking.
Oh, is that the dude from tomorrow? Yeah.
It's the joke.
I'll find out.
Frostbeard 2 says Alaska goes back to pre-commie cough stance tomorrow. A celebratory toast to our gracious leaders allowing us back our liberty and freedoms. Now to the recovery phase. Also, just watch the Trash Fire stream. Drex won. Yeah. We know. Kyle says Lethal Weapon or Die Hard. God, that's a tough choice.
Hold on. We're trying just single movie or series? Single movie. Die Hard.
I think I'm with you. Yeah. Lethal Weapon's good, but Die Hard's better.
Yeah, okay, Lethal Weapon kind of because you can't its own thing, right? Like
Loaded Weapon or Lethal Weapon.
Hey, look, man. Loaded Weapon 1 with Samuel L. Jackson. It hit the spot for me, man.
It's so
almost
funny.
like watching Hot Shots.
When they
with
go
Charlie
into
Sheen.
the trailer and it's like a Greek palace. And God, it's so perfect.
I haven't seen that movie in forever, though.
I forgot it existed.
Man,
it was on like we were at a hotel or something.
Oh, really? It was on?
This is even a couple years ago. But I had not seen this movie in at least a decade.
Yep.
And you just forget, and then suddenly it's on TV, and I'm like, Samuel L. Jackson doing the Selsun Blue or whatever.
Yep.
It's tingling. That's how you know it's working. I'm like,
yep.
Dying. Back to the Future or Ghostbusters?
Damn, that's tough, man. I like Back. If I remember, I like Back to the Future 2 better. If I recall, that was the best one in the trilogy. Man, damn, that's tough. If I recall, it's been so long since I've seen either one of those.
Ghostbusters for me. I love Back to the Future.
I can't quite remember part 1. Like as I said, I remember part 2 because with the whole, his dad. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember that one more.
I like Back to the Future 2 better than Back to the Future 1.
Yeah. So that was the one I remember the most, right?
Yeah.
So I guess I'd probably go with Ghostbusters.
Howling or American Werewolf in London? This is the longest super chat ever.
This guy's an ass.
American Werewolf in London for me. That beats The Howling every day.
It's a better movie, but here's the thing though. I think if for camp factor, right?
Yeah.
I think you'll enjoy. I think you would enjoy The Howling more, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Like if you watch The Howling right now, like if you sat down and watched it,
right?
Just like Rekieta is a top 5 movie of all time in terms of entertainment value. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is it a great movie? Hell no, but it's entertaining.
Fright Night or Lost Boys?
Ooh, that's a good one.
These are all good questions.
Yeah. Because same genre, there's same.
Like 4 more also.
Damn.
So we got to burn through them.
Okay. The first one I think of, I'll go with Lost Boys. More stars.
Me too. Yeah, it's good. Escape from New York or Running Man?
Escape from New York.
Running Man.
Because it's Arnold. But Nick,
Terminator or Predator?
Terminator.
Yeah, Terminator 1?
Absolutely.
I go with Predator over Terminator 1.
Really?
I'll take T2 over Predator, but I like Predator more than Terminator 1.
Really? Yeah, T1 is my movie, man.
Aliens or Raiders of the Lost Ark? Aliens.
Aliens, plural. Okay, the second one.
Lost Ark.
Aliens.
Yeah, I think so too. And I like Raiders.
Yeah, that's it. Like, they're all great. Yeah.
Okay, we got a couple more. Elliot Joubert says, Heat is the best action movie. Fight me.
Now I love Heat. I have a love affair with Heat.
Yeah, it's a little bit gay.
I wouldn't call it I wouldn't call Heat an action movie though. I would call it a crime drama. Right? It's a crime epic.
Well, now you have to fight him.
Yeah, love it though.
Cody Rush says, Nick, if I haven't been served papers in a suit against me, but some guy contacts me and says he's a court-appointed curator and that a judgment will be issued unless I work with him, is this possible, or can I just ignore it? I mean, if you haven't been served, you should really talk to a lawyer in your jurisdiction about the best possible move for you. The general answer is if you haven't been served according to the rule of service in your jurisdiction, and I don't know what those are, and I don't know what circumstances may be there for you, like if you could do service by mail because it's COVID time and the mail got lost, but they can provide proof that they mailed it. There's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into it. You can technically ignore it, but it's probably not a good idea to ignore it. It may be a good idea to send a letter to the court saying you haven't been served. But I don't know who the court-appointed curator is, and there's a lot going on in that question that I can't answer. You've got to contact a lawyer in your jurisdiction to give them a full factual breakdown. So, L Knight VA says, take my money, Nick. Hey, thanks. For Drex, I'm single, still a virgin, buys my own things, and wish to be a housewife. I believe men goes to work, and the woman does equal work at home. And I've been told I am weak. Am I a weak woman, Drexel?
No. So here's how that works. The projections coming from all the women is probably women who are shaming you. A woman will never be happier than when she is at home, has a loving husband, and has kids to take care of, and a home to look after. Yeah, it doesn't make you weak. No, don't listen to the. If they tell you to go out there and be promiscuous, don't do it. If they tell you to, basically, if they tell you to do anything that's non-traditional, because there's only two routes you can go as a woman, right, Nick? You either are a feminist, you go the feminist route, or the traditional route, and there are so few traditional women left. I would tell all women go the traditional route. Stay virgins till marriage. Do not go out there and be thotting.
Oh, come on. God, this thing is killing me.
Damn.
What?
Whatever's killing you.
Oh, so we're going to talk about Keemstar now.
Okay, good. Oh, okay, good. Here we go. So give me the background of this thing. You said something about a tattoo.
Okay, so the case is about this guy, Romeo Lacoste. And the background is, have you ever heard of Keemstar? YouTube channel called Drama Alert?
Nope.
Big channel, 5.5 million subscribers. Okay. Romeo Lacoste is a tattoo artist to the stars, so to speak. Like does tattoos for Ariana Grande, people like that. Mm-hmm. And maybe Bieber. So Bieber. I don't know who his kill list of tattoos is, but he's got an impressive one. Yep. So this guy's tattoo shops in Hollywood. About a year ago, some women come forward and say when they were under the age of 18, this guy has sexually charged conversations with them via social media. Right? Talks to Keemstar about it. Or they talk to Keemstar about it. So he does a report on it. Says this is what they're saying. This guy is using social media to come after these, or to basically like.
Hold on. Did he know they were underage? That's the big thing, right? Because that's huge.
I'll tell you a couple different answers to that. He says no in his court document. However, I'm getting to this part of the story. Mm-hmm. They indicated that he knew that they weren't 18. The next day, he goes on to Keemstar's show to do an interview, right? Mm-hmm. And in the interview, he says, well, look, I knew they weren't literally 18. Or they were almost 18. Stuff like that. So he says some stuff, and being as fair to him as possible, he doesn't indicate if he knew these specific women were 18, but he does seem to indicate that he knew that some of the girls he was talking to were not 18. Okay?
Mm-hmm. This is only online, right?
Only online.
Okay.
So he's having conversations about hooking up with them. Are you willing to go early, or do we have to wait till you're 18? May have been spoken. So anyway, Keemstar talks about it.
God.
That guy comes on, has his interview. It's like it's 35-minute interview or so, and so there's a bunch that goes on in there, but those are some of the salient points. Okay, a year goes by. You know, that story kind of fades into the background.
Okay.
February this year, another girl comes out, says, when I was 15, I was having conversations with him. They were sexual in nature, and he sent dick pics.
It's always dick pics.
And she said...
Can she confirm it, though?
She, not only did she confirm it by providing all of the messages to Keemstar, so she gives him all the DMs.
Mm-hmm.
She also provides the Snapchat video or whatever. She recorded the video of him sending the penis. So, like, it's there, right? And Keemstar has played this video with a censor block on it, but he's played the video. So that video does exist. It did happen. Keemstar reports on this, interviews the girl, has her on, she talks about it, whatever. This guy sues Keemstar. Sues him for...
I'm sorry, wait, what?
Yeah, he sues
him. On what grounds? What's the...
Well, you know, I think he sues him because his business was taking a shit.
Because he's an alleged pedo?
Kind of going beyond alleged.
Slander, libel.
So he doesn't sue him for defamation.
And I was going to say, that was the next one.
For tortious interference, which is... But the whole theory of the case is basically defamation.
Yep.
Just without saying defamation. I want to read from you this line, these couple lines from the lawsuit. So this is what his lawyer writes down. Okay?
All right.
Romeo Lacoste lawyer writes this. Defendant has accused plaintiff of pedophilia in several videos across the aforementioned social media outlets. Included in these videos are videos published to YouTube on March 16th, 2019, March 17th, 2019. That's the talk with the first girl, or the first revelation. Then the interview with him is the March 17th, right?
Okay.
And then February 10th, 2020, and that's the one with the new girl, the new accusation. On February 10th, 2020, defendant publicized a video recording of a conversation plaintiff was engaging in of a sexual nature and an interview with the recording's creator.
Yep.
Okay?
That's the 15-year-old girl, right?
Yes.
Yep. This
recording was made by the individual with which plaintiff was engaging in the sexually charged conversation. This individual was a minor, hereafter known as Person A.
Yep.
Person A falsely told plaintiff that she was of majority status. Now, interestingly, we've seen the conversation that doesn't appear to be in there. In fact, it's the opposite, right? But that's what he writes. So Keemstar basically says, this guy's having conversations with minors.
Yep.
He sues him for saying that this guy's having conversations with minors. And his defense is that he was having a sexual conversation with a minor. And he wrote that down in the lawsuit. All right, so the next thing that happens is Keemstar's lawyers file a motion to strike the pleading as not being a sufficient pleading. Like, there's no path to victory for him. So you should strike the pleading and dismiss the case. Right? Makes sense. And that's a very common thing to do in a federal lawsuit. You motion to dismiss, 12b6, and then so they make that motion. Keemstar's lawyer files his response to the motion. Or not Keemstar, Romeo's. Files a response. But he wasn't supposed to file a response. He was supposed to file an opposition to the motion. That's according to the rules. But he titled it a response. So the judge strikes it. Says, nope, you need to title this appropriately. It's an opposition, not a response. And so He says, you have, and also he used single spacing in an area where he was supposed to use double spacing. Okay? So the 2 rules are violated, so he strikes it. He says, you have until noon tomorrow to refile with the corrections. Noon comes and goes, no filing. The next day, he files the document. So 24 hours late, at least. Files the document. Judge strikes it. Says, told you by noon. Also, he didn't fix the double spacing. He did fix the opposition part, so he got that right. He didn't fix the double spacing, missed the window by 24 hours. So the judge strikes it. So then he files a letter. The guy's lawyer sends a letter and says, my email didn't work, so I didn't know. And he tries to file it again. Okay? He said that they were moving offices and AT&T didn't hook up their email or something. It kind of sounds like a lie. I'm just saying it kind of sounds like a lie.
Could be.
Let me show everybody what happened today because this is pretty important. Is this, I think, this one. Nope, not that one. This one? Here we go. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful. Here we go, guys. Here's what happened today. You can see it on the screen. Might be a little small, so I'm gonna I'll go through it real quick. This is minutes in chambers from the judge. There was no meeting of lawyers on this, but upon review of the declaration of Raul Severo, that's the attorney for Romeo Lacoste, the court does not find good cause to permit the late filing of plaintiff's opposition to special motion to strike the complaint. Accordingly, the court strikes the plaintiff's late filed opposition. So the judge said, nah, fam, I'm not taking it. I don't buy your excuse.
It is so ordered, yeah.
Yeah. So now, imagine this. Your lawyer effectively just didn't file your opposition.
Now, this guy still has the ability to go to a new lawyer, though, because he can say it was ineffective counsel.
Nuh-uh.
But this is a blatant,
ineffective assistance of counsel is really hard to prove. You have to prove not that your counsel was just bad. You have to prove that they were unfit to be counsel.
You wouldn't call this unfit?
I would call this malpractice.
Single space.
But
check.
Malpractice doesn't mean... Malpractice means you now have a potential remedy against your employer.
Yep.
But you don't get to carry on in your current lawsuit.
Yep.
That may be damages you and... Not employer, your lawyer. That may be damages between you and him for his mistakes. But this is a lawyer who's been a lawyer for 40 years.
Damn.
He's licensed to practice. There's no indication, and typically, when a judge, now I don't know if they did this in this case, but when I'm in court, right, and the judge is talking to my client, they always ask the question: did you have an opportunity to speak to your lawyer? Do you trust that your lawyer has done the best job possible for you? Are you satisfied with the work? And that's why, because they want to get rid of that ineffective assistance of counsel argument at any point that they can. Are you satisfied with the results that you're receiving? Yes, I am. Okay, good. Then you're good. So I don't know if they ever asked that of him or if they had the opportunity, but there's nothing to suggest that this guy did ineffective assistance. It looks like he just screwed up really bad, and that's not ineffective. So he doesn't get to just hire a new lawyer and fix this. He can appeal it.
I was about to say that. He can appeal because I was going to say, you said he had 24 hours to file that motion, right?
Yeah.
With the corrections?
No, he had about 14 hours to file it with the
Yeah, that's right. Because it was basically the next day at noon. So whatever time that was.
So probably 20 hours.
20 hours.
Something like that. He had 20 hours to do it.
That should have been the only thing that he should have been doing. Like, I've been in court.
Well, here's the crazy thing. He says he didn't have internet, right? Because he was moving offices. I didn't really get into this, but he said in his letter, we moved offices from May 8th to May 11th. But he filed his first wrong document on May 11th. So he had internet on May 11th, which means he had it on the 12th and the 13th when his document was struck and when they told him you have until the 13th at noon. He had internet somewhere.
So that's why you say you believe he's lying.
All he says is he didn't get an email. Now here's part of the mistakes he made. When he filed it on the 14th, he should have included the explanation as to why then, right? Ask forgiveness immediately, explaining why you're a day late. This is not 5 minutes late. This is a day.
Yeah. It's just thing. If I don't believe the judge would have struck it had it been filed like, let's say 12:07, because let's say there was something, and like he could say it, because it'd be like someone saying, I got a speeding ticket. Well, what happened? I was going 32 in a 30. Someone would be like, come on, really? Like, so yeah, I think if he did it within, I would say even within an hour, Nick.
Oh yeah, if he would have gotten it even by close of business that day, and he included with it an explanation as to why it's late. So he knows it's late.
Yep.
You know it's late the minute he's filing that, he knew it was late already.
Yep.
There's no excuse, because he had to have read the order, otherwise he would have known to refile anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows it's late. Include the explanation. I think even if he would have included the explanation a day late, he maybe could have gotten it through, because he says, look, Judge, here's the thing, but it looks really fishy when you file it late with no explanation.
Yeah.
Then he strikes it again. Then you come up with a story about, my emails, right?
Yep.
And of course, the judge's question is, I have a phone that buzzes constantly because I get email. Why don't you?
Correct.
Why didn't anybody at your law firm? If I'm to believe you, your firm went from May 8th to May 14th without email.
Yep.
A law firm.
Unheard of.
I was telling the story to my dad. He's like, when I don't get an email in 4 hours, I think that our email domain...
Well, how many times does your phone buzz for an email in a day?
Constantly,
right? Junk, spam. My Gmail is always I'm like, what is this? Nothing but cakes has a sale. Whatever it is, right? Like, someone's emailing you about something, and it's just like,
Yeah. Lane, I don't think he had internet in his old offices on the 11th. There's no indication of that. That's not what he said. He said he moved offices from the 8th to the 11th, implying that he had internet at his new office. And he didn't say that he didn't have internet. He said that AT&T's servers messed up with the new internet connection. Dude, he had nothing. He didn't have you're filing a late document.
Yep.
You better have a note from AT&T, an affidavit from your IT guy, an affidavit showing the tech support calls.
Yeah. Like,
you log everything. This guy logged nothing.
Yep.
And if you're logging nothing, providing nothing to the court but an excuse, and you're not just saying, I am so sorry, because I've had to say sorry to the court.
Yep.
Like miss something, and you're like, I am so sorry, and you always do it while you're filing with the thing.
Yep.
And the courts are lenient when you're reasonable. This guy screwed up real bad. But there is I want to get to one thing. Okay. I want to ask if this is a good line from the document. Remember, I told you I was going to ask you this line, but I wanted your live reaction to it. Right? So here we go. So part of this question is this a matter of public interest, right? Now, off the top of your head, famous tattoo artist, million Instagram followers, like 700,000 YouTube subscribers. Is it in the public interest if this guy is using social media to have sexual conversations with minor females?
Yep.
It is? You don't think that's private?
Nope.
Okay. Why wouldn't it be private? Why? Because
he's dealing with fucking minors.
Yeah.
It affects the community.
What if he had no social media presence? Other than just, like, literally he just has Messenger and somehow contacts minors. Is it in the public interest?
Yep.
What if it's just a garbage man? Not a famous tattoo artist, just a garbage man, and he's having social media conversations with minors of a sexual nature. Is that in the public interest?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see what his lawyer says about this. I'm glad we're on the same page on that. Let's see. Here's the line. Are you ready? Whether a tattoo artist has a sexual interest in underage persons is not a matter of public interest.
What?
Whether
Are you serious? I heard you, but
that's what he wrote. So not only is he saying that it's not public interest if a tattoo artist has sexual interest in minors, and of course he's ignoring the fact that he's also a social media personality. But he's also saying, my client is sexually attracted to minors. Like, he just wrote that in the document. Yeah. Where he's suing someone for saying that.
Yeah, I caught that. Don't worry. I saw the irony in that. So let me get this straight. So you have a lawyer who's saying, my client is a pedo, right?
He said it about 5 times now.
You can't publicly shame him for being a pedo. And I don't know what to say to that. Like, is this guy for real? Like, wow.
Let's see what the other thing. Plaintiff's sexual preferences and wait. In this case, the complaint of statements refer to alleged private statements and actions regarding plaintiff's sexual preferences and proclivities. Yep, they sure do.
Hold on, stop right there. Do you know what I'm getting tired of hearing?
Huh.
I'm getting tired of hearing crimes being relabeled as preferences, right? So watch this, Nick. So, replace pedo with murder, right?
Yeah.
Like, what if someone said, like, my client is a...
Look, slitting throats is just my preference.
Yeah, he's a flatline enthusiast. He just likes seeing people flatline.
Flatline enthusiast.
He's a flatline enthusiast, right? So, but he should be held. It's like, wait, but so you say he's not a dangerous community. It's not in the public interest that my client kills people. Someone would be like, are you serious? Like, because Nick, so what if you defended a serial killer? That was your basis, right?
Yeah.
People just look at you like, are you like they have that look? Are you serious? Come on, man.
Here we go. Assuming that plaintiff is a public figure because he has many social media followers, does not transmute his private sex life into an issue of public interest.
But it's a crime. That's like saying a rapist. No. That's like saying I'm a rapist.
What was the line from Blazing Saddles? I really like rape.
I mean, you can't say that. That kind of reminds me of, like, okay, so prime example, dudes in the drug trade, right?
Yeah.
When they get busted, they say, well, hey, I'm only in this just to make some money. I came from bad circumstances. It's like, yeah, dude, but you still committed a crime. Like, regardless of how you feel, it's a crime.
Right, yeah.
Slinging heroin is a crime. Slinging crack is a crime. So you can't get busted and be like, well, I mean, I'm just out here trying to feed my family.
So I was thinking about this, and I was like, oh, Drexel has a daughter.
Yep.
Are you, as a member of the public, interested to find out when a popular personality likes to have sexual conversations with minors as a dad?
Of course.
You want to know immediately.
Immediately. And we'll take it a step further. I mean, you're a father. You do the same thing. Like, if you just even overhear something that your kids listen to, like on YouTube or something, you kind of, your ear perks up, like, what did I just, and you walk over, right? To make sure that.
Yeah. What is this?
Yeah. Let me see what they're watching. Because kids are gullible in general, but like, now they try to slide things in on these kids, man. Like, Billy Porter, fruity ass Billy Porter is playing the genderless fairy godmother.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they try. So sometimes it's not always like the most obvious thing, and sometimes it's very in your face, right? Like, he's hosting Sesame Street. No, it's not okay for guys to wear dresses. Okay. No, it's not okay to be, for any adult to have sexual conversations with children. Like, now, I don't mean your parents telling you about sex and sexuality and all that kind of stuff. That's different because you have authority over your children. I mean, Nick, it's no different than going to sex ed, right? Remember, we were like 7th, 8th grade. We had sex ed. The context is different because it's educational.
We had 4th grade.
Did we?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Fifth grade.
I remember it in 7th. I guess I know I remember it in 7th.
I remember
don't
going
know
because I was in Gilmer's class and
Yeah.
walked across the hall because the guys had to go across the hall to the male.
You're right. You're right. I do
class,
remember.
and we had
Yeah.
to sit there and laugh at like pictures of balls and stuff.
Yeah, and they would actually say penis, and everyone's giggling. And Beavis and Butthead would come out.
And they'd be like, come on now, guys. It's like, look at this.
Come on, man. Yeah, you
here?
can't show pictures of penis and balls and stuff and expect.
Yeah. But, no, we and I'm pretty sure we had very limited sexual education about the females at that time. I believe it was male centric for the male, and I'm assuming
They split
it was more about you than your peers at that time, and then it did, of course, progress once you got into junior high. When everybody hated everything about life,
of course,
then
junior
they
high
really
sucked.
talk about it.
Well, you know what's crazy is that they never talked about. Like I said, they talk about like sex organs, and pregnancies and stuff, right?
Yeah,
and contraception. Do you know what they didn't talk about at all? Is
BDSM.
That.
Well, that's now kindergarten.
Of course.
Go ahead.
Well, they never discussed the effects of particularly female promiscuity, right?
Right.
I never heard them talk about pair bonding.
There's no way they could talk about the effects of promiscuity like today.
I mean, Nick,
they should.
Listen. Look, prime example.
The religious nutters or whatever, they for a long time promoted the idea of celibacy as the form of contraception. They're like, no, we don't want to tell these kids to go out and have a bunch of sex just because they're condoms. We actually want to tell them that celibacy is an appropriate means of doing this. And then everybody came out and said that they were crazy. And
well, let's face facts though. What the biggest thing that helped ruin society was birth control. Because you remove the consequences. We're talking about surface consequences.
Yeah.
You remove the surface level consequences from promiscuity, right? So if a woman says, okay, well, hold on, I can get an abortion for free. I can just pop this plan B and that's free. Like, so look at porn stars, right? A lot of female porn, go just Google like porn star suicides. Do you ever wonder, Nick, how all these pretty young girls wound up committing suicide or overdosing at like 23? You're like, damn. And you're like, well, why is that? Promiscuity truly destroys women and girls. It destroys them. It destroys their body, their mind, their soul. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen chicks, Nick, and they put on that strong front. A lot of corporate women are this way. A lot of corporate women put on a strong front, Nick. Have you ever opened up their medicine cabinet?
No.
Do it. Do it.
I don't find myself.
I know you're not gonna be in that position.
The medicine cabinet of a bunch of corporate women.
Man, they're fucking batshit crazy. No, there's the thing, because they'll always get dudes to come over for booty calls and stuff, right? And this, like I said, it doesn't matter the age of the girl. Girls who use they use their body to try to extract resources and attention from men. They think that shit is cute. And dudes like me, people go, "Oh, Drex is such a horrible guy." Nick, I've told you this on camera and off camera. I've told women not to be thoughts.
Yeah.
How do they usually respond to me? Telling them to go a godly route.
And they're like, no, I want this.
So you're like, well, okay. That's the equivalent of Invader V or Pokimane saying, "Don't give me 3,000, man. Don't you got to pay rent?" "No, queen, you need all of it." Well, yeah, I'm trying to convince you not to. Look, and he clicks send. It's like, well, if you're just going to give me the money, it's the same thing. I tell these girls out here, man, do not be promiscuous. Be a virgin. Like, Nick, these women out here are projecting their what they value in men. They're projecting that shit. So they try to flip it back by being like, what kind of guy would want a virgin? Huh? I go, you got to remember, the submissive, nice, fit virgin who submits to a man is the cream of the crop, right? You come up with all this corporate shit, my degree. We don't care about your degree. So the moment we hear that you went to college, Nick, the moment we hear, as men,
unless you need that PS5.
Unless you need that PS5.
Then it better be a doctorate.
We got head doctors out here, man. You know what I'm saying? These chicks' skull game got on point. These girls come out here talking about all their skill set, Nick. I go, that's attractive from the opposite perspective. If a woman sees a dude in pornos, Nick, it doesn't affect women. Inherently know this. Like, that's why, if you notice, Nick, women aren't intimidated by men who are very promiscuous, right? Sure. They feel no sense of it because they're like, oh my God, I know he can please women. Like, especially if he's a porn. Like, let's say he's a porn star, right?
Yeah.
And they see a porn, and let's say they watch porn, and let's say they're still virgins. Let's say this girl is 16. She sees a porn star. 2 years later, when she's 18, fresh on the market, she just for whatever reason, she bumps into him, this porn star. Oh my God. Ironically, if the porn star, we're talking male porn star, is talking to her, he'll be like, damn, like, a scumbag will be like, you need to get into the industry. But if a dude has any modicum of a soul left, he'll be like, hey man, like, you know, like, either he'll settle down, because dude, Nick, it doesn't affect dudes. A dude can have 1,000 women, find the right one. Like, do you know what was that way? It was Paris in the Iliad, right?
I mean, I guess.
Because Paris was promiscuous, right?
Yeah.
And then when he gets Helen of Troy, I mean, he became a super simp, but it is what it is. Starting a war over the vag, but you notice Paris was different when he met Helen, right? He was no longer talking about some, I just want to go out here and smash all the. He now wants to settle down. It was monogamy. It's easy. It's very easy for a man.
Yeah, but that was until she told him to do the dishes.
Well, of course. Or, look, grab the snacks. Grab the snack tray.
Hold on. Malik Foxon says, to be fair, I think I'd have an issue with some dude giving a wife, if I had one, some super large gift like a Ferrari, at least at first. Yeah, you should have an issue with that.
You should.
My first thought, I'd want to do some digging to make sure nothing is going on. I'd have to stop myself. Yeah, you wouldn't want that. That's not his job. And that's not the right place. That's the whole point of it. That's why it feels weird. Okay, so we should talk about Arbery a little bit. Ahmaud Arbery.
Wait, hold on. Before we move to Arbery,
Yeah.
what happened with this case then? Is that it? Just it is so is ordered, and that's
so okay. So what happened is Keemstar filed his motion. The other guy's opposition to the motion has been struck. It's gone, right? So now his motion to dismiss is unopposed.
Mm-hmm.
So now the court will consider the motion to dismiss without an opposition. So if the motion is sufficiently written to give grounds for the dismissal, and everything will be read in favor of that because there is no counter argument, then it gets dismissed. So I'm
sad he had to go through that. Like now you know I'm very critical of the legal system because I truly believe that if you pull some BS, you shouldn't just have to pay that person's lawyer fees. You should have to pay that and then some. And
they might, because this is California.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right.
California they have the anti-slap, and that's what they're doing.
Yep.
So that means if he wins, there's a chance his legal fees get paid by the guy who sued him.
Yep.
You never know, but it looks like Keemstar is going to get this case dismissed.
Mm-hmm.
And if the guy decides to appeal it, I think the appeals court's going to look at it and say, look, I mean, we can overturn this, but you're not likely to succeed on the merits anyway. Because he's not. He's not likely to win this lawsuit. The guy suing. Because he admits to everything that he's complaining about in his document.
Yeah, you can't. Here's the thing. Now, this is what's funny. This case, especially, I'm glad it's happening in California, Nick, because isn't this kind of similar to slut shaming? You see what I'm saying? You can't go around being a slut, and then someone calls you a slut because they saw you at the slut walk promoting being a thought, right? And then sue them for you called me a slut. It's like, well,
and interestingly, like, you can, part of defamation, in fact, per se defamation, is to insult the sexual chastity of a woman, like that, because defamation law is several hundred years old, and to call a woman a promiscuous woman 200 years ago, especially, that could be a death sentence for her.
Yeah,
if not a literal one, a figurative one where she is ostracized from the community.
Correct.
So you actually could sue someone for falsely categorizing you as overly promiscuous or a slut.
The problem is, okay, don't you have a problem with like the subjectivity of that? Because someone goes, "Well, what makes me a slut? I'm not," and then they can always point to someone and go, like, "That's a slut because she had 500 men. Now, I've only had 100 men." You see what I'm saying? You
couldn't sue someone for simply saying this is a slut.
Correct.
But what you could sue is like, I know for a fact, 50 dudes who this chick banged or whatever. Like, you say that and that's not true. Like, then you start to get into and she suffers damage and a whole bunch of other factors. But if all that comes into place, it's theoretically possible. Mm-hmm. And in the same way, like, Keemstar didn't just call this guy a pedo. Right?
They presented the actual evidence, and they never called him a pedo. They just said, "This is what he does."
Well, he did call him a pedo.
Oh, did he call him a pedo? Okay,
yeah.
well.
But see, if you just call someone a pedo, that's like an insult.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Keemstar went further. He said, not only is this guy a pedo, here's his pedo tendencies. He did this and this and this. He talked to this girl, this girl, this girl, this girl. They're all minors. Now, if those are lies, that puts Keemstar in a real bad spot.
It does.
And the guy should be able to sue him if he did do damage with those statements. The problem is, this guy admits.
And then the lawyer admits, in his motion, he admits to everything he's being accused of.
Yeah.
This guy's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, do you want to see a picture of him?
Oh, yeah. Let me see this guy.
Here you go. You can make up your own mind on whether or not he's an idiot.
He is.
No, you haven't even seen him yet. How do you even know?
I pray this guy looks the way I think he's going to look.
Here we go. Like that.
Do you remember what I've told you on the stream?
What? Do we need another picture?
Remember what I told you?
What about this one?
Remember what Scarface said to Manolo? It's the eyes, Chico. They never lie. Look at his eyes.
What about that?
The cuck eyes. Those soft, effeminate eyes. Now, here's the thing. Here's what's crazy. You and I have had these conversations, and I've actually had lots of conversations with women about this topic, Nick, which is, don't you find it funny that the guys who are always doing pedo shit,
the stream wants to see the cuck eyes?
Oh yeah, you show them the cuck eyes, man.
Okay, here we go.
Look at the eyes. It's the eyes, man.
No, hold on. No. I clicked on the wrong thing for a second. Just a moment. We gotta get this thing. Gotta get it right. Right.
Let's see this. This dude's, man.
Where is my? No. Oh, where is this? Just a second. I'll do it this way. I'm gonna take you off stream for just a moment, just because it's easier.
Cool.
If that makes sense.
Oh my God.
There we go. Look at that.
You see, that's the kind of guy who goes after your fucking underage daughters, not huge black men. I'm saying, Nick, I tell these people nothing but facts. Seriously, Nick, start naming all the like pedos. Let's say in the last decade, people have been convicted of pedophilia. Jared from Subway, right?
Yeah.
How does Jared look? Does he look like a fucking alpha male? No.
Jared's the chattest, blackest dude I've ever seen.
So, who's the other ones?
Jared's a walking Gold's Gym commercial.
Of course he is. Yeah. Dr. Larry Nassar, right? So all you guys in the chats, Google Dr. Larry Nassar, the Michigan State doctor who went that's all those gymnast girls. But that's who the pedos are. Nick, I get tired of when people are like, "Oh my God, Nick, do you know time even in high school I had people say they were like afraid to talk to me?" And I was like, "Well, why?" "Oh my God, you're so intimidating." I was like, "Listen, the person who's most likely to do harm to other people looks like Dr. Larry Nassar. Looks like what is this guy's name? What's this cuck's name?
Romeo Lacan.
Romeo Lacan. That's what your pedos look like. Go. Lacoste.
Yeah. Don't besmirch Romeo Lacan. That poor guy. What did he do to you?
What did he do? But look at him. Seriously. As you guys go and look at if you just take like a roll call of pedophiles in general, what profile do they fit, Nick? That's why Robert Englund, the guy who played Freddy Krueger, he talked about that. He goes, because he said when at the time the original Nightmare on Elm Street came out, they, the hulking brute was the standard for slasher, right? Yeah. Robert Englund said, because he was not originally going to be cast, he said, he goes, if Freddy Krueger does things to children, wouldn't he be a Weasley dude? He wouldn't be a huge Hulk.
Wouldn't he look like me?
Right? But he was right? Like, you wouldn't have believed Freddy Krueger. You wouldn't believe the illusion if Freddy Krueger was some big hulking dude. Really? Like, that's probably not who's going after little children. Yeah,
because Jason,
Michael Myers, they were all physically imposing.
And the way that their characters killed people, it was just brute.
Yeah. Just brutal, like Michael Myers just used like more cunning. Jason went brute force. Michael Myers was more cunning.
He's more cunning, but overt violence.
Direct violence. Direct.
Very, very resistant to damage, right? Like Correct. He shoots him, he gets stabbed, falls off a building, he's fine. Like he just doesn't show signs of pain.
Correct.
And but Freddy is creepy. Always was creepy, slinky, right?
Yeah, it's like a slither. That's what I'm saying.
Psychological, yeah. No,
it was always psychological. So
similar to a Pinhead.
Correct. Yeah, in Hellraiser. Yeah,
a little bit different. But,
different method. But like their basic nature was really similar. Like,
but he wasn't a big menacing brute. He was horrifying in his.
First of all, his appearance similar to Freddy. Freddy's appearance is horrifying, right? The whole burned up face, or with our man in Hellraiser, when you see Pinhead with all the pain, like that's a creepy look, right? He just had that white look with wearing the all black leather. You're like, oh damn, like shit.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of nails in his face, but he's calm as hell.
He's calm. So that is scary. No different than Michael Myers' mask was scary because he's just silent. Jason, on the other hand, was silent, but because of that physique, and he was always walking with a machete. Like Jason didn't kill you with kitchen knives ever. It was always something bad, right? It was
like a sleeping bag.
Yeah, hey man, the Jason 7 sleeping bag scene is in the top scenes in movie history, man.
Yeah.
To die in his neck, to get hit across a tree with a sleeping bag.
I still my
it doesn't match Jason X though. It's still the best death.
Favorite Jason death is still.
Don't say Hookie.
It's Hookie, but it's actually Hookie's girl or whatever.
She took it to the chops.
That jaw is
that jawline.
It's like
it got popped into.
And you're like, she's choking to death on her own jaw.
Man,
that's disgusting.
But seeing that face go into that deep fryer. Look, man, it's someone said, who's that angry Baneling? Jason X, Nick. Now that movie is god awful.
These are all bad.
God awful. But if you guys can just Google or go on YouTube and look up the Jason X liquid nitrogen scene. Nick, that is the most savage Jason death. No, it is savage.
When he boils him in like Halloween. No, that's Halloween. When he Halloween
part 2.
He boils him in the tub.
He boils him.
Come on.
I'm
man.
like, ooh. I'm telling you, man, horror movie deaths.
It's really hot in here.
Someone said, who's this? Someone said Pinhead was a woman in the book. I can kind of believe that. That kind of makes sense.
Man, Hellraiser 3.
Yeah, Hell on Earth.
Brutal. that bar scene.
Yeah, because there are 3 of them, right? There are 3 of the Hellraisers in that one, right? There are multiple Hellraisers in Hellraiser 3.
All of his old Cenobites from 1 and 2 get killed in 3. And so then he gets new Cenobites. Like the guy with the camera head, and then the guy who throws the CDs.
The CDs, I remember that,
the fat guy, the bartender who would like breathe fire on people.
God, man. We gotta go back and rewatch some of these.
The way he tears up, like, I still think of Hell on Earth and the aftermath scene of the bar, and I'm like, that just wasn't right.
It was real, man.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Do you know what I kind of miss? And, you guys in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Put a 1 if you agree, 2 if you disagree. I miss hard R movies.
Yeah.
Like,
have you noticed? Like, so this is the one thing I noticed about action movies and horror movies no longer have bare chests. Like, it's really rare in the in the late 80s and through the entirety of the 90s in horror movies or action movies, you were going to see a naked woman.
Always gratuitous
nudity.
nudity.
Now you just don't. Not that they need it, but it's a weird facet that's easy to notice. Like, it's just not there.
It's a trope. It's a horror movie trope. Like,
right.
you're going to do it. There's going to be a nude scene in a horror movie, right? Period.
Yeah.
So that became a trope. When you remove a trope, like, I don't know about you, Nick, but I think that there's kind of like it's almost like you're cheating the audience to a degree. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, like, and truth be told, if horror movies were reversed, in terms of if there was like a gender reversal, I think that I'm sure women would say the same thing. Like, well, we're so used to seeing our naked men. You see what I'm saying? Like if horror movies were made like geared more so toward women,
yeah,
I think they would have just as much of a problem, because like if they were used to seeing naked men and we're used to seeing naked women, we'd be like, wait, we've grown up with, there's always naked women in the movies.
It'd be like if the HBO and Showtime shows suddenly didn't have a penis in them, because they all do now.
Huh?
Like the HBO and Showtime shows, like Spartacus, Game of Thrones.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I've heard that. Yeah, I haven't seen any of those, but I'm aware of them.
Rome's great. Spartacus is okay. Game of Thrones is really good. Anyway, you watch these shows, and they have made an effort to insert male nudity as well.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Because for years, that was always the knock, right? That you'd always say, like, well, it's always, female nudity. So
yeah.
Here's the thing. I cringe when there's male nudity. Like, obviously nothing can ever help me recover from watching Wild Things in theaters. You remember Wild Things, don't you?
I
Denise
was working
Richards
at the theater when Wild Things was out.
Fuck that movie.
They wouldn't. That was,
Kevin Bacon man parts, dude.
Yeah.
You know what?
Kevin Bacon's bacon. That was the.
Who was the director?
Who cares?
Kill him.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't
Kill
good.
him.
The nudity in Wild Things is far overrated.
What nudity? It was all implied. Except for Kevin Bacon.
I worked at there was a little bit with Denise Richards.
No, she was never naked. Remember,
I'm pretty sure there's a chest shot of Denise Richards, and also
no, she wasn't. Neve Campbell was the other girl.
Well, Neve Campbell's definitely not. She never was.
Nope.
But then the older lady was also, she had a sex scene, and she was naked in it. I can't remember her name, but I'm pretty sure Denise Richards comes out of that bathing suit.
Oh yeah, kill that director in Minecraft.
Yeah. But the interesting thing about that was I worked at the Lakeville Theater.
Yep.
And they were checking IDs of everybody
for Wild Things?
Yes. And if they found people under 17,
yep,
in the theater, even accompanied by an adult, they would remove them.
That has only happened to me on one movie only, and that was Starship Troopers. I will never forget it.
They removed you from Starship Troopers?
No. So here's the deal. I was renting porn at that age, right? I was 15 when Starship Troopers came out.
Yeah.
And we went to go see it. We went to go see it across the mall. You remember that shit theater? Across the mall? You remember.
Wait, the outside
the
one?
Little one.
The
little four screens.
I saw Army of Darkness in the mall.
Oh,
on the 4 screens.
The chin.
The mall. Yeah,
my man Bruce. No, so we got there. We go to the theater, and my brother was of age. I think there's I want to say there's maybe 2 or 3 people that were of age, right?
Yeah,
because R just meant 17 and older. So here we are thinking like, oh yeah, we're gonna go see this movie, and they're like, RDs, and we're like, dude, what? And like, but we got people. They had their own rule. Everyone didn't need to be 17. There needed to be somebody who was an actual adult. I can't remember what that age. I don't remember if it was 30 or 40. We had to call who's dad, our little kid of death, and
he had to be livid.
However, here's what made it funny.
Okay,
he comes in. I can't believe you guys call me for this bullshit. So he's arguing, and we're like, so we're trying to come in. Like, yeah, no, we're sorry.
Yeah.
Got him drinks, popcorn. He loved the movie,
of course,
because he went in thinking like, he went in to hate it, pissed that he had to get it because he was driving from Apple Valley. That would have been, that would have been like
in Apple Valley.
No, he was driving. So his dad was driving from Fountain Valley to get to the Burnsville Center, right?
Yeah.
You know how the stoplights are. So that probably took him about 15 minutes.
At least.
So,
Yeah.
so if you were an older man getting up out of maybe you were watching TV or something, remember that was at night because the mall would have been closing. So it's probably like a 9:30 showing. Get up, put your clothes on, like, these fucking kids. You show up, you're already pissed. You get through, you're still just, I can't believe it. By the time I get to bed, it's going to be midnight. And all of a sudden you sit down and you just see some good bug killing action. And you're like, you know what? I'm all right.
You can't be mad.
You're like,
I went to that movie with my parents. We were dying.
Oh, I love that movie.
We were dying so
Break out. You know what to do.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
They don't make, but Nick, they don't make Starship Troopers, right? Denise Richards, no. Dina Meyer got the boob shot, right? That was Rico's girl.
Yeah. Denise Richards has I think
it's a back shot.
Side boob shot
yep.
in the deleted scenes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where he just like opens her shirt a little bit. But yeah, Dina Meyer. Well, and also the black chick in the shower scene.
You're right.
Listen, I've well categorized the nudity in Starship Troopers.
Well, do you remember when nudity tab, that was a thing, right? Do you remember when we were growing up? Like, we took that shit serious. Like, hold up, Nick.
And
who had better cans? Cindy Crawford in Fair Game, or this girl in this movie?
If you had a parent-approved movie where you can watch without asking, that has nudity in it, you definitely...
You watched it.
You knew.
And you knew exactly what movie.
You had to have it.
Nick, I don't think I missed a movie that had nudity from 19... Okay, I was born in...
Not one.
Not one. Not one.
You're going through the TV guide, you're like, AVLN. Okay, what's this? I'm watching.
Yep. When you saw... think about it. There was a time, Nick, every kid of the 80s, man.
Yeah.
Every kid of the 80s, Nick, you don't remember virtually all action movies had nudity, right?
Yeah, because
all horror had nudity.
They would hire, if it was a B-grade action movie.
Correct.
Here's how you elevate it. You put in the Playmate of the month you're filming. Absolutely. Miss December.
Yep.
And Under Siege.
Oh.
She pops out of the cake. Bulletproof with Gary Busey.
Yep.
Like, it's just...
McBain! Yeah! And so, but Under Siege, Nick, that put her on the map. Like you had opportunities.
Under Siege, and she squandered them.
They're gone. They're always
Under Siege is unquestionably great.
Yep. Love Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah.
God damn. And now all that's gone because...
Isn't Gary Busey in Under Siege also?
He was the second command, right?
It's not a cooking knife.
Yep. Damn. But Nick, these people, these libtards have basically tried to ruin, because remember, they ruined everything, right?
Yeah.
So what they end up saying now is they go...
Recall.
Got 3 boobs.
Well, and Sharon Stone.
Peak Sharon Stone. Just like Jamie Lee Curtis was naked in...
Basic Instinct was on the other day.
Was it?
Yeah, just randomly on Showtime or whatever. I didn't watch it. I didn't have time.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No, I have it somewhere.
Of course you do. Everyone has Basic Instinct.
Great movie, by the way.
It actually was a good movie, though.
Yeah.
But Nick, nothing like nudity never hurt. That was kind of like our own like little code, right? Amongst men in the 80s, boys and men. We were kind of like, it doesn't matter how good your movie is, nudity doesn't hurt. Like,
yeah.
So these libtards came in and ruined everything. They're like this. No, it's about representation. I'll tell you what, Nick. I was talking to some guys about this, and I said, I started thinking about all the people that, like the guys that grew up like us, right? Nick, guys didn't care, man. I knew lots of white guys who loved Wesley Snipes movies. They watched Passenger 57, loved it. Rising Sun.
My mom and I went to see Rising Sun in theaters.
No shit.
Great movie. By the way, lots of nudity in Rising Sun.
Lots. Eating food off of them.
Yep.
Listen, man.
That's when I learned about that, and then it was reinforced in Showdown in Little Tokyo.
Here you go with this.
The line from Brandon Lee, right?
Yeah. We're
going to go in there, we're going to kill those guys, and then we're going to go eat sushi off of naked chicks.
Yep.
Yeah. That is the most 80s.
Someone just said, yeah, True Lies dancing. Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis was looking right back then.
In True Lies?
True Lies. When Arnold had to pretend that he wasn't.
Hey,
I don't give a... Hey, man. I don't care what nobody say about Jamie Lee. Oh, you know what's crazy? The sub's mom.
Yeah.
Back when looked like Jamie Lee.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably why she's mad she didn't get the D, but it is what it is. but don't you miss that? Like you miss that era, right?
Yeah.
There was like a time when I didn't care if there was a white guy in the lead. I didn't care if there was a woman. Listen, Terminator, Sarah Connor. Okay, so in the original, when Reese is more like Reese was never the focus. He was just there to protect Sarah.
Yeah.
You get to part 2. Linda Hamilton, Nick, that was most boys' wet dream. No different than Sigourney Weaver with panties and a flamethrower.
And
was boys'
Linda
wet dream.
Hamilton is an unbridled ass kicker in Terminator 2.
Absolutely, and we loved it.
Yeah,
I loved Linda Hamilton in Terminator. Like, I look at T2, I look at all these movies. This narrative that men don't they don't like women, they don't like female leads, they don't like strong characters. I'm like, where did this come from? Because Metroid has Samus. We watch horror movies, Nick. Did you ever want to see a man as the final never.
Man,
you always want
is.
You never.
It's a literal rule of 80
it's a trope, right?
Yeah, you cannot have
it has to be we want final girl. When we watch Scream,
because the man's the dumbass who goes and gets himself killed.
Correct. And then now the girl has to now do what? Use her cunning, because she can't out brute the killer, right?
Right.
She has to use cunning to beat him.
Except for there's one man in all of horror who made it happen, and
Don't
you know
Busta
his
Rhymes.
name.
You better stop.
Trick or treat, motherfucker. Busta Rhymes with a hurricane kick, taking.
You guys in the chat, man, y'all don't know what we're talking about, man. Nick and I have seen. Nick, I want you to think about this for a second. If you were to put a guesstimate on how many movies you and I have actually seen together, it might be like way up.
It's a lot.
It's an absurd number.
It's a lot.
And the amount of movies that we've seen in theaters together is even crazier. Like, you guys gotta understand, man, Nick and I, when we say we go way back watching, we were watching some trash. We saw Halloween Resurrection in theaters.
Yep.
Oh, I think it might have been like it was at least opening week.
We both clapped when Kevin got stabbed in the head. Kevin being his American Pie name, I don't even remember his Halloween Resurrection name. Who cares?
Oh shit!
But
it was
Busta
awful.
Rhymes comes in. That is unapologetically terrible, and I love it. I love that.
Do you though?
Trick or treat, motherfucker.
It was one of the worst movies ever.
But of course, that doesn't win the movie. That buys her time in the movie.
Correct.
That's all it does.
Same with LL Cool J and H2O. Like, right. That's why that became a trope. Is that
LL Cool J?
He's around. He's got to be like 50 something by now.
Yeah.
But that was kind of like a trope, right? Like rappers didn't get killed in horror movies.
Yeah.
They would always be like,
the other black guy did.
Well, if you're a non-rapper in a horror movie, you're automatically dead if you're a black dude. Yeah. Automatic.
You're done.
You're done.
You're gonna die.
But if you're a rapper,
if not first, you're gonna die second. But it's gonna be worse than the first guy.
Always. And you never die in ways that a real black person would die, because in a real horror movie, black people would be the last victims. Like, look, man,
well, that's the entire point of the Scary Movie franchise.
Correct. Until
the white people took it over in 4.
Yep. Was it 3 or 4? They one of the 2.
I know it's 4.
Because I mean, seriously, anytime you hear about like mass, shootings or whatever, it's not black people. Black people are not going to be sitting there just getting, killed and getting slaughtered. We're like, oh shit, look, listen, I have never investigated. I'll tell you guys right now, I have never investigated shit. Hey Drex, what do you think it is? I don't fucking know. You leave that shit alone.
That was in Scary Movie, wasn't it? The black news reporter. White people are dying. We're getting the fuck out.
Like, I'm saying, seriously, they always they always had this bizarre thing where, like, black people die. I'm like, that doesn't make sense, because no one is quicker to bail out when they see when shit gets a little bit. We're like, I ain't risking my life over this bullshit. Like, for what?
Well, I learned this a long time ago, and it was simple. I watched black people watching David Blaine do magic.
Yep.
And that's when I knew that black people were immune to dying.
Yep.
Because anything is either funny or terrifying. It doesn't matter. They run and scatter.
Yep.
It's the greatest thing to watch.
If you do a magic trick around black people.
Oh
shit. They'll run. Like, dude, black people do not play that standing in. Like, black people don't even like congregating. Like, if you see a group of black people together, that's cool. It'll happen. You know, whether up to no good or some good or something in between. But the moment anything happens that's out of the ordinary, a gunshot, a firework, a magic trick,
or something generating a genuine comedic response because it's similar.
Yep.
The brain path on comedy and fear is very similar, and it's the same thing. It's a laugh or a scream and a full-on sprint away.
Always.
And then there's like a minute goes by,
and then they come back together. Yep.
It's the funniest thing.
Oh shit! Guess what somebody just said?
Leprechaun in the
Oh my! Look, man. How did we even get on horror movies, man?
I don't know.
We got down this anal beads. There's so like that genre. Do you know what I kind of hate though? I was talking to our man Phoenix said, "What's up?" I was talking about this with.
Hey, what's up, Phoenix?
We were talking about just movies in general and stuff and the things that we miss. Don't you kind of hate the whole, all the copyright X, Y, and Z? Look, car backfires. Yep. All the copyright stuff, right? Because I think a lot of people want to know what are people's opinion of movies while they're watching, because people like reaction shots. Nick, people have gotten so in their feelings about because you're making money off my movie. It's like, but dude, okay, I'll give you an example, Nick. Trolls 2, right? Terrible, right? But
wait, you mean like the horror movie Trolls?
Horrible,
okay,
right?
Yeah.
God awful one, right? But here's the thing though, Nick. How much more do you think people will go to seek to watch that if they just allow people to just like make reaction videos on it, right?
Yeah.
Because even though people have maybe seen something, they may only get like halfway through. I gotta rent this, man. I gotta rent it and bring it to my friend. Because do you know that's how The Room became the phenomenon?
Yeah.
When you guys researched the movie with Tommy Wiseau, The Room, the reaction videos are retards. When The Room first came out, Nick, no one cared, right?
Yeah.
Just another shit movie that no one has seen, no one cared about, right? But as Tommy Wiseau kept it in theaters longer and longer, what changed it? What made it become what it is? Do you know what the story is?
Well, I mean, how crazy the production of the movie was.
Well, because that became the story after the fact. It was because a few celebrities saw it.
Yeah.
And then it just spread like wildfire. Like people were like, dude, you got it. Because, it was like, the little cheap seat theaters during the day, right? Mm-hmm. Do you know, Nick, it doesn't take much for a whisper. You got to see it. Look, what is it about? You just got to see it.
Trust me.
And all it takes, trust me. Because, Nick, that's how Halloween became, up until I think Blair Witch and all that stuff. The original Halloween in 1978 was the most successful independent movie ever. Because it basically died in theaters, right? Mm-hmm. Until it was Roger Ebert made that review. And a couple other people. And they were like, and he gave it a 4-star review. And people were like, wait a minute, what? And then so all of a sudden, you start, the whispers started happening. And next thing you know, the audience came. And that used to be a thing. Like, do you remember we used to go to the rental stores? And I'm telling you, man, I don't care what nobody says. I don't care what nobody says, man. You guys can have. Look, I don't have Netflix. I'm not a social media guy. But I'll tell you what, I would give up a whole lot of luxuries that we have right now for rental stores again.
Not for Redbox.
Yeah, not Redbox.
Where I will
rental
walk
stores.
down an aisle.
Give me the rental store, man.
And look at a bunch of movies nobody's ever heard of.
Yep.
That's why I got American Shaolin 2. I still don't know if I've seen American Shaolin 1, but I've seen American Shaolin 2. Because they didn't have number 1 on the shelf.
Of course not. Someone sold it and never returned it, man. They didn't rewind.
It's Nail Gun Massacre, of course. Of course. God, that was...
Well, Nail Gun Massacre, okay, do you remember we went on a streak of watching bad movies? And they were bad.
Yeah.
But the entertainment value, Nick. So here's the thing. Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 5, what is the entertainment value of Nail Gun Massacre?
5.
It's great. But when you watch Rise of Skywalker, this is just fucking bad.
Yeah.
And that's the thing.
1.
Nick, the irony then is that bad movies, and that's why The Room is considered the Holy Grail. It's literally like the Citizen Kane. It usurped Plan 9 from Outer Space.
Right.
Because Plan 9 from Outer Space is just bad because people just look at it and go, this is so bad. And then when The Room dropped, it was the things, man. Talking about cancer, and it's never brought up again. Oh, hi, Mark. Throwing the football. Why are you throwing a football? Why?
I still haven't seen it.
Oh, well, you saw The Disaster Artist, right?
No. I refuse.
I
don't actually refuse.
You have to. Your parents own it.
Yeah, I know.
You have to see it.
They love that movie.
You have to see it.
That's why I can't watch it. Because I'm a bad son. How many Michael Dudikoff movies have you two watched?
Oh, God.
American Ninja, all
Oh, God. Oh, do you know that? I was on Prime, and that shit popped up in my suggestions.
You know, okay. So genuinely, Amazon owns Twitch, right?
Do they?
Yeah, Amazon owns Twitch.
I did not know that.
Twitch partners, I happen to know one, that's me, have access to a Let's Watch feature where anybody else with Amazon Prime, we can do a watch party of Amazon Prime movies.
Oh.
We watch it and do commentary and stuff while everybody else watches with us. Like, so we could actually...
Well, hold on. Here's a question.
Yeah.
When you say... Because, look, I'm on Amazon Prime right now, right? On my phone.
Yeah.
Now, there's a difference. Okay, so the one... Do they mean only the ones that say they have, like, the little Prime tag?
Have to be available on Prime.
Yeah. But here's the thing, though. Like, okay, so do they mean, like, I have to, like... Because there's ones...
free on Prime.
That's what I was about to ask. Does it have to be free on Prime?
Yeah.
Because, you know, so Rambo Last Blood actually makes the cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rambo Last Blood is free on Prime. Oh, all the Friday the 13th are.
There's some...
The original Death Wish.
Quality.
Oh, Raw Deal with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
gives him a raw deal.
Yeah, the government gave him a raw deal. Nobody gives him a raw deal.
I mean, like Riff Tracks, someone's asking like Riff Tracks, kind of. I mean, you just watch it with the streamer. That's the whole thing. So whatever they do.
Oh, guess what movie's on here?
Huh.
Jean-Claude Van Damme, Lionheart.
The Lion!
Do you remember that?
Lionheart.
Oh, man.
He punches that dude in the testicles so hard.
Hard.
My own balls hurt.
Oh, man. I'll tell you, we missed... There's so many movies that...
Double Impact. That's my
Double Impact. Well, Van Damme, like I said, all the kids of the 80s, man. If you're a child of the 80s, you just... Action and horror were like your genres of choice. You know what I'm saying? Because you were a kid, you weren't watching like heavy dramas in 89. You watch action and horror. Like you wanted to see shit blow up and tits and people die.
And an occasional heavy roundhouse kick.
Of course.
Yeah.
Heavy. And if you were lucky, you got to see something quirky like Big Trouble in Little China, where you're like, this is just epic because it's epic.
Right.
It was like this bizarre mashup.
As a kid,
movie.
you don't even know why it's great. You know that it is.
Well, you know what's funny? I think that movies like Big Trouble in Little China, they fit the sensibilities of children, which is like that kids have like a natural ADHD kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? They just naturally they like stuff to be kind of like out there. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why if you tell a kid to sit down and he's 8 years old, you tell him, hey, watch Good Will Hunting. It's a great movie. He'll be like, the hell is this shit? Yeah. But you tell him watch. He likes shit, electricity coming from God. Things don't have to make sense. Yeah. Like, you think about the way a kid's mind works, Nick. Entertainment value, right? It just has to make enough sense to be entertaining. So what's funny is that even my daughter said that, she talked about the new Star Wars movies, right? So my daughter's 9 years old. She said everyone in her school thinks these new Star Wars movies are trash. And she's 9. Yeah. And it's like, wow, because
they're not good.
They're garbage, but like kids even can see through certain stuff, right? Like it's not entertaining for them. Someone put Cheech and Chong. Well, Nick, I'll tell you a movie that is a great movie to sit down and react to. From Dusk Till Dawn. You remember that shit drop?
Somewhere new. I was like, come on, no.
You know I'm gonna say it.
No, it's bad. No, my favorite vampire movie is.
Don't say it. You better not say Vampires with James.
No.
You better not.
It's way better than that. The Dennis Miller one. Bordello
Blood? Oh.
Jesus. How do you have a sarcastic, lethargic asshole be your protagonist in a vampire movie? Like, Dennis Miller isn't going to fight off any vampire, and he's not going to run away from anybody because that would take too much effort. And yet, he's somehow the one-liner delivering hero. I love that movie because it's so stupid.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do any of those.
And also
RoboCop.
John Carpenter's Vampires, You Heathen.
Yeah, my brother saw that with our man. Saw it, and he was not happy.
What movie? Vampires?
Yeah. Because they went in expecting some good, a bunch of vampire hunters, and they're gonna be fighting through the movie, and that's not what they got.
No.
And they're like, what the hell is this?
You get an ass-kicking angry James Woods. Spends most of his time beating up a priest.
Yep. That movie was Demon Knight. Yeah, Demon. I do remember Demon Knight. You know what? 40 Days a Night. Yeah, I liked that one though.
I didn't watch that one with Will Smith.
No, 40 Days a Night is with Josh Hartnett.
That was the other one. 40 Days of
Night. They're up in Barrow, Alaska.
No, I didn't watch that one either.
Yeah, man. Check it out. It might even be on like Prime or something. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
The Arbery case. Yeah, we got Superchats and Arbery case shit. I don't know how we got.
I know.
Man, what a tangent.
That's what we always end up doing. But that's the thing. Smoke some kind of gold says my cousin is getting a divorce and she has a 3-year-old. The father's a deadbeat and the rest of the family men are worried about how he'll grow up in a single mother household.
He's fucked.
How can we keep him from ending up a statistic? Well, be a man in his life. There's got to be one.
But it's never your father. You know who kids respond to, Nick?
Yeah, of course.
Their father.
But the best hope that they've got is that you can get some sort of substitute in there.
And that's all they can be is a fucking substitute.
Yeah.
Now, you have to do it because you don't have a... Now, I will say this, though. Time to put some blame on people. This goes back to what I said. Hey, ladies. This is for all ladies in the chat or guys who know ladies who might be, tempted to make the wrong decision, and men. Do not open your legs for a deadbeat. If he's a deadbeat, you knew he was a deadbeat before you ever laid down, right?
Yeah, Stephen Molyneux. Tell us about it, Molly meme.
It's true. Nick, dudes do not bait and switch.
No. Yeah.
When you hear a woman say, he's a deadbeat, what was he doing when you met him? What was he doing?
He was riding the bus.
I'm telling you, man, ladies do not.
On his luck. He used to be a CEO, and he was on his way. Like, look, he's working at.
Yep.
He's working at Walgreens right now. Not as the pharmacist either. He's a Walgreens janitor right now, but that's just because he's between executive positions. He's got an executive scouting agency he's working with right now. They put together a skill set. When I worked at Thrivent, we had a temp. This guy is a temp at a financial institution. Nice guy, liked him a lot, but he had a side job, his own business that he was starting. And I'm like, hey man, you're never working. You're always on the phone in a conference room with the lights off. Like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm working on my side business. I'm like, that's like completely against company policy.
Of course.
Yeah, okay. What's your side business, by the way? Executive talent scouting. I'm like, wait. You find people and then determine that they're executive material, and you then pitch them like an agent to companies to hire as executives. Yeah. What qualifications on earth do you have to determine who's executive material? You're a temp at a bank job.
Yeah.
Oh my God. But yeah, that's always the thing, right? I have some relatives like this. When you go, you see them once a year.
Yep.
And so you talk to them and you notice it's the same damn story every year.
That's right.
I got something coming.
Yep. I'm working on this.
What are you doing for work? Oh man, I'm working on this big thing. You were working on a big thing last year. How'd that turn out? No, I'm working on a different big thing. I'm gonna be owning an oil field. No, really? I'm investing in real estate. Where? Austin. You can't afford real estate in Amarillo. How are you going to afford real estate in Austin?
That's right.
No, I got this plan. I'm going to buy west of Austin, and the city will grow into it. How far west? Like 40 miles.
You in Abilene?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Corpus Christi?
It's always that's the deadbeat, right?
That's what I'm saying.
And that's what women don't fall for it. Like,
Nick, I tell women this. Listen, I always get some put cats and catch. I get a bad rap for so many things. I can't tell you, Nick, how many women in my life I have warned about the dudes there. I'm like, are you serious? And what do, Nick? They get mad at me.
Yeah.
Oh, F you, Drex. You don't know what real love is, blah, blah, blah. And they just go on. I'm like this. I'm like, I'm letting you know, Nick, I've seen women have babies, and you see this, especially in the black community. You will see women have babies by dudes who have 5, 6, 8, 9 other babies running around. And then all of a sudden, Nick, when you see them later on, they're a single mom, and they talk about how men ain't shit, especially black men. Black men ain't shit.
He said he was going to stick around.
Yeah, I'm sitting looking like...
He has a track record of not sticking around.
He has a track... Look at the results. And Nick, they will not listen. Like I said, that's why I stopped. Nick, I stopped caring. Like when I see women like get ready to make horrible decisions, I just go like this. Just let her make it. Someone's like, well, Drex, aren't you going to stop her? I go, she wants to do what she wants to do, right, Nick? Think about those girls we went to college with, right? If you told those girls to not jump from dick to dick, would they have listened to us no matter what we said? No. So what's the point of telling them that, right? Yeah. If she wants to be
at least if they ask, you have to say it once.
But here's the thing. Women have to always seek outside affirmation for their choices. That's why they always go on Reddits and stuff. And am I the asshole? They always have to consort with other people to make sure that they approve of their horrible decisions, right? So a woman will go out there and be like this. Hey, Nick, what do you think of this? And you said it best, right? Tell the chat that story. That little quote from that girl who said, he's a great guy when he's not. You guys need to hear this shit. This is women in a nutshell.
This is a buddy of mine, and he's consoling a hurt female, right? Because her boyfriend had just literally put hands on her. And he's like, why are you still with this guy? And she says, well, he's a great guy when he's not drinking, doing cocaine, or beating me.
Yeah, that's your modern women.
He's great when that's not happening.
Yep, that's your modern woman. Everyone in the chat, and they look, Nick, and they get mad at me. Drex, you're a whoremonger. You're degenerate. What are they then?
I don't know.
Come on, man. These chicks are unbelievable out here, man. She belongs to the streets.
S. Cybertaz says, gender reversal and nudity. Drex loves him some Sleepaway Camp. Have you watched Sleepaway Camp?
I've heard of that. Was PJ Souls in that? She's the girl. She's the blonde girl from Halloween. She hit the wall hard.
I've never watched it.
Damn, these women are hitting the wall. Man, damn. All them bunnies are just looking horrible now.
Alex Bridden says, Drexel, when feminists are preaching their double standards on social media, I get some satisfaction in calling their BS. Most guys don't do that. Do you think that it's worth going against the angry mob just to call them out?
No. Here's what I would say to you. If you deal with them in person, just let them know where they stand and put them in check. You just need to do it once. And as Nick has seen the result of that with my own success, because Nick sees how I talk to him, and it's not pretty. You just got to be savage with them. And what happens, Nick? The same result. Bend me over, daddy.
Yeah.
Stop being a simp. Stop listening to these feminists. It's all a shit test on your masculinity. That's all feminism is. Men have been failing, Nick, for the past 100 fucking years, man. Since the 19th Amendment, 1919.
Logically bring this around. Feminists believe that their persona is putting them up on par with men.
Correct.
So if you emulate a weak persona, the feminist is not looking for that. If she's truly trying to be equal and emulating masculine behavior, she's telling you the behavior she's expecting. Mm-hmm. And that is the crass, the strong, the assertive. It's not the beta.
Correct.
Now, so that's they may talk about wanting like a submissive. That's not actually what they're after.
Nope.
Because they're trying to be equal to what they're, and
that's why they make bad bosses, right? Because so here's the thing, Nick. Now you've seen this, right? And a lot of women have talked about this. You know, women don't like having female bosses, and there's a reason. Because female bosses, not all, but too many, believe that being a good boss means basically being a B word, right?
Oh my God, I've had so many.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Like rather because they think that that's what being tough is. Whereas like, you're just being a bitch.
Yeah,
that's all you mean. Like because they think that's what being a man, like a masculine man. No. When you are the man, you don't go around treating people. You're not a jerk.
Right.
You're stern And you still have understanding, right? Like
Blunt.
You're blunt. So Nick, if someone messes up, if you're the man, someone messes up, and they're coming, Nick, I'm so sorry, man. Look, I messed up. Here's why. My family, and I'm stressed out. The guy doesn't go, you suck, because he understands. Like, yeah, this guy is stressed out because of this. Like, look, man, hey, look, take some time off.
The guy had retail store managers that would beg to differ. Retail manager.
Well, Nick, you know this for a fact, though, right?
Yeah.
You always assess the quality of the employee, right? So if it's somebody that you know is solid, and you see them all of a sudden slipping up, usually that means something's happened in their personal life, right? So you're like, hey, man, you just pull you aside. You've been slipping up. You've been late a couple times, like, and they usually that's when they open up, like, nah, I'm okay. You're like, come on, you can talk to me. They start to open up, like, hey, man, I'm going to do some real shit. You're like, holy shit, and then you try to console them to help because you know that they are an asset. People in this life, and this is what this quarantine is proving, Nick. Either someone is an asset to you or they are a liability.
Yeah.
So they're a liability, you got to come up. But if they're an asset, you got to work with them. You got to help build. Like I said, even that PvP guy, you got to build these guys back up.
Yeah, I'm with you. Architect of Fate says, Drexel, how the hell do I find a tradcon if I just want a decent woman without all the thottery and degeneracy? 5'10", former Marine with PTSD. Please send help. Or please help. Where do you go? Where do you find...
I just don't think he's going to find it. And let me explain this to you.
Well, that's depressing.
Yeah, it's the truth. And I will say this to this guy. First of all, thanks for, serving the country. And I've had my words on this channel about, I've said that, rappers, athletes, and military are the biggest simps in the world, right?
Yeah.
And I don't say that to bash guys. I'm just telling you guys, like, hey, man, these women are predatory. Okay? Nick, now, I know lots of people in the service. Their commanders warn them about these women. And these guys go get married. They've known a girl, off base for 3 weeks, and they get engaged. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? She's the one, Drex. They won't listen to me, right? I'm the bad guy. These women, when they find out you were in the service, Nick, they know the benefits. These women know your benefits better than you. If you think I'm lying, I can assure you, I'm giving you guys nothing but straight facts. The women out here,
facts here.
the women know your military benefits better than you do. They know every tiny little detail. So Nick, they'll even add that. That's why, like, women will kind of, throw some little words out there to find out what branch are you in, what is your rank, right? They want to know these things. That they know what status that is in terms of the money, the pension, the benefits, the health. They know everything. Look, man, you're a good-looking guy. You're a Marine, 5'10". Hey, man, like I said, it's just not worth the risk. Can you find it, Nick? Yeah, it is possible, right? It's just not that plausible. That's all I'm saying. I would say don't risk it. I would say just work on yourself, build yourself up, make your money, and it's just not in this climate, man. Just not in this climate.
Well, to provide an alternative explanation, not saying that your advice isn't sound, but just to give an alternative thought, check out places where traditional women go. Like, and believe me, there's not 100% success rate. You
can't say church.
Oh, you can say church,
Nick.
But you gotta. It depends on what church.
Hold on. Let's be fair.
Yeah.
Let's just say he's in the cities or in the burbs, not in the rural areas. Like, rural areas are where you're going to find higher probability of finding a more quality woman. You see what I'm saying?
Go to the rural areas.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Because the community is smaller. It's harder for her to go out and doing thought shit. Going to a major city, you're done, man. For real.
So, okay, now that we're back through chats, let's do the Arbery case real quick. And then we'll probably wrap up after that.
Good deal.
So, you familiar with the Arbery case?
All I've heard is, like I said, I didn't pay too much attention. The initial case came out, right? Like, there's the initial headline, right? So the headline was a grabber, right? It was another unarmed black man killed. Right. By a white person. In this case, I think it was it three white men that were
white dudes, and then there's a new update that adds a third guy.
Mm-hmm. And they allege, the story went from he was just jogging, and he got, they drove up behind him, like tracked him down and shot him, and then it changed to he was going through a property, a construction zone, something, which isn't unheard of though. People go through, like, I've seen that.
It's
like,
not unheard of, but it is illegal.
Yeah,
You don't have permission. It is
correct.
So
but people do go through.
Yep.
You know that.
Oh yeah.
A home is
As
being
kids,
built.
we would do it. All the time.
If a home is being built, people walked in there all the time. Like, oh, let's look around and see. So yeah. I'm not saying that you should go out there and do it. Okay, it is what it is. At this point, like I said, I try to stay neutral till I know all facts, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't go either side. Like I said, when I first heard that, I'm like this. I said, I'll wait to hear more. You see what I'm saying? That's about the extent of what I know. Is just that it's something that he tried to grab their gun. They asked him, what did they say? They asked him about something. I guess there were some break-ins in the area. What is his background, right? Like, does he have a criminal record? Like, I don't know. Do the shooters have a criminal record? I don't know. I don't really know much about the case.
So the shooter is a former cop, no longer cop.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not in any privileged position. He's just a citizen of Georgia, right? The guy, Arbery, hard to say. I mean, he's got some arrests under his belt. I don't know if he has any major convictions, but they know now that he was in this house illegally.
Mm-hmm.
And they know that the question is what they knew at the time, sort of. But the long and short is the video we have is a guy in a truck following this guy running.
Mm-hmm.
And then two other guys are in a truck up in front of it. And the guy gets out of the truck. He's got a shotgun. The guy in the truck bed has a .357. It's not drawn. It's holstered, I believe. It's not a factor in the shooting. So he runs up to the truck. He goes around the right side because the driver's out on the left side, right? So he goes around the passenger side of the truck. When he gets to the front, for some reason that is unclear from the video, he cuts across and goes after the guy with the shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a struggle ensues. He's grabbing at the shotgun, and then he gets tagged by the shotgun, and then he dies in the street. Doesn't take long. I think he takes a gut shot or something. So that is what we can see from the video.
Yeah. So at this point we have content, not context, right?
Right.
So we don't know what was being said. We don't know the context. Like, why was he reaching for the gun? Why, because you don't know. Like, you don't know what someone's going to say. So,
and some of the interesting things about this case revolve around Georgia law. Mm-hmm. And the question that people get hung up with on is this right? So if you ask me flat out, okay, this guy goes into a construction site. His intent is to steal a bunch of stuff. These people catch him, chase him down. Does he deserve to die? My answer is no.
No.
I don't want a human life lost. Even if he's planning on looting that damn construction site, I don't want him to die. I want him arrested. I want him prosecuted. But I don't want him to die. I don't want anybody to die on the average day. Well, except for a few chosen people. No. So that's not the question, is should this have happened in this way? The question is always, it happened in this way. Is what they did unlawful? Is it murder? They're not charged with murder.
No, they're going to get a manslaughter charge.
No, not even.
Really?
They're charged with aggravated assault and then felony murder, which is a death resulting from during the commission of
during the assault. Yeah.
So they're not charged with intentionally shooting this guy. They're charged with aggravated assault, which would be assault while in the presence of a deadly weapon. So very interesting sort of attack. The big update today that came out is they have now arrested the guy who is following with the cell phone. Originally, they did not arrest and charge him. Now he is charged with attempted false imprisonment, attempted felony false imprisonment, and then similarly with felony murder. So what they're trying to say is that guy driving behind them was attempting to, I guess, impede or restrict the guy running.
What? It doesn't even make sense. The
only thing that I know that they're using to base this on is the statement from not the shooter, but the shooter's son, Travis or whatever, I think is his name. He gave a statement to the cops. Don't.
Yeah, right. Have a lawyer.
But he gave a statement to the cops, and he said Roddy, who is the guy driving behind them, tried to box him in, but he got around it or something. So as far as I can tell, they're basing the arrest of the guy with the cell phone camera on that one statement. Because, I mean, he's following a guy.
How far is he back, roughly?
He comes up on him. I mean, at first he's back probably at least 100, 200 yards.
Okay.
And he comes up on him, and he gets kind of close, but he's in a truck and the guy's running. So it's not like it's hard to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't come up on him fast in the video. We don't know what happened before the video, other than any statements that are made. And the only statement is he tried to box him in, but the guy got around it.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem with all of this is false imprisonment requires you to completely restrict someone's ability to leave.
Yep.
If I block 3 exits...
I've been falsely in prison before.
Yeah?
I have.
By who?
A chick.
Oh.
In Montana. She literally blocked the door, and so she knows I'm not going to forcefully remove her, right? And I was like,
so
I want to leave.
She prevented you from leaving a confined space.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people get false imprisonment wrong. If there is a hypothetical box, right? There's you, and then one person on 3 sides of you, blocking your movement in 3 directions, but you have a 4th direction to go and not a wall.
Mm-hmm.
You're not falsely imprisoned.
Yep.
And they can't do it. So I find this an interesting charge on the guy because
that charge won't stick.
He's driving a truck. It's really hard to box someone in as an individual in one vehicle.
Correct.
Now, if he got him in the vehicle and locked the doors and restrained him from leaving, different story.
Mm-hmm.
If he restrains him from leaving the truck bed or a van or something, obviously false imprisonment.
Yep.
But just trying to block someone on a roadway, you can impede someone's movement without falsely imprisoning them.
Correct.
So it's a really weird play here, and
that charge won't stick.
It's not gonna unless they have some information that's not public. But I think I don't
think that one's not going anywhere, man.
Yeah. Now the problem with the shooting is that those guys aren't charged with false imprisonment. Mm. They're charged with an assault. Well, they have a self-defense argument because he reached for the gun, and if you reach for someone's gun, they are automatically allowed to be in reasonable fear for their life.
Correct.
So they can shoot you. It doesn't mean it was good. Doesn't mean anything that this is right, of course, but this is a problem. And if you guys go check out the video I did with Andrew Branca on this, you can see a very long discussion thread that's in there with some very persistent individuals refusing to accept that this is the reality. But now that a guy is, I wanted to let people know that the guy with the cell phone camera is arrested and charged with this, or arrested for the charge. I think they have to grand jury all of these guys still. But though, if they want to get through grand jury, they're going to get through grand jury. And the charges will be as planned. But there's now this interesting possibility. I don't think it's going to happen. But where the guy who's recording with the cell phone gets charged with the false imprisonment attempt and therefore the felony murder. And the guy who actually shot him has a valid self-defense argument and gets out. Mm-hmm. Like, that's a real possibility in this case.
I just don't believe it'll happen. I do believe the false imprisonment that'll get tossed.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing. Like I said, I'll wait for all facts to be available, just like with any other case, right? Like whether it be Michael Brown, what was the white chick who got killed? The Australian chick,
Justine Demond.
Yep.
That was some bullshit.
It was some bullshit. I always say the Trayvon case is bullshit because here's the thing. Even Michael Brown, Nick, when he was out in the street, in the middle of the street and stuff, unlike most people, because there's some people who said some choice shit, right? Like the Trayvon thing, and they were. And do you remember what I said, Nick? I said the narrative always flips when the individual, like the parties who are the aggressor and the party who is the victim are flipped, right?
I think you should watch, I'm going to let you finish, but I think you should watch the stream I did with Andrew Branca, because there's a part, I'll find it and timestamp it. or it's already timestamped by Agrolith, where he talks about the Zimmerman case because he watched every minute of the trial.
Yep.
And he said that he was telling me stuff that I didn't even know. He's like, the stuff that was said about that case, when it came to court, none of it came up.
Yep.
So like, including like Zimmerman getting out of the vehicle after being told not to, like that never happened. That's not actually a real thing. And when he talks about it, it'd be something to kind of.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too. Like media, like I said, the flow of let's call it factual information, right?
Yeah.
Not your truth, my truth, someone else's truth. Like, no, the truth, right?
With media, it's impossible.
It's impossible because they always have an angle, and so this is what people need to start doing. Is it doesn't matter what color or what gender the perp or the victim or whatever is. We need to start being what I refer to, Nick, as the true pro-life. Like, we need to do everything we can, Nick, to avoid these situations.
I agree.
I look at the Michael Brown case, right? Okay. I was not okay with Michael Brown being in that store doing all that thuggish shit, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, what are you doing, man? Mm-hmm. Next time we see Michael Brown, allegedly, he's walking in the middle of the street, right?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? A cop tells you to get out of the street. Dude, just get out of the street, man. Like why does it have to be this extra?
It's not like he's arresting you.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he's not doing anything. He's just saying get out of the street, right? Which is fair because let's face it, cars are driving. Come on, why are you walking in the middle of the street, right? But Nick, there are too many people. And look now, and same with the white chick. You see what I'm saying? I'll get to her too. At the end of the day, Nick, people are losing their lives over nothing.
Yeah.
And so in this case, like I said, I don't know all the facts yet, but all I'm saying is this. If indeed he was stealing something, let him be prosecuted for that theft.
Yeah.
You don't want to see this dude dead because, like I said, you want to make sure you know everything that's happening. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But same with the Rodney. I remember when the Rodney King thing happened, right?
Yep.
Listen, prosecute Rodney King. Okay, fair enough. That's fair game, right? Getting him out, like beating him. You set a dangerous precedent because so let me give you guys like a flip side.
That beating ended up getting the fire truck driver beaten.
Correct. And that's why OJ was acquitted, right?
Oh yeah.
They talked to the jurors. They said there was no way we were convicting him, no matter what. LA riots, like look at what the consequences were. People do things, Nick, thinking like, and like I said, I've seen too many people, especially white people, who always talk about the badge. Cops are always right. And I always said, remember I talked about this with the Castile case. I said, wait until it flips and there's a white victim with a black cop. And I'll be damned, Nick, that's what happened. And there's an attractive white. And the same things that black people said about the Flynn Castile case, white people started saying, right? Mm-hmm. Why did you shoot someone who was unarmed? Why did you reach across? But I was like, wait a minute now. Now, when black people said that stuff, you didn't care, right? When I say you, I'm just talking about mainstream. Like there are too many people who didn't care. I always said I want people to go. I wanted the Somalian cop to go home that day. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I wanted the white chick to go home that day because she's the one who called the cops.
Yeah.
Why is it there's always this deadly force being used for everything? You see what I'm saying?
And I think
it's always death. You know what I'm saying?
You know our man H, right?
Yep.
And his dad was a cop. And then was a pastor for like a decade, and then went back to being a cop for a while, and then stopped. But he was telling me about situations that he would run into where he would come up on younger cops, and he'd come in to assist in situations, and these dudes were out of control, angry.
Yep.
Angry, escalating, and he'd come in, he'd just talk. And suddenly the situation starts to simmer down.
De-escalated. Well, Nick, that Colorado thing, was it Colorado or Texas? Or Arizona? Remember the guy in the hallway?
Oh, it was Arizona.
Arizona. Okay,
Daniel
you guys.
Shaver.
What was his name?
Daniel Shaver.
Daniel Shaver.
His name was Daniel. No.
Right? John Q.
It's like that's...
Dude, okay.
Yeah.
Now you guys, you're talking about a white guy gunned down by, I'm assuming, white cops.
Yeah, they were white cops.
See, I never cared about the color. I never cared about the gender. I was like, I didn't want that guy to do. Look how he did.
Frankly, the only people who care about the color in these shootings, it's the media. It's
absolutely.
They select because or also the DAs. Actually, that was an interesting thing Bronca brought up about the Zimmerman case and Trayvon Martin, was that the prosecutor who went after George Zimmerman was having significant political problems with the black community over some convictions that she had done, right up until suddenly she's going after Zimmerman over shooting a young black male, right? And flipped immediately.
Yep.
She became extremely popular with the black community over that case. And so,
because it's about virtue signaling, right? It's about emotion.
It's crazy,
especially in the black community. I see too many people in the black community living off emotion, and I see people in the white community do it too. From all communities, this is all Marxism, man. If people start going like this, hey man, we're going to start having. We're not going to care about the color. We're not going to care about the sex organs. We're just going to care about facts and making sure everyone gets home safely to their families. Because if a person did steal, let him be faced with the prospect of doing, suffering the consequences of theft.
Yeah.
You don't need to take the law into your own hands. Now, if you want to report on him, if you say, hey, I believe this guy stole and I can prove something, okay.
Report him. Follow him. Tell police where he's going.
You just give a description. Follow him. This is the general direction he was going in. The whole I'm following him with guns. It's like,
yeah, that and see that's what
I have a problem with that.
That's what Andrew was saying on the show. He's like, he's a firearms instructor.
Yep.
He's like, don't follow these people don't grab a gun and follow someone because one, you put your life on the line because you don't know if they have a gun.
You do not.
Two, you put your freedom on the line because if you end up shooting him, there's no guarantee that your self-defense works.
Correct.
I mean, if Georgia is ripe for a racially charged shooting, that jury could flip on you.
And I was going to say that too. I go, be careful what you wish for. Because, there's people out there like, well, you shouldn't grab the business end of a shotgun. But you shouldn't have a shotgun chasing down another citizen. You're not the police.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
And
like,
and that's he said it this way: if you're involved in a self-defense shooting with these facts, it gives you like a 90% chance to win. When you're involved in the same self-defense shooting, but a racially charged one, white guy shoots black guy, for example, especially if the black guy's unarmed, you suddenly go from a 10% chance of going to prison for life or the death penalty. It is Georgia.
It's Georgia.
To a 40%. And he says, are you gambling on 40%? Because the prosecutor will gamble on 40%.
Yep.
They will bring the charge.
Yep.
They won't gamble on 10%.
Nope.
And it's just, you get this in any concealed carry classes. Don't take your gun to a situation where you might have to use it. Like, it should always be a surprise that you're drawing your weapon. You should never anticipate it.
So I see someone in the chat, Prism, is saying, one, police ask them to help. Two, if you're going to chase someone, you better bring guns. Here's the thing. When police ask you to help, they usually don't mean they want someone dead. You see what I'm saying? So when someone says the police, because I heard that part of the story, right? Like the police knew one of those guys.
I haven't seen the transcript of the 911 call, so I can't say that definitively the police asked to help. But what you're saying, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but police say, "Yeah, man, help us out." They tend to not mean go grab the dude.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like this is where people start getting confused. Like, so let me explain what could happen. Right? And I don't mean like race riots or race wars. I said, here's what you could wind up happening, Nick. As you know, for every action, there's equal and opposing reaction, right? What happens if people start trying to overcorrect the problem? And someone goes, what does that mean? What if now, just like our man H's dad is talking about, escalation, right? So Nick, now what if everyone starts getting good, regardless of what color? They start getting guns, right? Finger on the trigger, right? They're ready. Right there, reaching for the hip. Everyone's on edge. That's a dangerous society that you're going to be living in, right?
It's a recipe for death.
It's a recipe because now you're putting biases in the mix, emotions in the mix. And Nick, you and I have talked about this. You never know what's going on in someone's head, right? Do you remember when Nick and I were in high school when Columbine happened? And Nick, do you remember when that shit happened? Not long after, when like all the the news of the like those guys' personal lives were coming out. You and I talked about the kind of guys that we could see going postal, right? We were like, hey man, Everyone has, I'm sure you guys in the chat have worked with somebody. You have been to school with somebody. You've been around someone.
I was on the list for a lot of people.
Were you?
I think people thought that if you went to random people at our high school and put together a list of people they thought might shoot up a school, I think legitimately I would be on some people's list.
Yep.
But that's because I kind of provoked that. Like that was
probably.
I was just a cynical asshole to people. Correct. That's just, but yeah.
I don't know if you were. We know someone who was on that list.
Who?
You know who?
Give me a first name.
M. You know who?
M.
My cousin.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, look, remember, Nick, not at the school.
Oh, yeah.
Personal life.
Oh, yeah. Okay. We knew. Yeah.
If things came to it.
Give me a ride home. You get in the car and fucking hate all these people.
I mean, we knew things could flip. But Nick.
When he's looking at a crosswalk saying, I should just keep driving.
To these people. I'm saying, man, people say things, like I said, you don't know what's going on. Like I said, it can start off as, okay, like I said, was this guy in the wrong? Okay, if indeed he was stealing and going through people's property stealing, yeah, that's wrong. Mm-hmm. He should only be prosecuted on that charge, right? The charges stemming from that incident. Now, when police say we want help, what they mean usually, Nick, ironically, they kind of meant the guy who was in the back, right? When police say we're looking for help, usually they're talking about surveillance, like just basic, stay a safe distance. But if you can give us some information about things you saw, you see what I'm saying? Can you get some kind of visual evidence? Yeah. That's usually what police mean when they say we want your help. Usually, like I said, I don't know much about this case. Beware of thinking that getting guns and trying to pretend that you're the law, you don't know where that's going to lead, because Nick, you know how people can be, right? They'll say, okay.
That's not about anything other than you and your safety.
You and your safety. Man, look, there are people out there like.
Take the worst case scenario.
Yep.
Arbery is a criminal.
Yep.
And he decides, I'm done dealing with this white trash with a shotgun. He gets a hold of that shotgun.
Correct.
McMichaels is dead.
Or the Arbery guy has a gun, right?
Yeah.
Because if he's a criminal, if he's a hard criminal, and he's like, oh yeah, and maybe the guy has his gun pointed down or something. Maybe his gun is already off safety, right? If he can get that gun and get fire quick, you guys have to understand, violence can escalate so fast. Like Nick, think about it. You've heard all these horror stories, right? Do you remember that? Was it that? Was it Mankato or Rochester? Remember that kid who
Dairy
got
Queen?
Huh?
The fight in the Dairy Queen parking lot where the
dude got paralyzed or something happened.
Dead.
Is he dead? Yeah.
He got hit. The cement parking thing.
Yep.
He got clocked and then falls and
crack. Yep. But Nick,
game over.
No one. I don't want to see that.
No.
You see what I'm saying? Like, this is what I keep telling you people. This shit has to stop. When I say this shit, I'm talking about this emotional or irrational thinking.
Yeah.
If someone is committing crimes, you prosecute them for their crimes. That's it. You don't grab. You don't think you're the law, okay? And for guys like the Arbery guy, if we're just saying in hypotheticals now, right?
Look,
don't be grabbing guns.
It doesn't matter. He's a retired cop. A retired cop is just you.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't matter.
You don't have authority.
Former law enforcement, fucking former.
And you're just a citizen.
Look at what good it's gotten him. Let me just tell the McMichaels, don't talk to cops. Don't talk to cops. Cops ask you to help? No.
Yep.
Do your own job.
Yep.
Like, that's the real answer. Because look at what good it has done when he said, yeah, I'll help. Now he's got a murder charge. And even if he wins and is acquitted of the murder charge on justified self-defense, a huge portion of this country, of normal people, I'm not talking about specifically insular black communities, I'm talking about normal people that will forever consider that guy to be a vicious murderer. Mm-hmm. Why? If the cops asked him to help and he said yes. No, that's not your job.
It's not.
Don't do that. Call, sure. You make a report,
Yeah,
Great.
I would. If I saw something that was really suspicious.
Yeah.
Especially if someone had asked, like I said, I know quite a few cops.
You hear someone piecing someone up or whatever. You see somebody beating someone in an alley. Of course, you call the cops.
Yep.
Sure. No,
but like, even like running through like a construction zone or a house that's being built, I would be like this, Nick. Hey man, I've been seeing some activities. Or Nick, do you know what the extent of my help would be? I would say, hey, where have you guys been hearing stuff, right? Nick, is it too hard to set up a camera? Or ask the police to set up the camera? Like you see what I'm saying? Like something that's a little more reasonable. Yeah, someone said who's Genghis Khan? Yeah, former cop. Listen, man, that word does matter.
It really
former.
does.
A former is different than someone saying it. See, you know what I think happens, Nick? I think words get misconstrued. I think a lot of people believe former is the equivalent of off duty. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
A lot of people think that when someone says a former cop, that means.
And by the way, an off-duty cop, outside of rare circumstances, is still just
a citizen. Correct.
Not a cop at the time.
Correct.
Because all of the protections for peace officers rely on two things. One, that they're acting within the scope of their job.
Yep.
And two, the assaults against a peace officers, those types of crimes, rely on reasonable knowledge that the person was a peace officer, which means they have to announce it, and the announcement has to be credible, reasonably believed. So you pull a bat. I'm in the sweatshirt, but yeah, I'm a cop. I'm off duty. Here's my badge or whatever. That's the thing. If an off-duty cop pulls a gun on you and you shoot them, that's going to be a hard case for a prosecutor to say, no, that was a cop.
Oh, do you know that actually happened?
To know.
No. So it wasn't a shooting. There's a running back in the NFL, LaShawn McCoy, if I recall, Shady McCoy, got into a brawl. It was like a fight or a brawl at a nightclub. It was like a nightclub or something. And Nick, guess what? It was a bar or nightclub, right? Yeah. And what happened? That exact thing. They got into it with he was an off-duty, if I recall, off-duty cop, right? And someone goes, why do they, of course, people were coming, me Shady McCoy went after a cop or something. It's like, the dude was off duty. Nick, when you're off duty, you're just another guy. So if you run your mouth to somebody, you're just another guy. Man, look.
I want to address someone. Zapero Knight, and this is not an aggressive addressing or anything, but he's making some interesting points. He's saying citizen's arrest is legal in Georgia. It is. Mm-hmm. It is. It probably shouldn't be, but it is legal to do it. And the circumstances in which they were making an arrest, or if they were, by the way, they're not charged with an unlawful arrest, and the citizen's arrest statute would be a defense to that. But if they were indeed attempting to make an arrest, which if they are smart, they will deny. And they have no evidence that they were attempting to make an arrest. All they said in their statement was, they said, hey, stop, we want to ask you some questions. That's not a citizen's arrest. It's nothing that would not qualify as an arrest. A cop can say to you, hey, stop, I'd like to ask you some questions. And you can say, nah, fam, I'm going to go on. And then the cop has to issue another command to you to make it an arrest. Okay, so I want to point this out. It is not in the McMichael's best interest at this juncture to say we were making a citizen's arrest. It is not in their best interest to do that. Now, if they're charged in the future with unlawful attempted false imprisonment, like Roddy is, then it becomes in their interest to start making that defense. Until then, it's not. So I want to point that out. But you brought up an interesting point. You said, I'm glad to know that following the law and not going to prison are two different things. It's bullshit. Yes, there are a lot of ways to follow the law where one bad accident transgresses you from following the law to committing a murder. And you can do everything right and still end up in a bad spot. And when we're talking about this, we're not talking about the legal aspects of this. We're talking about how do you go home at night? Yep. And that's
it. Nick, if he was trespassing and burglarizing, he should be charged. He should be investigated. And if the sufficient evidence is found, he should be then brought before a grand jury and charged with trespassing and larceny or grand larceny, depending on what he took, right?
Right.
The problem I have is when people start doing this whole, these guys start thinking that they're vigilantes, understand what the consequence is of thinking that you're a vigilante. Whoever is out there will react to you pretending to be. So then, you know what happens, Nick? If too many people think they're a vigilante, right? Or let me rephrase that. Too much media coverage is focused on vigilante stuff, right? Vigilantism. Mm-hmm. If you're in Georgia, Nick, like I said, we're just on hypotheticals, right?
Yeah.
If you're, let's say you're a black guy in Georgia, and you don't quite know who to believe, right? You don't know who to trust. You're like, hey, man, I don't feel one kind of way, one way or another. But you know what's going to end up happening, Nick? Guys go like this. Just to be safe, what are people going to start saying, Nick? What did they do when the pandemic first hit? What did they start doing? I'm buying guns. Be careful what you wish for. You start talking about, I'm going to citizen's arrest somebody. Because like I said, if Arbery we're just going to say, if Arbery was trespassing, if Arbery did take stuff, if Arbery had a history of doing this.
He definitely trespassed.
Yep.
He definitely did that. We can confirm that. We don't know if the McMichaels knew that at the time, but that's not really important unless they're doing a citizen's arrest.
Correct.
We know he trespassed, and he probably commit felony burglary. It's reasonable to assume that he entered that property with the intention of stealing something. Because otherwise, it's weird to just walk into a property, stay there for 5 minutes or so, and leave. So he's either potentially casing the joint, or he's taking something. And he may have taken something. We don't know. That's a little fuzzy.
You could be curious just because you are, like I said, because I mean, I was a kid. I remember being around construction. Like I didn't take anything, but it's not unheard of. Like should he have done it? I would say no.
If the narrative, we've got a narrative issue.
Correct.
The narrative is guys out for a jog. You typically don't take a break from a jog.
You do not.
By going into a construction site. So if we take the narrative of out for a jog,
I agree.
This detour doesn't make sense. But if we take it as he's just a guy out who's curious and he happens to walk into a construction site, that's a trespass. That's a misdemeanor.
Yep.
Doesn't mean burglary. But I want to point out the one thing is that in all this is something to consider. If someone else, a fourth party, witnessed the interaction between the McMichaels and Arbery, that person may be and probably is justified in using lethal force against McMichaels, against the shooter with the shotgun. Like this is, and this is an interesting thing. After we did the interview, a professor from the George Washington School of Law wrote an article about the shooting, coming to the similar conclusion to Andrew Branca. But he said Arbery is actually justified in this situation in going after McMichaels. If he feels reasonably threatened.
I was going to bring that up too.
He is justified.
I was about to say, because people were saying he reached for his gun. But similar to what happened with the Trayvon thing, we don't know the context, right? And was he threatened? Did he say something like, if you try to leave, I'll shoot you? Now, Nick, you believe, well, if I try, because this person's not a cop. So what, I should just stand here and listen. You see, like people are so quick to jump to all these conclusions. But I go, listen, I'm being fair to every side. I'm being fair to McMichaels. I'm saying, hey, I don't know what was going on. Yeah. I'm being fair to Arbery. I'm saying, hey, if X amount is true, right? We're saying if indeed he was, and there are people out here saying like that there was lots of thefts in that area or at that place, right? We don't know if that was the same person. Right. I mean, Nick, I could be walking outside tomorrow and someone can say, hey, there's do you know that happened to a tennis player? His name was, I think it was Jonathan Blake. Sure. He was like tackled hard in Manhattan, right? Right. Like, it looked like, what was that show, To Catch a Predator, right? Jonathan Blake gets slammed down, roughed up by a cop. I can't remember if the cop was in uniform or not, but he gets slammed down and they're like, you fit the description of this guy we're looking for, right? And Nick, I ain't gonna lie, he did look like him. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah. But the problem is, if you're Jonathan Blake and you didn't do anything wrong and someone tries to be aggressive towards you.
Yeah, why are you getting slammed?
You're getting slammed. Yeah, it was aggressive. And I'm like, dude, like, what do you, like, you can't, look. Now, had he come and like, hey, excuse me, sir, and showed his badge, hey, I'm the cop, can I see my ID? Now, if you see him about to do something, he runs or he reaches, that's different.
Yeah, of course.
But you just walk up to someone being like, that's him. And you just, That's excessive because you never know. Blame Blake. You truly don't know because, like I said, there's so many elements. Like I said, Nick and I are on the level of we're saying we want everyone to go home, right? So long as you aren't out here doing something crazy, like I said, murder, rape, pedophilia, stuff, then go home.
Yeah.
We want everyone to go home. I don't want the McMichaels to have this mess in their hands. I don't want the Arbery family having this mess in their hands because, Nick, all of this was easily avoidable, right? But this whole case, it was easily avoidable. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and I want to finish this thought on the McMichaels and Arbery thing, and then we probably should move on and wrap up the show.
Yep.
With the chats and all that. But the way Georgia's self-defense law works is both Arbery can be in reasonable fear for his life. He's got a man with a shotgun yelling something at him.
And another guy with a 357, right?
Yeah, but we don't know if he saw it.
We don't know if he saw it or not, yep.
He can be justified in going after the McMichaels, after Trent McMichaels or whatever. And that guy can similarly be based on their own, irrespective of their actual intents, right? McMichaels may not have intended to do anything to Arbery. That's an assault question, okay? So that's different. He doesn't have to point the gun at him. He doesn't have to do that for Arbery to feel justified reasonably in defending himself from that gun. And the only way he can think of is to go on the offense.
Yep.
Similarly, that doesn't nullify the McMichaels' right to defend himself from a guy who he's not threatening grabbing at his gun.
Yep.
He can reasonably have that belief. And the thing that didn't happen in this case, but could, and this is why it's another caution, is a third party could have reasonably felt necessary to use deadly force to protect Arbery from the guy with the gun, and could have pulled a gun and shot McMichaels.
Correct.
So this is the whole problem with the situation, and it's the stress is always on, don't enter this situation. It doesn't do you any good.
None. And this, I think this, like I said, I see a lot of people in the chat who are, leftist Nick, whatever. Like these guys,
that's okay.
I think it's kind of funny because like you said, there's a lot of internet tough guys out there, right? And there's a lot of dudes out there that there's some keyboard warriors, and they'll talk about all this vigilante justice shit all they want. Go, dude, you don't know what. You can wind up getting yourself in some situations where you wouldn't believe. And
Michaels almost got killed by Arbery.
Yeah.
Like he got beat real quick, and it didn't take long. One thing happens differently. That first punch from Arbery to McMichaels, he did hit him. Mm-hmm. That first punch lands on a chin instead of on the top of the head.
Yeah, he gets knocked out.
He hits
the soft tissue. He gets
that
now he has the shotgun in his hand.
And dude might not have time to draw the 357.
Correct.
That goes south faster than you can think. And
so look, someone says, don't try to grab someone's gun.
Yeah, don't try to grab someone's gun. Absolute great advice.
Look, here's the problem though. This is what I want these guys to understand. Everyone who says don't go for someone's gun, understand this. You don't know what he said. You gotta remember, be fair. So Nick, you and I were both going through each level, right? This is what this person could have been in situation, right? The people who keep saying don't go for someone's gun. So Nick, let's just say for the sake of argument, hypothetical, they were saying we know it's you. You've been stealing. We're gonna kill you. We're just saying pure hypothetical, right? If that's the case, Nick, it just goes back to what you said. Now Arbery's in fear for his life.
Yeah, and
you see what I'm saying? Like,
you don't even need to. The reality,
or you can just imply that it can just be implied.
Here's the thing: if Arbery had grabbed the gun and shot McMichaels, believe it or not, he has a very strong case of self-defense in Georgia under the same laws that McMichaels have. And again, I'm not talking about what actually happened or his intent. Just like we'll never know what the McMichaels set out to do that day. I don't think they set out to kill a guy.
I don't believe so.
I don't think that in any way. But had Arbery grabbed that gun, turned it on McMichaels, shot him dead in the street, he has a strong, not a weak, a strong case for self-defense in that situation. And that's what you have to understand about Georgia law and why it's such a weird risk to take, and why. And look at the McMichael situation right now. They're not protecting their home and their property.
Nope.
They're not protecting their own lives.
Let me ask you the quick question. What did they confirm that he actually stole anything? Because if he's running, did he actually have something on him that was stolen?
He didn't have to.
No. I'm just saying, like, is there any evidence that he did indeed steal something?
There's something on the ground in the video.
Okay.
But it's not clear because the video's unclear whether that came from him. And it's a hammer. It looks like a hammer. He could have taken it from the construction site.
Could have.
He could have had it on him. Or it could just be a hammer.
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
Don't know. I think it's a reasonable assumption to say he grabbed a hammer from the construction site. Although I don't know why I'm stealing a hammer.
Right.
But I don't know why I'm stealing anything.
Right.
So
I agree.
For burglary, all he has to do is enter the building with the intent to commit another crime. That's burglary. Doesn't matter if he actually does commit another crime. Doesn't matter if he steals anything. But if in his mind he says, I'm going to go into this building to steal something, that he has done, once he enters the building, he's commit burglary. That's the felony. And then they're technically justified in attempting to make an arrest. And we don't know if they were actually trying to do that or not. Like I said, their legal defense right now, irrespective of what they were trying to do, their legal defense right now is not that they were trying to make a citizen's arrest. No. That adds a whole new level of crime possibilities and a whole new level of defenses and questions. In defense cases, when you're defending these in court, you want as few questions as possible that your clients have to overcome. And right now, all the McMichaels have to do is prove that they were reasonably in fear of their lives and that they did not instigate violence for the purposes of injuring someone else. It's a weird quirk of the Georgia statute. Yep. So as long as they're not the aggressors for the purpose of committing violence, like provoking someone to do violence against them for the purpose of committing violence, as long as they're not that, as long as they were in reasonable fear of their lives, which you are the moment someone grabs your gun, you're justified in shooting someone. I think right now, even with the new development of Roddy being charged with the attempted false imprisonment, I don't think, like you said, I don't think that charge is going to stick. Nope. Absent some evidence we haven't seen. And I think the McMichaels have a very strong self-defense case. And they should, under Georgia law. The question is, what we're talking about is, how do you keep yourself, as McMichaels, going home at night without catching a murder charge? And everybody should be interested in how not to catch a murder charge.
Absolutely. Well, and this is where I think so many people, like I said, everyone lives, in a different reality, a different world. Because, like I said, it's basically the context within their own lives, right? So that's why when I say, hey, Nick, these are things that I have faced. They're not things that you have faced, and vice versa. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's why when people start saying stuff like, it's like I'm trying to be fair to all parties here. The driver, the Arbery guy. I'm trying to be fair to the McMichaels guy, like because we don't know. If we take bits and pieces, Nick, this is where you start seeing people's biases, right? There are black people, predominantly black people, who will take the bias of basically just saying like he's innocent no matter what because he's the one who's dead. But we don't know. There's so many elements we don't know, right? Anytime someone's dead, this is the problem, right? You never hear their side, right? Because in most cases, Nick, like, think about it, like in a Me Too case, right? Someone gets Me Too'd. You can hear both sides, right? Because no one's dead. So now you go like this. I'll give you an example. The Mike Tyson situation, right? When Mike Tyson went ahead and got accused by Desiree Washington, even though he got convicted, and he vehemently denies it, and I've always believed him because I'm like, if we look at all the facts, Nick, it didn't add up. It didn't add up to a rape. Right. Someone's like, wait, you went to the room at what time? 2 a.m. There were other Miss Black America pageant women who came to try to defend Mike Tyson, saying this was a lie, right? Because they were there. They were there with Desiree. She told them, if I recall, she was hooking up with Mike Tyson, right? And like I said, there was a white guy who had Desiree Washington did the same thing to him, right?
Yeah.
Because she was considered a good girl by her, her dad or whatever. And basically she found out she was a hoe. So what do? This happened in the Jim Crow South. When a white woman got caught with a black man rolling in the hay, it was, oh shit, rape.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And the guy's like, I wasn't raped. If you looked at the context, you'd immediately know, like, this is not rape. Because Nick, you can walk into a scene. If someone were being raped, it would be it wouldn't be a sound of pleasure when you hear that sound. You wouldn't hear someone going, it'd be, stop. You'd be hearing struggle, not pleasure. And this is where, like in this case, because Arbery is dead, Nick, you'll never find out, okay, what happened. This is the same thing happened in the Zimmerman case with Trayvon, where I remember feeling some kind of way because I remember thinking I was like this. In the Trayvon case, we don't know all the details and media's twists and stuff. But I was like, but at the end of the day, I'm like, this shouldn't happen. I think that's where people don't understand, because people start saying, I go like this, Nick. Here's what we do know: was Trayvon committing a crime at the time? Yes or no? In the Trayvon Martin case, from what we know,
no, I don't.
The answer was no.
Unless the crime is, as the story goes from Zimmerman, unless him attacking Zimmerman is a crime.
We're saying because at some point you guys have to engage, right?
Right.
So at some point he has to just be a guy walking, right? At some point in the story, Trayvon has to just be a guy walking.
Right.
At some point, Zimmerman has to be a guy walking or in a car, whatever. That part is relevant. But if Trayvon is just a guy walking, nothing happens. You see what I'm saying?
Zimmerman or Trayvon Martin didn't rob a store. That was
Michael Brown.
That was Michael Brown.
Yeah,
that's a different one.
Yeah. Trayvon was out in Florida, if I recall. And Nick, think about it. If at the time Trayvon at that point is just a guy walking, and if you say, "Hey, there's been burglaries, there's been this, that," okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
But the problem is if you go and seek out somebody who's not committing a crime, like I said, Nick.
Well, the unanswered question is did he actually seek out Trayvon, or was
correct?
Was he watching from a distance? And as Zimmerman said, he came up on me at my truck, and that's a question we'll never actually know the real answer to. Yeah,
and that is always the gray area, right? Like, and this is the reason why it's so horrible, is that when people die is because that gray area can never get answered, right?
Right.
So the Trayvon case, Nick, dead men tell no tales. I know right now, like I said, I try to be away from people as much as possible, because the last thing I need in my life is someone saying, I felt so threatened when I'm not doing anything. You see what I'm saying? And people will believe that shit. If I got gunned down by cops, a guy with a clean legal record, I'm sure there'd be people out there saying, yeah, he deserved it. He was a big black guy and blah, blah. Was there any evidence he was doing anything?
You did, to be fair, but only because you're mad at Busta Rhymes for Halloween Resurrection.
As I should be.
No, see, that
as I should be.
You deserve to be shot.
But it's hilarious. Like, it's hilarious how quick people flip their story when something doesn't go in their favor. Like I said, when that white chick got killed, I didn't hear one white person say the cop was justified. I didn't. Did you?
No,
I didn't,
and I didn't think the cop was justified.
But here's the thing, though. But if that were a black male getting gunned down yet again by a white cop yet again, do you believe that you could say the same thing? I would say no. I believe that you would hear people saying, "Well,
other people would say, yeah, I would."
You see what I'm saying? Like, once it became a white chick, I didn't hear one white person say the cop was justified in shooting that white chick. You see what I'm saying?
Except, I think he was acquitted, wasn't he?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, he got convicted. Remember?
No.
You were the person that was dumb enough to actually believe he wasn't? He said, I don't know, Drex. I said,
I don't know if he's going to get...
No. You're not allowed to kill white women. White women are the most protected people on this planet, on God's green earth, especially attractive white women.
Let's see. What the fuck is this? God damn it.
Yeah, what was his name? I forgot his name, but if you just look at her, he got convicted.
Was convicted of third-degree murder.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah, and they paid out they paid out a record amount of money for her family, right? Restitution. Yeah. So but therein lies my point, Nick. If that, like, for all you guys who don't know, that was right here in Minnesota. If that were a black male getting killed by a white cop, then people would have, like I said, predominantly white people would have been saying the cop was justified, even though he wasn't. Nick, you know that's the atmosphere here, right? But as soon as even the Flando Castile case,
strong cop bias.
There's a strong cop bias in general.
That's
in
why
general.
I thought that he wasn't going to get killed.
Oh yeah, I said there was no chance. No chance. You remember my reaction? I was like, I remember when you said that right on the stream. You said, I don't know, really? I'm like, if you think for a second that anyone can get away with killing a white woman, why do you think white women never get killed by cops ever, Nick? That's like the one. Where's the rest of the cases, right? Show me. Google like white women killed by cops. Even you said Daniel, whatever was his name?
Shaver.
Daniel Shaver. The girl was with him, right?
Yeah.
How come she's still alive? She
followed directions.
White women don't get killed, man. They do not get killed by cops. It's so rare that when it does happen, it's what? Something has to be done. Yeah. Why did she get a record payout? Was her death any more fraudulent than Flando Castile?
That guy did get acquitted.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But Nick, there was a child in the car. That's an automatic felony. Automatic.
I think I know people who know the cop that shot. I know people who know the cop that shot Philando. Mm-hmm. He said he's a nice guy, good guy or whatever. I don't care.
I don't care. You're not a good guy. If you killed somebody, you fired into a car with a child. When someone is not like reaching for a gun on you, they're not trying to kill you.
Yeah, that shooting was really, really bad.
No.
And that guy
and he's dead for no reason, right? Like so now this kid gonna grow up without a father.
What about the dude who got tased in the balls?
I remember that one. You showed me that. Dude, look, our man
a left turn.
A left turn. Look, but Nick, this kind of goes back to what we were saying, right? The punishment should fit the crime, right? If Arbery was indeed guilty of everything people say he was, he shouldn't be dead right now. He should be in custody facing whatever charges, he should be facing the punishment for those charges, right? Yeah. If everything is true, if indeed he had stolen something, if indeed he had trespassed, if all of that is true, he shouldn't be dead.
No,
you see what I'm saying? Like this is where I think people are getting
burglary
confused.
Doesn't carry a death sentence.
Absolutely not. Yeah, you follow
burglary
from a distance.
Unoccupied building.
You're right.
Now, if he's robbing a family that's in their homes, he should. I mean,
Now it's different.
Of course,
it escalates. But like, this is where I think people are kind of getting a little off base. Is like people are like well, if you're robbed, then this deserves to happen. Be careful what you say, because shit can flip real quick on you.
Yeah.
Look what happened to the Becky, right? So she was running at the cop, right? Aren't there some? Now, Nick, do you believe that?
Who?
The white chick, Justine.
She didn't run at him.
I thought that was the story, right? She was running toward the cop.
She walked up. The reason she was allegedly shot is because she walked up from the back of the car to the driver's side. I don't think there was.
He reached across the partner, right?
Yeah, the passenger drew and fired out the driver's side window.
Okay.
Across the partner. But I don't know that she was running up. I believe, and this is a problem with his with part of the reason he's convicted, is I believe he testified that he heard a loud noise that startled him. Something like maybe she tapped on the car as she was coming up.
Yep.
And he was like, "That's a gunshot."
Yep, there it is. Yeah.
Guns are down. But I don't think anybody believed him on that testimony, which is why.
Of course not.
Prison. Yeah.
But when it comes to Castile, what was his testimony?
Well, we unfortunately don't get it, of course.
No. I'm saying the cop who shot Castile.
Oh, he
feared for his life.
He testified, and if you watch the video, what that guy testified to, there's not enough time. Like, 'cause it's 4 seconds from when that cop's at the window to when he shoots Castile. It's so fast. But I believe he testified that Castile was reaching for the gun while saying he was reaching for something while he said he wasn't reaching for a gun or something. And
I find it hilarious because as a black man, I know that the N word is coming from a whole lot of white folks if I have any police encounter, because every black person is one police encounter away from being called the N-word by white America. It doesn't matter how much success you get, no matter what level you ever achieve. Status doesn't matter. Money doesn't matter. And the problem I have is this. For a person with a clean legal record, I can be anywhere, Nick. And like I said, remember I told you I got pulled over. It was after leaving here. Yeah. I got pulled over with my daughter in the car, leaving Nick's house. And the cop is in there. Now people are going to say, well, he's supposed to have his hand on his gun because of blood. He doesn't know. And I'm okay with that. But I find it funny that everything de-escalated the moment he sees my daughter in the car. It's, oh, he's a human.
Yeah.
Whereas in Castille's case, he still got shot. But what I never forget, when I was 12 years old across the street from Buck Hill, these fucking cops drew guns on us. Drew them, not hip. Drawn guns. Yeah. Nick, if they would have killed me and my brother and my foster brother and my best friend and my mom in that car, white America would have been like, yep, they were justified. Based on what? A bunch of minors in a car? So we were a threat because why? And you know where we're from. They are so cop biased, Nick. They will find a way to justify it. Like, oh well, because even though they were minors, they were big minors. They were black. They were big. So they could have easily been misconstrued for 18-year-olds. Fuck out my face.
Burnsville, Minnesota, yeah.
Oh, you guys see, there's people out there thinking like Drex is saying certain words, but listen, if you think you are not being targeted as much, Nick, they've done studies on this shit. Going through the exact same environments, being black or white, how many times you're pulled over, how you're treated. People are like, that's not true. Okay. Like we said, Nick, I go, the easiest way to make it palpable for white people is just like this, especially white males. The way blacks are treated compared to the way like white male is treated, I go, just look at the family court system. If you walk into family court, you want to be a female, right?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone knows that. Like, so if everyone knows that, someone goes, well, hold on. No, I thought justice is blind, Nick, and it's fair. Do the numbers say that? No. So what's that telling you?
And in Minnesota, just so you guys know, the analogy is getting at here. In Minnesota, it is a duty upon the court to treat men and women equally. They rewrote the law. The legislature rewrote the family court law to, in custody cases, ignore specifically the gender of the parent and only look at the facts and never look at it. Now, that in theory should turn out to be something close to 50-50. Mm-hmm. Women win 85% of custody disputes in Minnesota. Even though, and that's since the law was changed to demand equal treatment of men and women. So it's
but is ever true?
The law says one thing, and then the results say the other.
You know, I'm going to have time flies by with the 13/50, the reason for everything. I'm just going to have like a list of all the crimes white people have done. It'll be genocide of Native Americans.
Now, come on.
Slavery. Here's why I said that, Nick.
Native Americans participated in that.
Because here's why I said that, Nick. When people keep hitting you with that same 13/50, it's like, and you and I have talked about this off stream. You just go like this, like, really? Are you finished yet? Because you're buying into cultural Marxism. And
it's really, it's less than, it's more like 6/50.
Yeah,
because it's predominantly black
men. Correct.
But it's actually a small percentage of black men as well. So it's an interesting statistic.
I've always found that funny that someone will hit you with that same statistic. I'm like, first of all, there's not that many black men in America. And most of us have gotten aborted by black women anyway.
Yeah.
You know, who has the most abortions? Black women. Who do they usually abort, Nick? The males. There's not that many black men. So when you look at the amount of black men engaged in like criminal activity, people talk about Africans sold rival slaves. I know that. White people do the same thing. Everyone's done that. Every ethnicity has been a slave. You know, I want people to understand that. I'm not one of these people that doesn't know fucking history. It's just there gets this thing where people try to use the whole 13/50, like that's like their buzz. Well, guess what? When the Vegas shooting happened, Nick, it's all like anytime a white person does anything crazy, right? Yeah. Violent, crazy. It's just, hey, this person did it. As soon as black people are accused of anything, it doesn't matter what it is. That's what they do. And they hit through the 13/50. It's like, well, when it comes to these mass shootings, like we're talking about, you know, whether it be school shootings stuff. Where's all the black people doing school shootings? I don't see it. Have you?
Right.
I haven't heard it.
Not the school shootings. There are a couple of the mass shootings.
Yeah, a couple.
Right.
But even, like I said, even the DC sniper. What was the biggest shock about DC sniper? That he was black, right? Because everyone's like, well, what?
We're all just surprised that a black guy could afford a sniper rifle.
It was ridiculous. Like, you remember when that came? Like, everybody was shocked. Like, what? Because based on the crime, it didn't fit the normal profile. I'm the guy out here saying, look, man, people need to get, like someone said 13% of the population. We're not even 13%, actually. And of the American population.
Well, not when you figure in the illegals.
Yeah, the illegals. So I just find it funny that people always hit that so quick. They're like, there it is, 13 seconds. I'm like, but that's not even true. It never was true. Like that's why if you go into prisons, the overwhelming majority happen to be black males who come from single mother households. But Nick, guess what? When you account for just single mother households, the numbers are basically even to who's imprisoned.
Yeah.
It's just the lifestyle and the environment that they grow up in is how so many of them end up there. That's why, like, there's a reason I'm not in jail. There's a reason my brother's not in jail. There's a reason for that. You grow up in a certain environment in a two-parent household, your chances for going there are significantly lower. You grow up in a socioeconomically depressed environment, regardless of color, in a single mother household, Nick, your chances, lots of Latinos are in prison.
Exponentially higher.
Prisons is segregated. The moment everybody stops doing the bullshit and goes, we need to work together on a solution. This is cultural Marxism in overdrive, right, Nick? Like, 1350, like, here we go. See, because like I said, what if every time someone says that, a white person says that, black people just roll off things that white people have done? We're not getting anywhere. You see what I'm saying? Like, where does that get us? Because couldn't I do the same thing? Every time a white person says 13 or anything, chime in with the railroads, how do they get treated?
Dude, Asian Americans, please.
Asian Americans. Concentration camps right here in America, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So are we going to bring that up?
We put all the Chinamen in concentration.
We're going to bring that up? But all of a sudden white people get fucking quiet, quick. Because I've checked a lot of white people talking crazy. And when you bring up Native Americans, what happened?
You didn't check any white people. You don't play hockey.
But you got to.
That's our sport.
People will start. Look, someone said it's genetic, not economic. Sure. Because if that were true, then what would be true, Nick? All black people would be criminals. Not true.
Just 50%. No.
Yeah, 13. Yeah. But I just find it funny that, like, people get so caught up in this stuff. At the end of the day, that doesn't solve the problem. The problem that is affecting all of us is the breakdown of the family. The breakdown of the family is what's causing the breakdown of civilization. And
the black family was targeted from the onset.
First. Like, and these people, they will not accept it. They're just no. Because so what we're really facing right now, Nick, is that people are looking at the symptoms, right? The aftershock of what happened, right?
Yeah.
Not the actual cause. So I can't be mad at someone for saying 13/50. I'm like, yeah, look, okay, sure. Okay, I'll give you, sure. And what? And all they can say, 13/50. So? Are you solving any problems? Or are you just going to keep saying 13/50? Just like, I'm not going to say we need to take all guns out of the hands of white Americans because that's who's the deadliest mass shooters. No, that's not the solution. The solution is we need to start by, I never said take guns away because you need them, because you don't want to be Venezuela. Listen, this government takes people's power. They won't give a fuck about 13/50. You know that, and I know that, Nick. We read about this in books, right? When the government start taking people's shit.
You don't need to read about it. You can watch it happening.
Yeah, you can watch it happen right now.
Nicaragua.
You have to understand the way Marxism works. At the end of the day, what they fear the most is all of us uniting. That's their fear. Nick, it's the greatest fear of the deep state. Is that when people go like this, what if white guy, black guy, system goes 13/50 and we both laugh at it?
Yeah.
Whatever. We're doing our thing. We're building our family. We're building our communities. Wait, what? Don't you guys hate each other? And all of a sudden, Nick, you'll start to see it when women start going like this. No, we're not going to buy into the feminist narrative. We're going to support our men and uplift our men and our boys. We're not going to break up the fucking family.
Number one most terrifying thing to feminists. It's the biggest threat to their entire message.
Correct.
They hate like
They hate Lady Rackets.
Mennonite woman.
They hate Lady Rackets.
Oh yeah,
Hate. It's just, so I've tried to explain this to people. I said, listen, I have to deal with this in the black community all the time. I say, look, man, the white boogeyman is not your enemy. That's not who's the person keeping the black man down. That's not who that is. It's not the white boogeyman. And then likewise, when I hear,
No, I think you would say it's black women.
Yeah, well, black women in conjunction with the state.
Right.
So
black women plus welfare state
plus the welfare state
is devastated.
Equals everything else. So like I said, so when I go hard at so when I go, feminism equals women. No, correction. Feminism equals beta males enabling women. Because that's Nick. People don't understand the modern feminism. It's not women behind it, Nick. This is men. Men are, listen, for any of you guys in the chat, if you guys know someone who has gone to family court, and Nick, you've dealt with family court, you've seen the things.
I hate it.
Nick, who's in there? Who's in there wrecking the lives of white men?
Oh, women.
Women and other white men, right?
Yeah.
Was the judge black? No. Was the bailiff black? No. Was the clerk black? No. Hey Nick, when was the person who served you? Were they Asian American? No, dude. It's the powers that be. We're at a point now, Nick, where people don't understand. The more we're divided, the more we keep yapping about 13/50, the more we start yapping about Arbery and this and that, that's just enabling them. It's total enabling. Nick, if people just start going like this, we're going to join forces. You will see who the true enemy is the moment you start joining forces.
For me, the message of the Arbery case is pretty simple. These guys presumably listened to and assisted to the cops, and all it got them was a fucking murder charge.
Correct.
And then they were friendly with the cops, right? Because he's a former cop. The cops had asked him for help. What's he do? They're talking immediately to the cops, and that is the basis for their murder charge. Stop. You don't need to help the state. The state is big. We've given the state so much power. Yep. They're so much bigger. You don't need to help.
Nope.
It's not in your interest to help. Let them handle it. You can report. You can stay back and watch. But helping the state puts you in danger. You're not getting hazard pay.
Nope. You ain't getting shit. Dude, these people are not your friends, man. Listen, like I said, Nick, at the end of the day, the strong family solves most of the problems in society are solved by a strong family. Strong family creates strong communities. Strong communities create strong people. Strong people aren't out there running around stealing, allegedly. Strong people aren't quick to pull out guns on people, allegedly. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a reason why certain people don't get in certain situations, man. Hey, someone put observe and report for real. Was it no one important? Nick, there was a time when people used to just have that was kind of like common knowledge. Like, listen, man, I don't want to see anyone getting killed out there over nothing. Nick, people of everywhere, white, black, whatever, are dying over nothing. Nothing. It's like, and people just continue. And that's why the media, Nick, you've seen this. The media is so quick to point out the narrative of the whole unarmed black man killed by white man or white cop. It doesn't matter. It's like, because it's emotional. It evokes this emotional reaction. Of course,
the murder, the whole bunch of murders happened that day.
Yep.
That's the one you're going to hear about.
And yet people keep falling for the trap.
Yep.
Still, I'm like, stop. Unite. But you can't, Nick. Every time I've ever tried to talk about, uniting, people start hitting me with the bullshit. Like I said, whether it be the 13/50, black people. Listen, go in the black community, they blame white people for everything. Everything somehow is a white person's fault.
They're wrong. It's actually specifically my fault.
All right? A white man, the man.
Oh, man.
The man. I'm telling you, listen, I'm the dude out here talking about look, man, we have to unite. As you unite, your true enemy will be smoked out, Nick. You smoke out the enemy. That if you want to know, like, there's people out there who go like this, Drex, I don't believe what you're saying, blah, blah. I go like this, start uniting, and you'll start seeing your enemies come out of the woodwork. Look, prime example, Lady Rackets talked about that, right? When she said, that she wanted to go into that group with those older women, and they weren't too kind about that. I was like, Lady Rackets, these people aren't your fucking friends. These old hags aren't your friends. If you do certain shit, Nick, the real enemy will emerge. Like I said, with feminists, if you're always saying like, Nick, how do I know if someone is an ally or if they're against me? How do I know? I go like this: just do a certain narrative, right? Stick to a certain narrative and see who goes against you, right? So if you start talking about unity, Al Sharpton, the race baiters, right? Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson are going to be going against you.
The Justice Brothers.
Right? But they're going to go against you, right?
Of course.
And there's going to be white people who are going to be like, why are you with those? You're going to be like, wait a minute. Why is this person so against certain stuff, right? The reason they're against it, they have something to gain. Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson have something to fucking gain from blacks and whites being separated and segregated and at odds with each other.
It's a shitload of money.
I was about to say that. Money, exposure, and power, right? Yeah. Power over stupid people that they can extract it from. And yet people keep going to these churches and shit, giving them their money. I'm like, you think these people are your friend?
Well, he's a reverend. The Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Man, look, going to black church is nothing but degeneracy and debauchery, man. It's a shit show in the black community. And yet people are, oh, Drex, what about
I've seen
this?
them, they sway and clap while they sing, and I don't believe in that because I'm white.
It's a trip, though. But we got more super chats. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, we should. We
never talked about The Last of Us, though.
We didn't. And maybe we should talk about it tomorrow because it's late.
Is it? Shit.
Yeah.
How does this happen every time?
Every time.
I blame you. I blame white people.
Let's get through these. We'll finish up the $20 supers, then we'll do the Justice Chats, then the rest of the supers, and we'll wrap up the show. Tomorrow we can talk about Last of Us while playing Smash.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, that'll be fun times. Okay. Where were we? Architect of Fate says, when are you opening your channel, Drex, and what is the price for a one-on-one conversation?
I don't charge for a one-on-one. I speak to people. I don't do it for money. Yeah. I just do it because I see that we have a society that's fucking collapsing before our eyes. We're in the last days of Babylon, Nick. And yeah, like I said, the channel will come. I'm glad you got a capture card because it's hard to find certain products right now. Oh, you think webcams are easy to find? You think...
Took me a little while.
Yeah, it ain't easy.
Babylon 5, right? That's what you're talking about. Not the other Babylon. Yeah, well, Architect of Fate, send me a DM somewhere and let me know who you are so I make sure and get to it, and we'll talk about that. Synac 8 says, Drex, you won't pound the trap to save Nick's life, but will you smash the 500-year-old lolly?
The lolly?
You know, the anime trope where it's like a teenage preteen girl or whatever. It's like, no, it's actually like a 800-year-old vampire. Oh. So it's fine that it's a child. It's a child being naked or whatever.
What is this? These people have obsession with like the whole lollies is what you call them?
Lolicon, yeah.
Why is that a thing? Like, I personally, I don't get off on anything that looks childlike. Like, I don't understand that.
Mm-hmm. What if she has incubus wings? Just kidding. The Big Red Bear says, welcome to the communist left, Nick. We have vodka and misery. I mean, great joy for all. All kidding aside, these guys hunting this guy down, criminal or not, is not going to end very well. Vigilantes just cause tears. Yeah, I'm with you. You will see me defend my home. You will not see me defending an unoccupied...
Right.
Like, you're not gonna.
I know I won't.
You're gonna be hard pressed to see me defending much of anybody other than me and mine.
Well, Nick, I've said for years I will not defend the country. I will not. If someone tried to, I will draft you, throw me in jail. I will not go out and fight in some fucking foreign country for a country that doesn't give a shit about men here. What has society done to men right here in America? Did they tell you anything good, men? Or are they trying to lock you up? You have a family course that they've ruined the family, right? Feminists have destroyed family. Marriage rate is an all-time low, Nick. You know that? Lowest since 1869? You're right? Because they want you to be disposable. I will not defend this country. Now, Nick, if the enemy is at the shores, I'm defending my countrymen, right? My brothers in arms. But I'm not flying out somewhere in some other country to go do anything. No. Fuck that.
Socialism is for figs. Says, when I served in Afghanistan and Iraq under Obama, God smite him, the rules of engagement were so bad we would have to wait for shots fired in our AOI, sorry. I mean, rounds zipping past you close in order to fight back. Yeah, and I will say that my opinion on Iraq and Afghanistan, the propriety of the wars aside, I'm not qualified to say, oh, we should have done this, we should have done. What I will say is that if you're going to send the American army, the American military overseas to fight a war, let them fight it full out and then leave.
Yeah.
Like, if we're going to go wreck shit, send the greatest killing machine on the planet to actually wreck shit and not to police it for a decade.
Correct.
I don't see why we do that.
Honestly, all men have to do, and only men are going to, the burden of responsibility always falls on men. Just stop going along. Listen, Nick, I want you to imagine this, right? Imagine if the government said, men, because it's always men, go over there and fight this war. What if the guys just went like this? We're talking about Marine, Green Beret, Army, Navy. What if they like this? No. Because shit's fucked up at home for men, right? Every law is against men. Blatant misandry, right? Blatant.
What's really interesting about Dan Carlin, when he talked about World War I and World War II, and particularly World War I and how that war was fought, he's like, you will never see a war like this again in our lifetimes because people wouldn't do it.
Nope.
You say, okay, go over the wall, and everybody in front of you gets gunned down. They say, okay, now your turn. Nowadays, we'll go, hell with that.
Nope.
Like, you're just not going to...
But Nick, they've always viewed men as disposable. And I keep telling these dudes this. This is why I keep preaching unity. Only men are going to fix this problem, Nick. Women aren't going to do shit for you. They've already made their lot. They are allies with the government, period. Right. Anyone out there who believes otherwise is delusional. If the government asks you to do anything, Nick, as men, just no. I'll throw you in prison. Because, Nick, let me ask you this. How much prison space is there? Because remember, they can't kill you. Because what if they start going like this? We'll kill you. And like you said, so now, Nick, you got to do the opposite thought, right? It's not a foreign enemy killing you. It's the government tries to go like this. Shoot 10 of them, and we'll, then they'll go out there and fight for us. Boom, they're dead. I don't care. We're just not going to go. If all men just said, we're not doing it, then what happens, Nick? The government comes to the table and goes, what do we need to do to appease you?
Right.
Reverse all these bullshit laws that are anti-male. But they won't, Nick. This is the problem I have with military personnel. Listen, I appreciate them. I respect them. But the thing that always bothers me is that this blindly following orders. You know what I'm saying? Like, Nick, look at what's happening to men in this country. How they treat men and boys. They're trying to put boys on hormones, put them in dresses, trying to turn them into sex objects for pedophiles. And yet they call me the bad guy. And I'm the guy here preaching unity. Hey, look, you're white. We're brothers. What? People get so focused on things that don't matter, Nick. The family. I have always preached about the family. People say, well, hold on, Drex. You're a single father. The system creates a problem that didn't need to be there, Nick.
Yeah.
I was the guy who told my ex, right, the baby mama, I said, I don't do that court shit. Don't do it. Who do you think filed the paperwork first? It doesn't matter what color they're all the same. Yeah. They are quick to run to that daddy government. And that's why I said, I was like, if you go that route, you're going to make me have to be a certain type of asshole. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that more men just need to be an asshole and go, I ain't doing shit for this country. Stop. Just stop. They view us all as disposable, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
We're disposable. Like, to the government doesn't give a shit about you, me, any man. Completely disposable. Why do you think when the draft, women can be drafted now, right? Do you think they're actually going to be in active combat? No. I mean, they're not going to be in a combat role. Come on,
I think
front
they have
lines.
To register for selective service.
Yeah.
I think the circumstances of a draft in this country at this time, it would have to be something. There would have to be an enemy on the shore.
Someone knows who's that? Racuna. Shout out to Racuna. I just saw what you said. He said something that a lot of people don't know, Nick. Anyone who, like I said, I know a lot of people in the service. They will tell you this quick. If ever women are supposed to be sent, they go get pregnant. They will go off birth control and get knocked up.
Sure.
And now they can't go off to war.
Some people are saying that women can't be selective service yet, and they're still not able to be drafted yet. But I don't know. I haven't looked into it. So, Mr. Schwagen says the great late comedian Patrice O'Neill has a funny joke about the reason he doesn't litter is because his luck. He will throw an empty can in the bushes and it will land next to a dead white woman with his prints on it. Socialism is for figs. Says at Drex, why do black people fight to get rid of boomsticks when they are just 50 years out of apartheid and 200 years out of slavery?
Indoctrination.
Yeah.
That's it. Indoctrination. But Nick, it's everybody. Like I said, we were just targeted first. That's it. All it is, it's a sense of advancement, right? So, some put residency, RIP Patrice, for real. You guys have to understand, it's just a matter of time. Anything that you see, like I said, Nick, when you and I went to go see Apocalypto, when he talked about what happened to those other people, do you remember that became their same fate, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? Like, you remember Jaguar, or it was Jaguar Paul was his name, when his father, who was the chief, was telling him about, those stragglers, right? They had already lost, right? They were running. Remember they tried to give him the fish, a peace offering, right? They didn't understand that whatever happened to these people is coming to us. The only way to fight against that is to unite. The only way that you get stronger, you have to unite. But what happens, Nick? People spend all this time fighting amongst you. Nick, I get so sick of hearing some of this SJW shit and black people fighting amongst you over nothing. I'm just like, that's what I said, Nick. I just like this. I just basically got to a point, Nick, where when people were saying, well, Drex, hold on. You perpetuate the problem. Do you know why, Nick? I became the person I am because I truly felt alone. Yeah. I truly felt that everyone was a blue pill simp. Everyone was a mangina fucking cuck. Because, Nick, think about society. You see dudes wiping up single moms. You see dudes out here talking about some, yes, queen. And if you're on one wavelength, right? I felt I was on one wavelength, right? I was talking about uniting, building up our communities. And you talk about anything like that in the black community, you fucking coon, you're an Uncle Tom. So you get ostracized, right? Yeah. You try to, you say, okay, look, you need allies. Look, I'm telling you, look, man, there's an agenda against men. Women are queens, but you hear it from white people too. Look at all the white simp. Look at OnlyFans. If everyone is doing that, you just go, fuck it.
Did you see that dude?
Fuck, they won't listen.
Did you see that dude who killed his family?
I heard about that because he racked up with the debt, right?
He gave her like $250,000.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And then they're like, "Hey, you need to stop." And he's like, "No!" And kills her.
That's so fucked up. Damn. Wait, where was that? I need to Google that story.
Well, I don't know the details.
Fuck, man.
Peter Pete says, in the military, we were taught to not harm our fellow man. If the government tried to turn us on ourselves to attack the government, that's why Obama gave the UN permission to rule over us if the government falls. That good luck UN on that. Okay, Mr. Scott says, sends Justice Chat question to ask Dick and Drex. PvP and Zoom shows up in annoying French accent voice 5 hours later. If you were a comic book villain, what would your shtick and superpower be? Which superhero would you want as your arch nemesis? You're a comic book villain. Yep. Oh yeah, because you left the stream a little bit before I finished, and this question was there and didn't get answered by you. So you are a comic book villain. What would your shtick and your superpower be?
Here's what's funny. My answer is Apocalypse from X-Men, because he believes in the most extreme form of Darwinism, right?
Oh, so you pick
survival of the fittest,
omnipotently powerful Apocalypse.
Correct. And he's immortal. He seems like so. Remember, what was Apocalypse's whole mantra? Right? It was survival of the fittest.
Did you like Apocalypse in that X-Men?
That was terrible. That was a horrible.
I was like, why isn't he big?
He was big for like 4 seconds. Remember that?
Yeah.
Oscar Isaac did the best he could with the role, but it's like, Nick, the way he was portrayed in the Saturday morning cartoon. I would make an argument that he should have just been closer to what they did with Josh Brolin as Thanos, right? Yeah. Just map his face and stuff, and then make him. He should be he's Apocalypse.
He should be big.
He should be
terrifying.
He's supposed. He's it. He's the first one in Sabanur.
He has a great line in the cartoon. I can't even remember.
Oh, Apocalypse.
Someone's like strapped to a table, and
it's Cortez. That was a Sanctuary episode 2.
Yeah.
And he says, Cortez is strapped. Yeah, your true savior. And he's like, but who?
He shows up.
Do you remember that? He's on a gurney like this.
Yeah.
And
your true.
Yeah. Well, do you remember he tells me, he's like where am I? It's like, because after he says your true savior, he says something like, your skills will prove useful to me very soon. But who are you? And he just stands over and just starts laughing like a maniacal laugh. It's like, Nick, you said it back then. You're like this. If someone asked you, Nick, hey Nick, what's the worst scenario you could ever imagine?
That one.
Being strapped on a gurney with Apocalypse standing over you laughing.
Anytime you're strapped on a gurney and anybody's talking about your true savior, you know you're in the hands of a lunatic. It's over. It's over. You're done.
Well, he looked terrified. You remember that look on his face? Like oh shit, because he knew. Like, oh.
Sinak 8 says, come on, Drex. You won't fight for Nick Countryman? Don't you know that Israel is America's greatest ally? Listen, don't tell him. Crusader Saracen says, Drex, you're wrong. Predator 2 was fantastic freaking movie. Yeah. Still, though, I'd put the Raid 2 and the Raid Redemption light years above, but only because they're that good. We should watch the Raid 2.
I haven't seen it yet because I never saw any of them. So there's only two of them, right?
Yeah.
The Raid and the Raid 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to catch it.
Raid 2, it's fun. I think Raid was better, but Raid 2's good.
Okay.
It's grisly. Drex Pex Make Tex-Mex says, Drex, please... I need to hear from this anti-socialism guy from Burma. At least record a short interview with him for your channel if y'all don't have him on here. The power of forwarding such an interview to SJWs on Twitter. Heads exploding in rage.
Yeah, well, you know what's funny?
You think he'd come on the show sometime?
He would. He's something.
I bet he's... You know who I want to interview on this show? You know who it is. Is when you're shooting... people, that guy would be the funniest interview.
Of course.
Nothing you could.
Of course.
You could take.
All the ladies from Brazil. Nick and I met so many characters, Nick. And my dude from Burma, Nick, this dude. Here's what's funny, and this is something I've noticed about, especially with Asian men. Asian men, like I said, they don't talk as much. They just. Culturally, they're normally kind of...
Get Drexel's dad already.
Oh, God.
That would be a disaster. Right?
It'd be a complete dumpster fire.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things I've noticed, Nick, like with Asian men in particular, is that they will ask you certain questions that they're like perplexed about, right? Like, so this dude, my Burma dude, he's asked me plenty of questions like things in the black community, like why black men like women so fat?
That's a mystery, right?
And I told him, I said, bro, here's what happened. Due to lots of reasons, black men and Latino men in general prefer thicker women, right? Now remember, thick does not mean fat. I'm just saying curvy. Black and Latino men.
It's not just curvy though.
No.
Some of them are like,
hold on,
100 pounds up top and then 300 in the ass. What is that look is mind-blowingly perplexing.
I know, man. We got to raise our standards in the black community for real. We got to raise standards. We got to raise standards and lower cholesterol and blood pressure.
Literally this wide.
It's bad, man. But
when I was a kid, my grandpa got paired up in a golf tournament with Earl Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'm with him. I'm like 5-6 years old. I'm a little tiny, scrawny white kid. And I'm riding in the golf cart with my grandpa and Earl Campbell. And he sits me on one leg. The man's thighs are 36 inches each.
Yeah, freakish.
I have seen black women who put Earl Campbell's legs to shame.
Easily. Well, look at Lizzo. Look at Lizzo. Here's the thing, though. So here's what you end up seeing happen. So with blacks and Latinos, but especially with black males.
Also, by the way, Earl's one of the nicest people on the damn planet.
I bet he is.
Buy his sausage and hot sauce. It's good.
Oh, he sells sausage and hot sauce? Oh, no shit.
Whole lot of it, but only down south.
Oh, of course. People up here don't appreciate shit. Well, here's the thing, though, Nick. So what you see is opposite ends of the spectrum. So in the black and Latino communities, thick is preferred. That's the preferred body type, right? No, like I said, not fat, thick, as in curvaceous. So what ends up happening is there's a spectrum. As it starts to do this, you start going from thick to plump, big, then you want to be like BBW, then SSBBW. So what ends up happening
Super
is
Saiyan BBW.
they got that suit. Man, these chicks are huge. So what ends up happening is, as you start going across that spectrum, Nick, there's going to be X amount of dudes who really are into that, or they like a certain feature. Like, so black dudes and Latino dudes are all about asses, right? That's very well known. However, now let's flip it to the white community. In the white community, thin is in, right? And Asians too, to be fair. Asians are very, thin is in. Yeah. But so here's what ends up happening. I've seen white dudes who are into women who are the more like that. Like I would say it's like that anorexic look, right? Like that too skinny. A black dude would never be into that. A Latino dude would never be into that. But like a lot of white and Asian men are like, yeah, I like skinny. And we're kind of like, bro, that's oof. So the pressure in the white community puts a lot of white women into anorexia and bulimia, right?
Yeah.
You don't hear about that in the black community. It's obese, because remember, what do the men like? If the men like thick, if you go too far thick, what do you get? You get huge, right?
Yeah.
If skinny is the standard, and to try to get skinny, and I've seen this with lots of white women. I know lots of white girls. They said that their mom is usually their moms, and or their dads put enormous pressure on them to be skinny. So what ends up happening is that pressure gets them to have those eating disorders. Go look at eating disorder numbers. You don't see it. So the eating disorder is to get skinny in the white community, and it's overeating in the black community. That's
I was just gonna say, look, I get the distinction between thick and oh dear Christ, what happened, but I see a lot of girls who are thick who are not thick. They are just fucking huge.
Absolutely. Well, but here's the problem though, Nick.
Like, I don't understand how the pants stretch.
Oh, I know. It's bad. Look, it's bad, man. Look,
when your ankle is, which that's a big ankle.
There's ankles bigger than that. There's ankles bigger than that.
I know there are. But even this angle, and then you get up the leg, and it's... I mean, it doesn't... The physics don't work.
You know what's funny?
It's like, imagine you're a blind man, right? And you're going to give a foot massage. And then,
I can give a good foot massage.
And you're gonna work your way up the leg on the foot massage, and you start out and you're like, girl, I got this bottle of lotion, and you're giving that foot massage, and you're like, okay, you got some sturdy calves, and then you get 2 inches above the knee, and you need a second bottle of lotion suddenly, and then you get 2 inches up, and you need a third bottle of lotion, because you're like, damn, suddenly you're having to make a full arm movement. It's like, this is not okay.
What did that chick say? My 600-pound life, like, nah, my body's just big.
Yeah.
That's just how my body works.
But I'm not even talking about that, because then once you get past the ass, they shrink. Like, you will see. And it makes the physics of it, the biology of it makes no sense to me. Their pelvis has to be comparable to like a brontosaurus. Like, what the?
Yeah. Look, man. Look. At the end of the day.
Like, that bone has to be this big.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. At the end of the day, all these grotesquely obese women, especially in the black community, the only people that you can blame for obese, these grotesque women, are the men. The men, because
the Joshes of the world who keep shoving food in their mouths.
But not only that, do you know who else is to blame? And we don't give them enough blame, Nick. All these clothes makers, they need to be held accountable. Because let me ask you this, Nick. What if when women went to the store, they went like this? Oh, I'm shopping for, and what if sizes just stopped? There was like a universal like okay, let's just say 1XL was as big as any amount of clothes
Beyond
went.
that, you're in bed sheet.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if that was it, right? That was it. Like, a woman says, once I get to this level, that's it, right? Game over. Then what? You see what I'm saying? Like, these clothing, listen, all these clothing designers, they need to be held accountable. Because, Nick, have you ever been in Victoria's Secret and just seen what kind of sizes they have?
Yeah.
Look, y'all in the chat, let me zoom. Look, panties that just stretch. Nick, I shit you not. I've seen thongs in there.
That in Road Trip when DJ Squalls has sex with that giant black.
He did.
And he's like, "Look, I got her underwear."
And he's
oh my god, you kill a cheetah?
Man, look, I'm giving you guys facts, man. Like at the end of the day, you gotta understand. If there were no clothes big enough for these big hefty bitches, right?
Yeah.
Because they're out here powering up. They're going Super Saiyan 4.
It's
the tail grows back.
SBB.
Yeah, they're even fusing with bigger bitches. They're fusing like Majin Buu. You understand?
They do the fusion dance.
They do the fusion,
but they get a little tired.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it's no joke, man. Like if you look at it, who was it? Daniel Lindsay said they would make their own clothes. They're too lazy. You don't know how lazy these black females are. And just fat chicks in general are lazy. Like, how do you think they got fat, Daniel? They got fat because they're lazy. They ain't gonna sew shit. They ain't gonna be like, oh, let me go get some yarn. I'm gonna make these denim jeans. They ain't doing shit. Yeah. Fat ass. Look, they
work a needle.
You know how many calories they'd burn knitting a sweater, crochet?
All of them.
They'd burn all the calories. All of a sudden, they'd just be a regular. They'd be thick. But Nick, just imagine. Just take away the clothing options. They would save lives. Hospitals would thank them. Thanks for not overwhelming us. I mean, you used up all of our fucking bed sheets, all of our Sandy wipes and everything. These chicks are plump, Nick.
Man, about the Sandy wipe problem.
Yeah, man.
Because like you're bedridden, someone has to come.
That's what I'm saying.
They have to come wipe you.
They have to wipe you, not wash you. Wipe you.
What if you needed a Sandy wipe the size of a beach towel? Like because you needed one.
It's
a little square like this is not tackling some of these asses. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, so Daniel says that he knew a chick who made her own clothes. She was a black chick. He's saying I do believe it. I'm just saying in mass, I don't believe they would, because I just believe that more. And let's face facts, Nick. Listen, I'm guilty of this. You guys know I've been talking about this stuff, man. Look, I'm out giving you guys true facts. You know what I'm saying? I slipped up in the game. I've smashed bigger chicks. For market research. Nick,
how many chicken nuggets does it take?
I mean, it is what it is. But Nick, here's the thing. If big chicks could never get smashed, they wouldn't be big chicks, right? They'd be like, because if they got no male attention, no validation, no sex, no nothing. Fault. So I'm partly to blame. Absolutely.
You're all to blame for all I care. I don't know anybody else who is plumbed the depths.
Look, man, Nick, here's what ends up happening, man. Now, I told you. Remember, he said it in what was it? In
girls don't need love; they need judgment.
Well, remember, he said it in American Psycho. He goes, everyone, Nick, it is well known that big chicks give the best head. That's a fact of life. Sky is blue, grass is green, and big chicks give that sloppy toppy. They give it the best. They got all them extra fat cells in their fucking hands. Their mouth is always watery because they're always salivating, just wanting to put something in it. I mean, you gotta imagine, Nick. Imagine being a big chick and all day you think about something getting stuffed in your mouth. Well, when you don't have,
except for a carrot.
Well, yeah, nothing healthy.
No
other than this
vegetables
dick.
allowed.
Yeah, no veggies, no salad. You know what I'm saying? No apples. Get fiber so they can shit out all that damn extra weight. They ain't thinking about none of that. They're thinking about some dick and something fried and greasy. And I ain't fried and greasy, but I'll give them the D.
No, you have to be stopped.
I know, man. I've done bad things for society, man.
Big Red Bear says, if the U.S. government falls, people won't be that worried about the UN. People would be worried about violence, poverty, and a lack of food. I agree. If the U.S. government falls, there'd be a high chance of balkanization even. Yeah, it'd be all the doomsday scenarios about the collapse of government, like the Glenn Beck is like, look, you got to buy gold. And like, buddy, when society collapses, gold is not actually that important.
It's not.
Guns, cigarettes, and things to keep you clean and alive.
Clean, medicine, warm. Yeah. It's going to be that.
Tylenol will matter. Okay. You know him as Chengiz Khan. Says, Nick, as much as you want to be, you want people to be respectful to Preston. You know the chat is not going to listen. Look, it's not up to me at the end of the day. He asked that, he said he will engage as long as the chat is polite, and that'll be up to the chat. I can't force it.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm not banning people, and I'm not.
But here's the thing. Couldn't he just not read it? Because isn't he's gonna be telling his story, right?
He can just not read it.
If he's telling his story, why would he be listening to? Why would he be reading the chat?
I don't know.
And obviously, like super chats, we'll just maybe
that'll be up to him.
Yeah. And if it were me, I would just,
and it'll be up to the chat. Like I will only, as I would with any guest, if a guest makes a request of me, I will, as a host, honor the request to the best of my ability. He said, if the chat is too abusive, he will leave. I don't know what that line is.
First of all,
I will ask people to be respectful to my guest as much as possible, and they will either do it or not.
I agree.
Like I said, I'm not.
What do you think about that word choice, though? I have
respect.
Abuse. What do you think about that word choice?
My opinion is it's pretty damn hard to abuse someone with words. Facts.
But because women always say, like, my ex was verbally abusive, and I go, what is verbal abuse? Yeah. What is that? Saying something you don't like? What? Seriously, shout out to my man Minister Jack, because he did a video about that once, where he was like, define it. Because think about it, Nick, especially in the black community, if you knew how, especially black women, I'm talking moms, aunts, talked to black boys, you would go, damn, like that shit is savage. Like, a lot of these dudes grow up with complex, like Terrell Owens talked about, like, he was called Purple Pal and shit because he was dark skinned and stuff. The whole colorism comes from black women. If a commercial came on TV right now and you were around a bunch of black women, they always want to know what ethnicity a girl is. What is she mixed with? Like, she's not just white, she's mixed with. It's like, dudes are just like watching the commercial, like, we'll just like kind of, if she's a cute girl, we'll just be like, oh yeah, she's bad. But we just leave it at that. Color, it's always black women that want to know the color. Who do you think is bleaching their skin in all these damn bleaching clinics, right? Yeah. So when they say abusive, Nick, how can words be? We're not a drill sergeant, right? Is that verbal abuse? We don't complain.
I mean, a lot of people would say yes. Like I said, I don't.
That term is.
Now, I do understand how verbal abuse can occur, but I would say it's not the words, it's what you're trying to do to someone. And if you have a sufficient relationship to establish abuse. Like,
I do agree with that. That's why, okay.
Like, I can't verbally abuse someone walking down the street. I can insult them.
You can insult them, correct.
I can make them mad.
Degrade them, demean them.
But I have no in to make that.
Only people closest to you can do that. So like, prime example, I would define it as verbal abuse when it comes to children. Yeah. Because children aren't equipped to handle, do you remember that book we read in school called A Child Called It? Do you remember that?
I remember.
Horrible stuff, right? Like, if it's true, even doubly.
I mean,
horrible.
Whether or not that story is true, that story is true.
It's true, to a lot of kids, right? So when parents treat their kids that way and talk to them in that manner, I would define that when it comes to children as, yes, that's verbally. Because Nick, when you do that to kids, you create horrible adults, right? Yeah. I mean, you go look in like I said, go look at the prison system. Go look at people who are chomos, right? Usually they were victims of sexual abuse, right? Right. It just, man, it's a vicious cycle, and just, I don't know, man. I just, a grown man saying, I don't want the check. Because listen, when I can tell a story, Nick, if I talk about fat chicks, whatever, I can talk about a damn tranny. I don't care if people roast me, right? It's not verbal abuse, because I'm like, I laugh at myself. I'm like, yeah, I know, man. I know it's fucked up.
Now, I don't know. I can't know what his story of abuse is.
Correct.
All I can say is that's what he asked of me. Now, for me, if someone's going to come in and insult me, like, you have to have some special privilege to be abusive. Mm-hmm. Like, I think in some way you or I could be verbally abusive to the other person, because we know each other. Yeah. We have ways to get at someone in a way that
correct.
It's not fair or just.
Well, but that's the same reason why if you think about siblings, like no one knows. Like I never lose my cool, especially as an adult in my adult life.
Yeah.
But my brother can make me lose my cool.
Really
and everyone knows why that is, because who's the person that knows the tiny, like every little thing that it'd be him, right? No, but no, I mean, I guess parents, they more annoy you, right? When parents start yapping, you're just kind of like, you serious?
Well, parents can verbally abuse you up to a certain age, at which point you can just go, you know what?
Yeah.
Like, now, obviously, our parents haven't done this to us, but where you could cut them off and say, I'm done with this shit.
Yep.
But a sibling has like that special, to me, at the end of the day, when all is said and done, the whole world is against you. The one person you want to be able to turn to is a sibling.
Yep.
Like that's the one relationship I try to foster with my kids is like, if everything goes wrong, if the whole world hates you, I want you to be able to call each other up and say, look, I need help. Yep. And that person will go, yeah, I got you. Yep. I don't agree with what you've done.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, because siblings usually, Nick, I would say siblings and like your absolute best friends have this kind of like relationship where it's like, even if you guys are on bad terms, they always like extend that olive branch. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's kind of like a weird thing.
Well, because they've been through it with you already, like everything. Correct. And that there's just it's a special, like you can be pissed at your siblings, you can think they're trash, you can think they're scum, but at the end of the day, when you got no one else to call, they're stuck with you in some way. They're family. Correct. And it's different than the parent relationship, in my opinion. But anyway, you know the chat is not going to listen. Also, Drex, watch out if Preston makes any moves towards you. The video show him being cucked by a good old BBC.
Oh no. This is gonna be so bad.
Should I send you the videos? So you can do show prep? Like,
is it gonna be better or worse? If I know or don't know.
I mean,
why are you giving me that?
I can't be the judge of that. I'm not saying you should. They're long. Like I have seen little segments of one of the videos because it's like 45 minutes long. Miss me with that shit. I'm not gonna do that. But
wait, so he's sitting in a corner for 45 minutes?
No, I'll send you the links and you can make your own choices. How's that? You do what you desire. Ademo says, no matter how you look at it, a gay guy sees a dick at both ends.
Oh, someone just said something that's very true. Uh-huh. Hey, Nick, Shiny Nebula. What about the people who have Karens as siblings, though? Hey, I ain't going to lie to you, man. You help them from afar. I'm not even gonna lie, Nick. I've seen this.
Oh yeah,
when you have a legitimate Karen, you're like,
I'm not saying anything is actually sacrosanct.
Correct.
But I'm saying that for my kids, that's what I want them to always have someone to rely on them, and I hope that none of them ever end up in a place where their sibling would turn them away. Even if the whole rest of the world would, I would want the sibling to be there. Because what if I'm dead? Mm-hmm. So. That's that. Bad Dragonite says, glad to hear you got a card. Sadly, gonna have to miss out on playing because of work, but I'll be watching. Best bet is start an online arena and either give out the password on stream or through a community post if it's members only. Always wired connection. Well, yeah, we'll figure all that out. Faustus. This question for everyone, chat included. How much nonsense would you put up with to keep a job right now from a scale of none of it to all of it? To keep a job right now, quite a bit.
Yeah, man. It's we live in that weird time, Nick, where I think people have kind of taken a step back and realized and really counted their blessings. You know what I mean? Because before, you know how people are, Nick. I hate this job, and now people are kind of like, hey, I better appreciate. If I'm working right now, I'm appreciating that I'm working.
Yeah. Mercenary X says, you guys have disdain for movies I absolutely love, and that's Heresy punished with Exterminatus. Drex was the one that won the PPP fight, and Zoom creeps me out along the same lines as Ron. Ghostbusters beats all of it. 1 and 2. We need RoboCop versus Judge Dredd.
RoboCop wins. Does he mean Judge Dredd as in Sylvester Stallone or as in just Dredd? I think either way, RoboCop wins.
RoboCop's hilarious.
Hey man, the way Murphy got blown away though, man, they didn't need to do Murphy like that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. After we get up the stream, I'm actually gonna go and go on YouTube and look up like Murphy death RoboCop. I mean, they did him wrong though. Like, listen, just let him get killed. Like, don't let him get blown apart. I mean.
Little pieces.
He got blown apart in the original RoboCop, man.
Fong Kong Fashion says, Nick and or Drex, did you guys watch Ong Bak?
I did.
Yep.
I wasn't a big fan. It had moments. It had moments.
I liked The Protector more than I liked Ong Bak.
Yep.
And Ong Bak 2 was dog shit. I don't care what anybody says. I hated Ong Bak 2.
I wasn't a big fan of the first. I love kung fu movies. Love.
Yeah.
But it just, yeah.
I like Tony Jaa. I like The Protector more than Ong Bak. Ong Bak was okay.
It was okay. It was just, yeah.
Great martial arts action movie. 2 and 3, not so much. But Tony Jaa is a great athlete on screen. Yeah, he's terrific. And I like his stuff. So TLJ Screwjob says, hey, Nick and Drex, it's my birthday. Hey, happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday, man.
I was wondering why Drex is never on Chad Dad chats, as he is a Chad and a dad. Sorry if you've talked about this before. Also, how do I/we in the chat be more alpha like you, Drex? Well,
what's the Chad Dad? What is that?
It's a chat I do
Chad.
with. I've had Larry Blydner on and Doug TeNaple, Earthworm Jim,
yeah,
and Ty Beard.
Okay.
So we're just old guys talking about having kids. The reason you're not on is because we're all white.
Where's the gender quotas? Where's the race quotas?
No, you've never been around when I've had one scheduled.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the big reasons.
Could be.
But I don't know if you'd be interested. We just literally talk about being dads.
Oh.
And give guys advice.
Being dad is it's something.
So, the other thing we talk about a lot though is being married, and that's kind of not up your alley, so to speak.
I like I said, I respect guys who are married. If I always tell guys like this, if it works for you, it works for you.
Right.
I would recommend all men in the modern time, Nick, to not get married because the laws are so against them. Right.
Yeah.
So it's just.
See, and you would be thoroughly disagreed with by every member of the traditional Chad Dad stream.
Yep. Well, but I think the difference is though. I think that this is where I would give them a certain level of nuance is look at your children, right? You guys see the world, because here's what's funny. You can actually, Nick, even though you're married, you can still see the things that I see, right? You may not see them up close and personal, but like you can look at your kids and go like this. I'll give you an example. Look at your daughters. What kind of men do you think are going to be available for your daughters?
Oh God, I'm terrified.
Right? Look at all the beta mons out there.
All of my shotgun advice that we talked about,
right?
That's getting ignored immediately.
Okay, but now watch this. Now think about your boys. What kind of women are available to them, Nick? Like really think about that. Like you see the culture, right?
Yeah.
Twerking on the gram. You hear all these horror stories. You see what I'm saying? So I think that's where I think we do agree, because just because
I want my sons to find a girl who can twerk, not a girl who does twerk.
You know what's funny about that is that I've actually told women who are like much more on that traditional side, and because they've asked me about that, and I said it's okay to adopt. Let's call them how about hoe talents, right?
Yeah.
But for only your man,
right?
Like if you're a woman who can really twerk. There's nothing wrong with that, so long as you're with just one man. Yeah. If you're twerking for one man, cool.
What if that one man is your OnlyFans fan?
A man you're in an actual intimate physical relationship that is not dependent upon Cash App transactions in Venmo.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Fucking OnlyFans.
TLJ Screwjob says, Drexel, you ever see a cuck's eyes? Nikki, all black and lifeless like.
But Nick, you saw that, right?
No. You ever see a cuck's eyes, Nikki? All black and lifeless like? Yeah, I read that wrong. Yeah. Oh, his eyes are dead in those pictures. And
the dude, right? The tattoo dude.
Romeo Lacoste.
But you saw it, right? Like,
yeah.
I'm telling you guys that line in Scarface where he just gets out of the meeting. So this was the second time he had seen Michelle Pfeiffer, if I recall, and he's in the car with Manolo, and he says, "It's the eyes, Chico. They never lie." I'll never forget that line, Nick, because I started thinking about men and women I've encountered. Right? It's something about the eyes. So like you can just see it. Like you can see if they're deceitful. You can see if like I said, the cuck eyes. Nick, I shit you not. I looked at dudes. They just have these soft eyes. You're like, there's no intensity in them.
Yeah.
They just like, yeah, but Drex, and they usually have those weak voices.
Well, he looks like he's doing a fucking glamour shot.
Yeah. Okay, let me. You know what it is, Nick?
Who are you trying?
He's giving off feminine energy.
Trying to have sex with?
Correct. So what cuck eyes are, ladies and gentlemen. He gives off feminine energy, right?
Yeah.
Now there are certain dudes that don't give off feminine energy. You see what I'm saying? There's just certain dudes, Nick, every time you see him, you're like, yeah, he's giving off masculine energy, not feminine energy.
Name one.
The Rock. The Rock never gives off feminine energy.
Not 100% convinced.
I don't mean if he's being silly. You see
what about
saying?
that dude on World's Toughest Prisons?
Oh, okay. I killed him. Or you mean the Latino dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was this. Oh, hold on.
His eyes were 8 feet wide.
Hold on, I got him beat.
What are you in for?
The dude, murder. The dude in the Raid.
Yeah.
Serious. His eyes were the machete dude.
Yeah, that dude.
My man was serious.
Yeah.
there was no soft feminine energy.
You see that guy and you're like, look, I'm not going to try and drive a bargain with this man. Like, well, I will not barter over the price of goods with him.
Even the villain. Think about the villains in that movie, right? The main villains.
Yeah.
The head honcho, he didn't have the cuck eyes, right? The little dude, the super Asian fighter dude.
Yeah.
Kung Fu Man was no joke.
Mad Dog.
Mad Dog. He was not playing. He didn't have that soft. Like, remember, he's a little dude, but his stature, how he carried himself. You knew, Nick, this dude's real.
Yeah, I like that about some of these guys who are really, really established martial artists, even though, like, look, you put Jet Li in UFC, even in his
Danny
prime,
Trejo.
Jet Li's gonna get his ass whooped.
Yep.
Like, even in his prime, it's just not. That's not what his kung fu is about, right? But the way he carries himself, like Jet Li isn't hard. He's not. He doesn't have an intensity, but he has a calmness. Like.
Correct.
And it's a masculine calmness too. It's like his presence is reassuring.
Correct.
So to speak. That's I like that about and that's what I get from like even Rama in the main guy in the Raid.
Yep.
Like, you don't get the impression that he's gonna walk around stabbing everybody, but then he fucking does.
Correct. Someone put Vinnie Jones in Snatch. Facts. No, someone put about The Rock with the whole. But that's why I said when he's not
Jason
acting silly.
Statham's got a pretty masculine energy.
Masculine energy. So like I said, Danny Trejo has it. Certain guys have. Like Arnold has always had it. Like even when Arnold's being silly or something.
Except when I saw that kid's mom, then I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I don't know about what happened with that, man. Her head game was good though.
It better.
It better be because that was rough. I mean, Arnold, you took a L there. Have you seen his son though?
Looks just like him.
Have you seen that? He's by bodybuilding, right?
Is he?
He took a picture and he got posted just like him. Like I'm talking like that physique. It's just like damn.
What about Hafthor?
Yeah. He always masculine.
Break the deadlift record the other day.
I did hear about that. Yeah,
11:06.
11:00. Yeah, 12.
Said he could do more.
I believe him. But you've never seen him and thought like oh, he's giving off feminine energy. No, he always gives off masculine energy.
Any man who picks up a bar that bends.
Yeah, Hafthor is for real, man.
Not Val Kilmer. I'm sorry, not Val Kilmer. Only when he's acting.
You know what though? I just saw Val when I was in Portland.
Yeah.
The sub had never seen Willow, so we introduced her to Willow. I see that text, right? We were watching The Princess Bride.
Yeah.
So I said, Nick, when we watched Princess Bride, so the next, I think it was the very next night, because we had to seen it. Willow was like in the suggestions, like, oh, if you like this, you might like this. And
you watched Willow.
I love that movie. I love Willow.
I haven't seen Willow.
Oh, you got to rewatch it.
It's been a long time.
Because the Dark Queen, her daughter, that was so. My favorite part of Willow was the interplay between Val Kilmer, Mad Mardigan, and the hot Ginger was the daughter of the evil queen, right?
Sure.
And prime example, Nick. She actually, no, for you guys in the chat who have never seen Willow, the Dark Queen's daughter is feminism in a nutshell, right? Like she man hating, raw, but Nick, once Mad Mardigan put that D on her, I mean, she became a soft pup. Loved it.
Siren Jag says, Nicholas Ram Ranch Rekieta, pedo is not just an insult. Pedophilia is a diagnosis. I had to argue down the fattest of fat law Twitter lipomas over that. I'll mildly disagree with you in just a minute. While dodging the abandoned vehicles that were orbiting his mass. Look, no, pedo can be just an insult. Pedo can also be a statement of fact. And the question of whether it's just an insult or a statement of fact is dependent on the person in the context saying it and needs to be determined. That's a question for the court to figure out. So it can be either. It can be both and. By the way, so can murderer, so can rapist.
Mm-hmm.
These things can be just insults.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all context. Bad Dragonite says, Drex, best Mortal Kombat DLC pairing, Alien versus Predator or the newest Terminator versus RoboCop?
I saw that. I haven't played a Mortal Kombat game since Mortal Kombat Trilogy or Ultimate, I believe.
Me either. 3.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, that was when they added the run button. So 3, and then like I said, yep. The pre-done combos. I think that was when I switched. I fully switched to Tekken. Was at that time, but as far as the characters, I saw them. I saw the models. I just don't like that the Terminator model that they use was of old Arnold. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, use Terminator 1, Terminator 1, and Terminator 2 Arnold. Like, why would you be using 60 whatever year old Arnold? Like,
Yeah, I got Tekken 7, by the way.
How was it?
I tried playing it with the Wii controller. Not the Wii controller. The Switch? The Switch controller.
How'd that feel?
I had to switch the buttons because they're reversed. Because Y and X are switched, remember? Like,
oh, yeah, okay.
So I'm sitting there for like 20 minutes, like, what the fuck? Because I know the Tekken buttons.
Yep.
I'm pressing them, and I'm pressing the left punch, but my right punch is thrown. I'm like, what the hell is happening? Then I switched them, and I did a little bit better. It's cool, but... I don't know.
Does it have walls now?
Yeah, well, some of the stages do.
Okay.
And that's a part of the game is to figure out how to do different combos when you're going to hit a wall and stuff. But I'm not good at it, so I don't know. Yeah,
I haven't played. Someone was at Trent Michaels. Yeah, Tekken 3. I like Tekken 3 / Tekken Tag the most. I went to Nationals for that, and that was the last time I played it.
Yeah.
Because by then I had burned out, man. I just was burned out at Tekken.
Tag is the superior formula for competitive play because it gives you enough of a buffer where you can recover around if things are going bad. And I liked the tag play more than I've liked any other Tekken.
Well, that was actually my pitch to our man Phoenix about Smash Bros, because he wasn't convinced, right? He just loves he's obsessed with like the old school. And I said, I put Smash above all those other games. I played those other games, right? I grew up on Street Fighter, Killer Instinct. I played all those games, right? I said what separated Smash, Nick, was what? It was versatility. Like you have so many options to play, right? Do you want to play teams? Do you want to play all-out brawl with items, without items? One-on-one, no nothing. Like you just have I play Tekken, Nick. It's just one-on-one. I fight. That's it. You play one style. That's it.
Yeah. I get you. Let's see. Bad Dragonite says, can I get your guys' prediction / wishes for Smash Fighter Pass 2? I'm hoping for Scorpion or Liu Kang from Mortal Kombat or Master Chief. I know they won't do it. I think Goku would be a fun addition.
You have this obsession with that Goku.
I just think it'd be a fun character to put in Smash.
But okay, so you said
Vegeta.
No, just have them change skins, right?
Yeah, well,
Goku and Vegeta are just different skins.
I don't care. I think a Dragon Ball character could go in, but I don't think Funimation is smart enough to do that.
I don't believe so. I do. Okay, here's the thing. I don't believe Liu Kang. I don't believe anyone from Mortal Kombat will be in there at all. I could see Master Chief being in there.
Master Chief would be interesting. You know what I want in there? Y'all know what I want in there. Put a damn Space Marine in Smash Brothers.
Here you go.
Do you know how funny it would be? Like, because he'd have to be unreasonably big.
Of course.
And they've got range attacks, they've got melee attacks, they've got a variety of melee weapons that they could animate in. That would be so much. There's no way they'll do it.
I just think that the Gears of War, I just think Master Chief is so much more iconic, and he's been around for longer, right?
Than Gears of War?
No, I'm saying like Halo.
Warhammer?
No, Halo.
Halo, then what?
Then like you said, the Space Marine, right?
Space Marine, not from Gears of War.
No.
Space Marine from Warhammer.
No. Oh, okay, I got you.
It's been around for 40 years.
But in gaming form, right? Modern gaming form, like Halo 1 came out, was it like 2000? Like 2001, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
Original Xbox, right? Master Chief, because just like why is Sonic in the game, right? Sonic's in the game because he was a mascot, right? Like I could see them putting Crash Bandicoot in the game because Crash is a mascot. Personally, I prefer them to have like guys who are easily identifiable, right? That's why I have such a problem with all those Fire Emblem characters. I'm like,
but see, that's the thing. Games. You put a Space Marine in the game, and it is easily identifiable to just about anybody.
Yep.
Who knows? Now, you put it. Some people are saying some specific named characters from 40K, which, I mean, maybe. But I think when you put the named characters in, you start to lose the identifiability. I just think a generic Ultramarine, and you could skin it in any of the chapters. You have 20 different skins that you could put on, which would be great as well.
Someone's wrong. What? Put the man from The Last of Us in Smash. The golf club, that's bad.
But I think Space Marine. What about Conquer?
Okay, so Raz doxed. My brother talked about that. So my brother Rip. So my brother talked about that, which is putting Conquer.
Duke fucking Nukem.
I could see Duke in the game now. Because remember,
someone said Commander Keen. That would be cool. What about the Oregon Trail wagon? Because sometimes they do they did the chomp. Right, the
you mean as a assist trophy?
The Piranha Plant? No.
Oh, you mean actual like playable?
What if they had some? Because sometimes Mr. Game Watch is fucking ridiculous. Right?
He is.
What if they had something like the Oregon Trail wagon? You give dysentery to other players and shit. That'd be funny. They should do something like that.
I could see that as an assist trophy at best. Battletoads.
Oh, that's because you lack imagination. A dude standing on top of the wagon shooting like the hunting part.
Now there's one I would say is awesome. Captain N, the Game Master.
Okay.
But he hasn't been in games in so long.
Legendary Wings.
Yeah, but once again, remember the character has to be somebody that is. Yeah,
it's got to be identified. What about the Contra Bros?
No, they put Master Chief in before them. You talking about Bill and Lance? Yeah.
They have names?
Yeah, but you just call red guy, blue guy?
Yeah. Names?
They had names, man. Bill and Lance.
Hagar is already in there, right? Hagar in Smash?
No.
What? What's Hagar in that I played?
Streets of Rage.
No, he's not. That's Max.
Don Fry is Hagar.
Double Dragon, that could be okay.
I couldn't see it. I'm saying they're going to go with someone who's more iconic for the last guys because they already announced there's going to be one ARMS character. The ARMS character is the next guy.
ARMS?
It's
Wild Arms?
No, just ARMS. It's a game that came out on Switch. That you use the motion sensor, the Joy-Cons or whatever. Like, it's a very popular game, right? And they already have a spirit. One of your assist trophies is an ARMS character. Unique, right? Unique character, right? Like, the whole spring arm looking thing. Like, that's unique. Okay, I can see that. But it's like, after that, I still think they're going to go with like the more iconic guys, like the Crash Bandicoot type dudes.
So you think they'll pick, what about like a Like an iconic character that's not traditionally video game, like Aragorn or something.
No. So I thought that was the rule, right?
Legolas.
I thought it had to be a video game character. That's why Goku can't be in it, right?
Sure. Well, Goku is a video game character.
No. Here's the thing. I think they had to originate from video games, right?
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like that's why.
Is that a rule? I don't know.
I think that's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah, they have to originate in video because I don't think anyone in that game, like Snake, originates in video games. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It like
okay, then that rules out 40K. I didn't know that was a rule.
Yeah. Like I think every guy in there is originated in a video game. Yeah. Killer Instinct characters. Yeah, they couldn't do those combos though. Because like someone put Pac-Man in. Yeah, but Pac-Man's already in there.
Put the Dragonborn from Skyrim in. I'm just kidding. That'd be a fucking disaster.
I could see Dante though, Nick, from Devil May Cry. I could see him in there.
Yeah.
But they already got Joker who plays.
What about the Dark Souls Knight or something?
Could be.
That'd be interesting. Or the
Ryu from Ninja Gaiden.
The Sekiro samurai guy.
Yep.
I forget his name.
But they have so many sword characters in there already. It's like,
Who's legendary wings? Oh, buddy.
Oh.
Go back to your normal Nintendo and play yourself some legendary wings.
Yep.
Good luck. You'll need it.
You'll need it. Man.
What about the tracked big dude from Smash TV? That would be a great character.
That game, man. Nick, they don't make games like that anymore. Like
they do though. They make twin stick shooters now.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. They're all bullet hells, and which
of course.
Smash TV was the original.
They were correct.
So they have some twin stick shooters out there. Okay, sorry, we gotta get through this. I have no idea. Malik, as far as predictions, I'm not following it. Malik Foxen says, when I was growing up, I went through something called the black test. Found out it was a test after the fact, but walking down the street at night, a gunshot happened and we all scattered except for one. He got shit for it. You learn if you don't know.
It is true, man.
Mercenary X says, there's one last Blockbuster video in Oregon. I think it's Bend, Oregon.
Yeah, Bend, yep.
The angry video game nerd with his friends did a video on it, and you need to see it. It brings back so many memories. I know every single movie reference you're talking about. Dread Clown says, fun stream, but I'm off to watch Last Blood free on Prime.
Nice.
Enjoy.
Make sure you tell them to watch the unrated version. It's probably too late now, but... Well,
the rated version was pretty similar, but from what I saw. But I would always
go unrated.
Uy 99 says, never involve yourself in situations that don't concern you personally, period. Love your streams and Drexel's advice on thoughts and simps. He's the Aristotle of the Pound Me Too era. You know him as Changus Khan. It says in Ron voice, 13 and 50, Drex, squawk. Bad Dragonite says, I looked into this a while back. I remember seeing a stat that basically showed that 2 groups shot by police, most were black men and even more so poor-looking white men. GTA 5 actually integrated it into the game, apparently. Thoughts on the idea? That's funny. If GTA 5, if the cops are out there shooting impoverished white people and black people, that's props.
Well, if I recall, I think the Native American community has like the worst numbers. It's just they aren't released the same way that, because it's not considered mainstream.
Yeah,
but
no
if you went like per capita, if I recall, they have it the worst. It's, damn.
Okay.
Messed up all the way around.
Moist John says the race baiters got upset over Daryl Davis befriending KKK members to get them to turn successfully. I mean, Davis is wrong on MLK being a saint, but everything else is spot on. You know about that guy, right? The jazz musician who would...
I think I did hear.
He would play at clubs and like various white supremacists and KKK members would go in. They'd be like, I don't like black people, but you can play good music or whatever. And then he'd start having a conversation. He has like a couple Klan robes and stuff from dudes who he became friends with, and they changed. And so they like, this is my old life. Here you go. And it's a pretty cool story.
I think I'm sure I've seen the guy because I know who you're talking about. I didn't know he was playing music, but I do remember that part of the story about him kind of getting them to change, which is good for everybody, man.
Crusader Saracen says, since we're talking classic films, thoughts on John Carpenter's The Thing? I don't know if I've ever seen The Thing.
Dude, it's been too long, man.
If I have,
Mary Elizabeth Mastrillano, Antonio, or whatever from Scarface was in it.
If I have seen it, it's been long enough that it doesn't count.
Yeah. That's what I said. Like, if I don't remember like lines, people like it's been too long.
Yeah. Sorry. I hear the thing is part of the. It's a spiritual predecessor to the Mouth of Madness, and it's very Lovecraftian. I need to watch it. I just haven't. Bad Dragonite says black dudes looking for that SSBBW T-Rex booty.
Look, man, it's bad. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's just bad.
It's over 200 Klansman robes.
Oh, shit.
Damn. Malik Foxon says, can confirm I have sisters. Whenever I date someone and they find out, their first question, is she black? What is she then? I date white women typically. You know how annoying it is when you interact with people, first thing they bring up is race.
Yep, it's sad, man.
I'm inferring from this that Malik is black.
Yep.
So, Pingus Pounders. Oh, by the way, how are you on Sonic Fox? How much do you love Sonic Fox? Do you love Sonic Fox?
What the hell is Sonic Fox?
Oh, you don't know. It's like one of the best fighting game players in the world.
Oh, I've never heard of him. I've heard of MK Leo. What does he play, though? What does this Sonic Fox play?
Well, he was playing... I mean, he played Dragon Ball FighterZ.
But why do you say was?
Well, I don't know what he plays now.
When you say past tense, I'm like, uh-oh.
He was like Mortal Kombat... I think he was like the Mortal Kombat World Champion for MK10 or something.
Damn.
He was playing Dragon Ball FighterZ for a while. He's been playing Tekken. I only know because I watched some of Lil Majin's videos, and he's been like helping Sonic Fox learn how to play Tekken and stuff. He's also a gay furry. I don't know. It's just I was trying to trap you into saying that you loved him.
What was it to be? Was it to be trapped?
Well, it is. It just is. Mortal Kombat 10. That's what he was. But he's like, I mean, we're talking Sonic Fox is watching him play Fighter Z. You're like, I hate you. I hate how good you are at this game. It's stupid. Pingus Pounder says, a birthday clown yanked open my balloon knot. I don't know. I don't want to know. Almond John 1 says, Drexel's into building. Laughing Kuru says, yo, Nick, heard last stream you're going to try going to HawaiiCon again this year. Already got my VIP tickets. Hope to see you there again. I would love nothing more than to go to HawaiiCon. Lady Rackets and I are trying to make that happen. So we'll see. Judex Moranos says, hey, Nick, you got my name right for the first time. It's the name of my Altmer Lich from Skyrim. And Drex, did any wife's husband ever catch you boning their wife? And if so, what happened?
No. So never been caught because, as you know, I follow the Drex rules, right?
Don't ever go to their house.
Never go to their house. Never let them come to your house.
Yeah.
Always at a hotel. So that's why I've never been caught doing anything. Never. Yeah. Ever.
Now, some have voluntarily known, right? Some dudes know.
Yeah. So the Drex rules got formed over time. I remember the last time I remember going to someone's house was I was in St. Cloud. Yeah, back in it was right before the Super Bowl with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Seattle Seahawks. So that would have been 06. That would have been February 06, I believe. Last time I was ever.
Which football player's wife was it? I'm kidding.
Oh, goodness.
Nick Naylor says, if Drexel is here, who's with my wife? Decababo says, I was just flying earlier this week as well. Of the 5 planes I got on, only 2 made it off the ground.
Yep.
5-hour delay. Fun times.
It sucks, man. They can do some weird shit. Like, here's the problem. So in one hand, I've heard airlines saying like, we want people to fly. But then you go to fly and like weird shit happens. You know what I'm saying? Whether you're delayed, canceled, whatever. It's just like, And
then he says, love the show, guys. Don Gamer Guy says, the Sonic Fox guy was going off about being gay and a furry and the best Fighter Z player. Yeah, he won EVO. He won the Fighter Z at EVO. And then he was talking about being gay and a furry. That was a big... That's why I thought you might have...
I do now. I kind of remember. Like I said, that's why I was like, isn't this dude black? Because I do kind of vaguely remember him. Like, no one should care. Like, I personally wouldn't, No
one did care until he made it a big deal. Right? Like, that's the thing. And it was always a fuck Trump message, of course. But it said, when he stopped being good at Fighter Z, someone replied with, now you're just gay.
Wow. That's savage.
Nate Civil says, does a gay baby come out the ass or the other end?
Wow.
It's not a kidney stone, so definitely out the ass. That was when we were talking about gay guys having access to abortion on demand.
Oh, yeah. You know what? There's a topic I was going to get into tomorrow. Our man Phoenix talked about it. I told him about that whole situation that happened with my cousin and I with not being able to go to Vegas. So he asked the question, microchimerism, right? With the whole transfer of DNA into women, blah, blah, blah. He was like, does the same thing happen with men? You see what I'm saying? If gay men are out there doing whatever with other men,
so you're asking if
does their DNA imprint get put onto the man? So because the gay community,
does the male body absorb semen in the same way that women does?
Correct.
I have no idea.
I mean, I'm sure someone's going to do research because
there's a part of that reason.
I know you don't. There's a lot of like violence in the gay community, though, man. Very common, especially lesbians. Very common.
Yeah, they're the highest rate of domestic violence rate.
Easily. Lowest rate of sex too, by the way.
Almond John 1 says, do you guys watch Elliot Hulse? Never heard of him.
Nope, haven't heard of him.
Patriotic Cat says, would you smash Godzilla for $1 million?
No, because you couldn't do anything to smash, man.
I don't know if Godzilla is like a euphemism.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Rambo says, Drex, punish this degenerate for making us watch him play an extremely degenerate game on his other channel the other day. I reached out for help after that. Don't know if I'll ever recover. I'm playing Mother Russia Bleeds, right?
Oh, that's the game you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm haplessly playing it. Suddenly, you show up at like a sex club. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. Shit gets real.
Oh.
There's a dude sitting there dancing, flopping giant pixelated penis swinging around.
Oh.
You've got gimp suited dudes all over the place. They're gimped, so their arms are behind their heads, but you got a gimp helper. And so you knock guys down, he goes up and starts headbutting them and stuff with a zipper mask. And then you come up to like the Russian president or whatever, the prime minister, and he is actively banging a chick doggy style. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
Wow, really?
It's all pixelated, so it ended up being okay.
Of course.
That's monetized still, guys. I'm just
wow.
saying. But I was like, what the hell is this? It's like a BDSM club. It was crazy. It was, and I had no idea this was coming. But yeah, so it was funny. I was sad that you weren't with me. Almond John 1 says, would y'all rather spend a day in public with the deer lady or the fat polyamorous girl? P.S. You can't choose death.
Damn.
So deer lady or the fat poly chick?
Man, honestly, damn. You might be better off with the polyamorous chick only because she's not going to talk that much, right? Do you know deer lady's going to just keep rambling, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll take the biological woman over the weirdo.
Yeah. At least, I mean, how much is getting? Plus, she'd be occupied with her dudes, one of which is in jail now, I'm assuming.
But counterpoint, you'd have to fight 4 cucks.
No, but I'd just be there though. You see what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't be engaged with her. He just said I had to be there, right?
You just had to spend the day.
Yeah. I'd rather deal with that.
Okay. Matt Schrodinger says Dread 2012 is the best comic movie of all time. That may be true. That may be true. That is a good movie. Rispergu sent a hot dog sticker. Thank you. And Lil Poo Poo sent a birthday cake sticker. Thank you.
Nice.
Cal Clay says Nick is implying someone who's responsible for another's death is illegal. If so, can Keem sue Ethan Klein for informing G Fuel that Keem killed Etika? I need to do a video on the Keem and Ethan Klein thing. I think a lawsuit in that thing is unwise, but I also don't know how much money's at play. So, In Fragano says Nick has an insemination fetish which I satisfy. Rispergu sent a hamburger. Thank you. Cal Clay sent nope. No one important says that's Boondocks, man. Nuts to the face. I Hate Yankee says, speaking of self-defense shootings, what's your take on the Abilene dumpster defenders from 2018? I watched that video and it's another one where all I can say is somebody got fucking killed over a dumpster and a mattress.
Right?
Like, I don't
Over
know.
nothing, man.
I haven't looked into the case beyond that. And I was just like, this is white trash incarnate going on screen. Knock it off. But I don't know. Justified or not, I don't know. No one important says, I wanted to be a boxer because of Tyson. Welcome back, man. Cal Clay says, Drex, please see The Loved Ones. A+ with no YouTube reviews. Okay. Rambo says, read about the waffle restaurant incident in Fresno, Cali. The mayor said restaurants could open with social distancing, but no church at all. I'm not religious at all, and I find it ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy. If you're a smart governor at all, you at least just put the same restrictions on churches as everybody else.
Correct.
Mesta Yoku says, why does Hollywood hate redheads? They only make redhead characters black. Speaking of which, that's whatchamacallit, Little Mermaid.
Yeah. Clownfish talked about that. Clownfish TV. I guess the girl that's on there, Geeky Sparkles, is a redhead, and she talked about that. And she's right. They always try to like replace redhead characters or make them black or whatever. Like, no, I don't want. Here's the thing. Every now and then, Nick, I don't think people care. You know what I think it is, though? I think a lot of times it depends on how familiar people are with the material, right? Like, so the movie Jackie Brown, right? Tarantino's movie after Pulp Fiction. In the book, it's Jackie Burke and she's a white woman.
Yeah.
Tarantino made the choice to turn it into black because he goes, I couldn't find a white actress that would have been believable opposite Samuel L. Jackson, right?
Right.
So he just swapped Jackie Burke to Jackie Brown and made her black and put Pam Grier in there.
Because there wasn't an established, like, that's him doing it. You know that he's not responding. Tarantino at that time especially is not responding to some social pressure to make it.
Yep, and there was no internet back then.
Right. There's no reason to do it. He makes the creative choice based on the casting, and he comes out with a good product.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see. It also says, speaking of which, Drex, smash or pass on Zendaya?
Who? Zendaya.
She was a chick in The Greatest Showman, the black Asianish chick. Zendaya. She's a singer. Also, smash or pass Kate Micucci.
That's a real name?
I guess.
Oh yeah, she's smashable. I'm looking at the picture of Zendaya.
Yeah.
And wait, what was the other chick?
Kate Micucci, which is Kate Micucci.
Wait, M-I what?
Micucci. Oh, it's a chick from Big Bang Theory, which I hate that show.
Oh, this shit. Yeah, I'm not feeling that look. A little weird to me. I mean, I've smashed worse, I guess. So yeah, sure, why not?
You smashed fat chicks. You smashed worse. Cal Clay says,
man.
Drex streamer says her life worth more than. Says her life more. Do you shame? Wait, what? Drex streamer says her life worth more. Do you shame? I think that's in reference to like Invader V and Pokimane. Pokimane basically said, or one of them basically said that their life and their work is worth more than other people. I think some people.
That's actually half true, to be honest with you. Like, because
you're always worth what people will pay.
And that's what I was about to say. Yeah. Like, it's like when people talk about contracts with pro athletes, right? He didn't deserve that money. If someone paid him $20 million a year, then
he objectively is worth $20 million.
Then that's what he's worth. Like, yeah, it is what it is, man.
The thing that weirded me out, I think it was Pokimane, was saying, and I might be crossing her up with one of the other completely fucking bland simp streamers that there is, but one of them was saying that the hypocrisy was that waitresses expect tips, and how ridiculous it was that waitresses expect tips, and then at the same time literally expecting donations for their stream, not being grateful for donations, but expecting and demanding that they come in. And that was I don't.
If you give out a great product, I just think that if someone wants to.
Bad Bunny. It was Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
Sorry, streamer.
Oh,
dude, these thoughts are interchangeable and forgettable to the fucking extreme.
I have no clue who these people are.
I can never keep track of who these are.
Okay, so Bad Bunny.
Yeah.
Oh, so she's a Twitch streamer.
All these people are Twitch streamers. Oh no, it was Nico Lol. Fuck me. All of them are interchangeable. Jesus Christ. Okay, Paper Shaper says the Simps like to be called pigs, useless, and all those demeaning names while they give them money. The humiliation is part of the kink. It's called FinDom, financial domination.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, the pay piggies or whatever. Yeah.
No one important says Drex, don't hate the player, hate the game. That's you quote saying that. That was
yeah. You can't be. Like, I don't know why people are so mad at. Like I said, when simps are out here losing all their money, don't be mad at the women. Just like when women are being thoughts, don't blame them in. It's a simplest thing.
Ian Carroll says Drex's argument towards simps is the same way I feel towards microtransactions in video games. Let me couch this very carefully. I do not think the government should regulate microtransactions in video games.
They are?
They're trying to, yeah. Calling it gambling and all that.
Oh, no, it's not.
Don't buy it. My problem is when kids get sucked into microtransactions and it's too easy for... They pretty much locked this down.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's too easy for the kid to buy a bunch of shit on microtransactions, that's predatory. But at the same time, parents, watch your kids.
Mm-hmm. Usually you have a paywall, right? Because my daughter she usually comes to me asking me for stuff, right? Like Dad, I need more. Or was it Robux or whatever? And I'm
mostly taking care of it.
Yep.
Because you can password the shit out of everything. Yep. The one thing I will say is if you make a game where you pay for the game and require microtransactions to be successful in the game,
that's wrong.
You should be strung up.
Yeah. Microtransactions should just be like skin changes. Like it should be, or Nick, you could say this: if the reward system, right? You should be rewarded for your work in a game. But if somebody says, "Well, how do I, let's say, skip forward?" I think that should be time locked, right? So a game comes out January 1st, right?
Yeah.
And they know, okay, by playing, an average player, if they played X amount of time, they would reach this milestone with their XP. You can microtransaction, let's say 2 weeks later. You see what I'm saying? So if a player wants to just play, they could achieve that, let's say, within a week, right? An average player. Mm-hmm. But if you want to get a microtransaction, you just want to skip ahead, you could do that after a time release. You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
That's not a skin.
Someone said, Nick, it's not just kids, it's people who have gambling tendencies. The government does need to get involved. The ESA/ESRB have become corrupt as fuck, and they're not doing their job. No, I don't want the ESRB. I don't want the ESA. I don't want the government regulating it just because somebody has a gambling problem. I'm sorry that they have a gambling problem. I similarly don't want government regulating gambling.
Correct.
I don't want that. I know there are vulnerable people, and I know the risks, and we need to come up with private solutions for those things.
Yep.
That do not involve ruining things for the rest of us. Now, I don't like microtransactions. What I tell my kids is, I'm not spending money on that bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just not.
Like I've given my daughter money for little
Robux,
skins.
I will, only because in Roblox you can buy access to games.
Correct. Different arenas and stuff.
That's like buying a game on a console. Yep. You have a platform called Roblox, and the kids can buy access to different games in Roblox. I'm fine with that.
Same.
But if it's just like on Candy Crush or something,
no.
Never. But yeah.
Pop.
But yeah, yeah, you can't blame the video game makers for trying to make extra.
No, you can't blame them.
And it doesn't need to be regulated. But I do think I think there are microtransactions that exist out there that the game makers need to be punished for, but that's on us to punish them by not buying.
Absolutely. But I've said the same with The Last of Us, right? The Last of Us Part 2 comes out not too long from now, right? All you have to do is just don't buy it. And then that's what ends the SJW shit, right? The more people keep feeding it, and because you know what ends up happening, Nick? Too many people say, well, I'm just one person, right? Like what was it? What's not Wonder Woman? What's the other one? Brie Larson. What's her movie? Captain Marvel. If enough people would have just stayed home and not watched Captain Marvel or Birds of Prey or Little Women, if people just said, we're not going to support anything that like bashes men, all of a sudden, you know, economics will always win out, right?
Yeah.
These studios will stop making man-bashing movies.
AAA games cost $100 million, $200 million to make. If they don't make 3 times that much money, they don't get made again.
Correct.
They can't do it.
You become Medal of Honor.
They have to guarantee the income. So, but I never want regulation to step in and do that. I don't want government to do it. I want us to be smart enough to regulate that shit. The EA disaster with Star Wars Battlefront.
I heard about it.
And microtransaction. And the microtransaction was you buy a loot box, which might give you the thing. It was extremely predatory, extreme disaster. Everybody still fucking bought Battlefront. They just bitched about the microtransaction. Don't buy it.
Don't buy it.
Don't buy it.
I'm not buying The Last of Us 2, and I'm a huge Last of Us 1 fan, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to buy it. Like that's how you solve the problem. Just nope, don't buy it.
So many people are still going to buy the game.
But same with Call of Duty. Call of Duty is the same game every time. Then don't buy it. Just don't buy the next Call of Duty game. Just demand them to make a brand new experience.
Yeah. Okay. Kyle says, Nick, did you hear about the Oklahoma governor signing SB 1081 into law? It bans the implementation of red flag firearm seizure laws across the state. I did hear about that. Great. Red flag laws are garbage.
Yeah.
Mesta Yoku says, so find a girl whose simps will buy you a Ferrari? Yes. Yeah,
right.
Exactly. What do you think about, now, legitimately, what do you think about a guy, we've kind of talked about this, but in a committed relationship or whatever that means, if it's marriage or just long-term girlfriend or whatever, and she does the e-thought thing, has like an OnlyFans, what's up with that guy? Is that acceptable?
To me, it depends on the relationship, because you don't know what kind of arrangement people have, right?
Yeah.
So similar to a lot of things, right? Like when someone says, "Do you believe your girl should wear this?" So it's like you don't know the person's relationship, so it's hard to say, because let's face it, what's that guy's name? iDubbbz. Yeah. iDubbbz relationship may be different than, say, a guy who's, let's say, Ice-T, right? Ice-T was with Coco. They do their show and she's always like modeling stuff. If she's getting money modeling, more power to you, right? It's money for both of you.
I mean, maybe.
OnlyFans, though, still, it depends. Nick, you never know people's situation, right?
Now, if Coco's modeling in Hustler, though,
that's a little different.
Because Coco, I don't know if she did nude stuff or whatever. I mean, I always saw her in like a way too small bikini thing. But I don't know that. I didn't really go look, because she has proportions that are not attractive to me.
It's all right.
Look, I know you have a particular weakness.
It's all right.
That girl is built, I think she's designed in a specific way that isn't accurate to reality. She looks like a fake thing. But I'm not, and that's not an insult. She is designed for a specific appeal, right? She just doesn't really particularly appeal to me.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the physique.
I mean, I like Coco, but I'm not sexually attracted to her. Go get it, girl. Go get it, Coco.
Her face, she has like that. Like I said, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, but here's my thing. If you're happy, Ice-T, good for you. And just her body, like I like her body shape, because she is built. She works out at the gym, so she's not fat by any means.
No. She's the quintessential thick.
Correct.
Now here's the question, though. Okay, so this is a two-parter. It's not really a question. I guess it's an exploration. Are you a simp or a cuck or whatever if you have a relationship with your girl and she's, sharing her intimate pieces on the internet? OnlyFans.
But see, that's because, like I said, so there's someone who says, K Maxer said, I said a couple of weeks ago that you drop her because usually what people are referring to is when they say OnlyFans, usually there's some kind of deception attached to it, right? So, when the girls are on OnlyFans, a lot of these girls, the guys don't know. Yeah. Right? So you guys are saying open. She's open about her OnlyFans. Yeah,
because iDubbbz knows.
Yeah. iDubbbz knows what you're pandering to matters, right? What is it that you're selling on there? That matters, right? Because selling, being on OnlyFans doing nudes, Nick, is different than doing suggestive photos, right? It's different than doing full-fledged sex on OnlyFans.
Well, it could just be softcore. Yeah. It just, there's so many levels to this. Like I said, there's a difference between someone's asking, Drex, what do you think about this? I don't think iDubbbz's girlfriend has done hardcore porn.
I don't believe so either. Not on that anyway.
So, but the follow-up question I have is, okay, so you're a cuck or a simp or whatever you are, but you can also be okay with that, right? But everybody you just have to deal with the fact that everybody thinks you're a cuck.
Correct.
That's just, I think that's the answer, isn't it?
Yeah. But that's why I say you should drop her. But the question is kind of different because
I think you should too.
If someone says, Drex, what would you do? And then in a general question, because like I said, Nick, I would drop the chick because I'm in a different situation. Someone else may be, what if your situation is, hey man, she's making this money for us and she's bringing me the money. If you're a dude who has a girl who has an OnlyFans and she's bringing you the money or a portion of the money, more power to you, right? If that's what you want to do,
I guess. But you gotta be willing to take it.
Correct. Yeah, you gotta be willing to take the punches. You don't get
to defend the behavior and say, look, I'm not this. Well, you are though.
Yep.
Okay. Andrew War Snowboard says BTTF2 takes place on my birthday. I don't know what BTTF2 is.
I don't know.
Picard 13 says Drex should have hit up Mr. Peacock while he was stuck in LA. Yeah, you should have hit up.
Yeah, crazy.
Chemtrail Mix says for both of you, Naked Gun or Top Secret? Top Secret is classic.
But Naked Gun is
classic too.
Yeah, Leslie Nielsen was doing it.
I can't pick between those two. Speaking of Val Kilmer.
Right.
Mike Testa says NBA says it's G Fuel's fault, not H3 why Keem got dropped. Well, ultimately, yes, G Fuel made the decision, although you have to understand when someone the size of Keemstar or H3, when they mobilize people to action, and you see Keemstar trying to prevent people from taking the same actions against H3 in retaliation, it's a massive, it doesn't take much effort. 100 people email G Fuel in a day. That's 100 more emails than they would get normally.
Correct.
That's a big amount. You make it 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, and when you're talking subs in the millions, you can feasibly put up 50,000 emails to a company saying you need to drop this horrible person. It is their fault ultimately making the decision, but you can't fault a company for really making that decision. Look,
Back to the Future Part 2.
If you get Back to the Future Part 2. Okay, yeah. If you get as a business 50,000 emails. In even a week period. You can't do business.
No. Unless someone is allotted to just doing those, right?
It effectively shuts you down. You have to change your whole operation for your communications. If your customer service line suddenly gets 10,000 phone calls.
Yeah, you'll be on hold forever.
I mean, imagine you call your average company. They're dealing with 1,000 phone calls a day. Multiply it by 10 and add it to their already existing workload. They can't do it. So it's there is a massive amount of sway in curating a community and then weaponizing it and it's really, really scary. For companies, they don't know how to deal with it.
Of course not.
So, is it G Fuel's fault? I don't know. Is it Ethan's fault? I don't know. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's kind of Keem's fault because he said whatever he said that made G Fuel mad, but that's not really fair either. Because G Fuel knew who Keemstar was.
I see that.
I've been with him forever. So, anyway, Almond John 1. Drexel, do you think fathers who choose not to take their kids contribute to feminism and simp culture? And if you do, how big of an effect does it have?
That choose not to take their kids?
I think it's not to take care of their kids.
Not take care of their kids?
Yeah.
Okay, so women are the gatekeepers of sex and reproduction and evolution. So if they choose a dude who's not who they know, if they use any logic, which that's not their strong point, if they know the guy's going to be a deadbeat, then he's going to be a deadbeat, right? So like I said, I don't put that on the dude. Like he's still in control of his own actions, right? What
about not a deadbeat? Like, what about a guy, he's just a guy and he walks away from his kid? Or like...
So few men actually do.
So the first kid that the deadbeat has, though, like, you don't necessarily know he's going to walk away.
Although if you look at his past behavior, like he's nothing about him is stable, right? Hence why he's a deadbeat, right? You see what I'm saying?
You'd hope, but there could be very, well-established dudes who make a lot of money. They're out just smashing.
Correct.
Right? They impregnate a woman and then they do not. They just say, "Yep, no, I'm not dealing with that." And it's not because they're a deadbeat, but just because they weren't looking to raise a kid.
They weren't correct.
So
now you and I both know the whole truth, which is birth control should have always been given to men, not women. It would solve a lot of problems, Nick.
Well, yeah, and
dudes,
there needs to be a male version of the pill.
Absolutely.
Because condoms suck.
Yep, they're useless.
They should be removed from society.
Well, half of the time they don't really work, man.
Yeah. They're also no fun. So Tyler Jarrett says, from New Zealand, I enjoyed yesterday's stream back in time calling someone on their tin can and string. Recently, and we had audio troubles on the last episode. Recently in New Zealand, we have upgraded to landlines from the tin can. Always enjoy your content. Thank you. Brutal. Lucian says, dude looks like a gayer version of The Situation. Yeah, that Romeo Lacoste guy.
Yeah.
Mestioku says, so Jared from Subway was trying Eat Fresh.
Oh, that's wrong.
No. Cemetery Lady says, Kane Hodder, the best Jason, is amazing. Watch To Hell and Back, the Kane Hodder story. Super good, but super intense interview about being Jason and a stuntman.
Yep, love him.
Unknown Existence. Speaking of HBO, did you guys ever watch Oz? I did not.
I didn't either.
Too much gay sex in there.
Yeah, really?
I don't know. I'm just kidding. It's prison, so that's the joke.
Could be.
Meshikari Russ says, not only that, but Me Too is a reason that changed. That and also giving how ideological Hollywood has become, such things are problematic.
Yep.
Asbel Lahant 100 says, I don't think Night on Bald Mountain from Disney's Fantasia would be made nowadays, and that's such a shame. A lot of Disney stuff can't be made again.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah. Unknown Existence says, also remember the one part in Trouble in Little Tokyo, Showdown in Little Tokyo, when Brandon Lee told Dolph Lundgren he had the biggest penis he'd ever seen.
Yeah, I remember you told me about that.
Biggest dick I've ever seen on a man is the line. I also remember when Dolph Lundgren picked up tipped over a Camaro by himself.
Really?
Hilarious.
Oh, goodness.
Keck7 goes, says Drex and Nick movie commentary tracks for patrons. That's a good idea. Speaking of, I would be remiss if I did not mention my Patreon. A new project too are out there. If you want to join the Discord and become a Patreon, that's an option for you. Either Patreon or new project too. I'm bad at chilling it. Keck always yells at me.
Damn.
There you go. Austin Heartless says, how to link my Twitch to my Amazon Prime. I don't know. I've got to learn how to do the watch streams. I will. Diamond Duck 98, thank you. He wants me to check DMs real quick. Oh, it's on your screen?
Yeah. Damn.
Give me... There we go.
This chair hurts my ass so bad.
I'm dying.
Oh my God. I'm
sorry.
This thing is literally like hell on earth.
Yeah. We've been going a long time. I have done my super chat. I think it was the language, so hopefully you see this when I tag you for super chat. Correlation between decrease of boobs in movies and increase in simps. Discuss.
I don't think there's much to correlate because Nick, in the old horror movies, weren't the dudes simps back then trying to get laid?
Yeah, that was the joke.
That was the joke, right? Like
that's what Cabin in the Woods dealt with.
Correct.
Cabin in the Woods is a great movie.
Didn't like it though.
I hate you.
Yeah, it just didn't work for me.
It's good. You're wrong. That's just how it goes. It's unfortunate. Don Gamer Guy says, glad my getting into game developing makes me a deadbeat.
Really?
I don't know. I'm not sure what that is about. Lucian says there was audio of a police call at the time. Yeah, I know. That's in the Arbery case, I think.
Yep.
I know there's audio of it, and there's also a transcript. I just haven't read it. I'm not sure it actually matters to the charges that exist. Elson Wong says, I could listen to Nick and Drexel talk about films all day because these guys have a unique chemistry that's infectious. Thanks for the endless laughs and insight. Much love from Perth, Western Australia.
Oh, wow.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
Shout out to you. Heath Ledger was born there.
Where did he die, though?
Oh.
No one important says, lesson from Nick and Drex. Don't be a vigilante. Other people pay for it, including yourself.
Yeah.
Mexican Man and Cheese says, the only time former doesn't matter is former hoe.
Wow. That's some savage shit.
Big Red Bear says, all crimes lead to a death sentence, guys. That's true. Every crime is enforced at the end of the day by a bullet. Most notably, if someone has valuable organs required by the People's Republic of China.
Wow, it went there.
No one important. Sorry, Drex. We keep forgetting to send you the secret coordinates to the secret black men bunker. That's why there isn't a lot of us. We hide, man. Nick Naylor says, I think what Drex is saying is stop worrying about the joggers and start worrying about the bikes.
Oh, during the whole case?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Schwagan says, what does Drex think about all those people that snitched on their neighbors via tip line and someone did an open records request? They posted all the snitches' names online.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard about that. Stupid move. Stupid.
Why are you... Why? Like,
why do you care so much?
If it's not impacting you, why do you care? Or someone you know personally.
Yep.
You know, again, someone's busting into your neighbor's house, call the cops, absolutely. But, damn. That is pretty funny. Viden the Coldman says, hey, Drex, hey, Nick. Thanks for keeping this insomniac entertained. You always make it interesting, Drexel.
Nice.
Thank you.
Like
Racuna says, my father owns land and wants us kids to live on it all together.
Ooh.
I feel shameful considering the not being out truly on my own option, but I also feel like it may be a secure choice for my bros and I. Hey, nothing wrong with that.
Nothing at all.
Live in different houses or whatever arrangement works for you. I wouldn't want to live with my siblings, but living near them. My sibling lives very far away, and we have a great relationship now that we didn't have as young kids because of the sibling fighting stuff.
Yep.
And I miss that person very much.
Oh.
So, Peter Pete says the church has more single moms than dads. Ooh.
I believe it.
Romeo Garbo says, Nick, we live in the same state. So far this week, 2 shootings, 1 stabbing, and a death. You didn't hear about them because it was minority on minority. Yeah, it's not.
Correct.
It's not the narrative that that sells ads. Frankly.
Correct.
RoboNix 666 says, Frunkus. Skeetneat says, apocalypse, or however you spell it, is the poor man's dark side.
I've heard that. I mean, I believe it because Dark Side came first, right?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I do remember that. I think I was watching like a Watch Mojo video or something. They talk about that. Yeah, I do remember that.
Oh, Don Gamer Guy clarified his game dev deadbeat thing. He says, deadbeat because I'm a poor loser who is looking at the future of maybe having money.
Damn.
Deadbeat is not about poverty.
No.
Deadbeat is about what you're doing with your life.
Correct.
When I talked about, I have some relatives who always have a plan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're talking consistently for a decade. They've always had a plan. And it's different every time I see it.
It's going to work. This time it's going to work.
They're always working on that thing. And it's never just getting a goddamn job.
Nope.
That would be too difficult. Soundwave Track says, Drexel, so what would be the downsides for marrying a conservative woman if you live in Europe? Divorce rape isn't as bad, I think.
My only advice would be just make sure you know what you're getting into, because she can change, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you've heard those stories, Nick.
Yeah.
Well, when I married my wife, it was all blah, blah, blah. But then 8 years later, she became, yep, there it is. So that'd be my take.
As Cybertaz, seriously watch Sleepaway Camp. Drex will love it. No one important says, thick. So you do Monica Drex to save Nick, of course.
Of course.
We already covered this. David Castro Cisneros says, pesos to you to show support for Drexel shows. They're my favorite. Hey, thanks.
Nice.
Alex Bridden says, thick chicks be like, and this is to go even further beyond.
Ugh.
Shay Ginger says, would you please look into Christopher Cantwell's case, specifically if he has any hope from the precedent set by Alonis versus US. Can you email me that, Shay Ginger? Rekieta Law at rekieta.org, because I'm not going to remember from the super chat. But yeah, send me an email. Nova Zero says, whoa, in defense of Glenn Beck, he has all those things you're saying covered. His house is completely self-sufficient and closed off. He's planning for a future, and we dumb apes like shinies.
What?
I was talking about Glenn Beck was advocating, gold as the hedge against an economic societal collapse. It's like gold's inherent value goes away when it doesn't when it's not valuable anymore.
Correct.
And gold isn't valuable if you don't have manufacturing.
Absolutely. Infrastructure, anything. Just
the immediate aftermath of economic and societal collapse, you need practical objects more than you need
food, water, shelter, all that stuff. So
Scorpio 04 says, can't wait for that channel, Drex. Hurry up.
It shall come.
E1337 Neo says, hey, Drex, in addition to starting your YouTube channel, Dad Story, damn it, you should also write a book contained with all of your wisdom. Jeff the Gamer says, you guys remember RoboCop versus Terminator, the game? Tough game. Now, Drex, in your opinion, what is the difference between those of us on Nick's Patreon and those who use OnlyFans? What makes us not simps?
So, by definition, if you feel that you are getting entertainment and fulfillment, right? I think one of the big things, the difference is, Nick, is when a man is donating money, I think it's just a donation. He's not simping. You're not sitting there unless you're on some gay shit. But dudes don't really simp for dudes. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like if guys say, "Hey, I appreciate your content." It's almost like I think it does. Does entitlement become the main issue then? You see what I'm saying? The simp believes he's entitled, like she's gonna come to me, right? Eventually. Yeah. So the when a guy donates to another dude, he doesn't feel that way.
Well, the thing that I try to do, and I don't know if this is good enough or whatever, but I try, is anything that has a monetary value from me has some sort of reciprocity, or I try to do it, right? Like I try and read and respond to every super chat.
Yep.
And just chats, even when the shows go damn long like tonight.
Right.
And
literally both of my butt cheeks are killing.
And the Patreon is access to the Discord, which you can't get it any other way.
Correct.
So, I don't have an open Discord. A lot of people have asked me to do it. I won't do that. And I try to add value to it. So I don't know. I don't know what the difference is other than you will never see my vagina. So Yuri Tiger says, Nick, you're weak. Couldn't keep the longer hair on your face? No, I couldn't. Lol, just kidding. But people with beards should check out the Beard Struggle and use code AveryK15 to save 15% on their orders. Babyman Gaming LLC, thank you for the donation. Keck7Go says, Drex, can you shill Nick's Patreon and second channel? I already did.
Mm-hmm.
But he sent that before I did. Rambo says, Drex, get this noodle arm son of a gun to play River City Girls.
They talked about that last time. I need to try it.
I'm enjoying it. Very ridiculous and girly, but very fun. You can beat students with bicycle chains, and the bosses are very creative. Almond John 1 says, if the word feminist is supposed to mean equal rights for both men and women, wouldn't the word be called equalist instead of having feminine?
Clearly.
Rambo has joined at the super lawyer level. Thank you very much, Rambo. Go onto the community page. Find the post for super lawyers. There's only one specifically for super lawyers, I believe. and it will give you instructions on how to get into the Discord. So check that out. Nays888 says, you guys are wrong. Resident Evil remake, Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine for Smash. All right, and then there's just a couple left. Crusader Saracen says, if you want to see how messed up chicks can be, work as a barback at a casino and listen to the cocktail waitresses talk. Drex knows what's what.
I know.
Bad Dragonite says, look up an old game called True Crime Streets of LA. Starts out as a GTA clone, ends with you fighting demon ghosts and leather-bound fetishists in a club that leads to one of the final boss fights.
Damn.
A kung fu fight between you and Kim Jong-il on a skyscraper.
Wow.
And then Bad Dragonite says, Kato Sicarius for Smash. Nah, just kidding. Too OP. Exactly. Kato Sicarius is the best swordsman.
Of course.
Ever created. All right, guys. It's been a show.
It has been.
Thank you for joining us. We will see.
The sun's about to come up.
Yeah, I gotta get some sleep.
Oh my god.
We will be doing. We're trying to get the Smash stream tomorrow night.
Indeed.
So come check it out.
Play some games.
Saturday for Preston. Should be fun times. Thanks for joining us again, guys. We'll see you then. Have a good night.
Thanks for having us.
Peace. Peace.
Nick.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more a love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law